Chapter 1. The Last Mat, Sister Kelly, Give Some Face. In the pink room, Yi Yan, wearing pale pink pajamas, looked at the prompt of the failure of strengthening on the computer, and the mouse clicked on the cross weapon that had been strengthened plus 13 in the equipment slot, and it was not difficult to see her nervousness from her slightly trembling fingers. Without much hesitation, he dragged the equipment into the booster, then closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and looked like he was praying seriously, just in sync with the game character on the screen, the Light Knight. The enhanced light that drove the 8 million warriors crazy flashed, and a heartbreaking sound sounded. Kelly, number at. The beautiful Chinese language and literature blurted out, raised two pink fists, and smashed them towards the keyboard. Bang! With the screams of the keyboard, the computer screen turned white. Isn't it so moldy, and the monitor is broken? Yi Yan got up and was about to check the monitor data cable, but did not find a white computer interface, which was gradually forming a vortex. So, it's okay, don't Kelly. The dazzling white light flashed away, and as the light disappeared, there was no longer a girl in the room, and on the screen, a luxuriously equipped phantom god Milk was clasping her hands together, making prayers. Shhhh, it hurts. Yi Yan, who woke up from the coma, rubbed her temples. Am I dreaming? What a place! In front of me, there is a sparkling lake. Lying on the edge of the lake, looking at the clear reflection in the water, Yi Yan is confused. I'm getting smaller? A natural delicate loli, reflected in the clear and calm lake, dressed in a black lace skirt, a pair of black boots, black jewel-like eyes bright and clear, short black hair like light tulle, draped over the shoulders. Shhhhh, Yi Yan gritted her teeth and rubbed her thighs that had just been pinched. Although she accepted the fact that she was not dreaming, she still felt very unreal. This sense of unreality is an instinctive sense of resistance in this completely ununderstood environment. Walking forward without concentration, she didn't know where she was going or what to do. Her heart was empty and very uneasy. I just like to play games. How can this happen to me? How should I go back? Can I go back? Yi Yan, who graduated from college, before crossing, is a senior house girl, does not like to socialize, only likes to stay in her own acre and 3-point land, reading, studying, playing games. In her spare time, she also likes to do it herself, make some favorite food. The days are simple, the circle is clean, and she never thought that one day crossing this kind of thing would happen to herself. For a girl with a rich family and likes to play games, crossing or something, how can there be a joy from the abyss explosion equipment? I don't know how long I walked, until a huge tree with unknown fruits appeared in front of me, and I felt hunger coming from my belly. It's so big. Looking at the huge tree trunk in front of her, Yi Yan understood that with the current 10-year-old body, it was very dangerous to climb up, and she had never been a person who liked to joke with her life. Click! Just as Yi Yan was looking at the giant tree and thinking about how to eat the fruit into her stomach, there was a sound of stepping on dead branches behind her. Who? Turning back suddenly, his eyes instantly widened. And his small body couldn't stop trembling. 7 or 8 meters away, a huge creature with a long head and 2 horns, resembling a black bear, was grinning, with sharp fangs hanging from the hara, staring dead at the human child in a long black dress in front of him. Wow! Watching the black bear roar, it rushed towards him. 7 or 8 meters away, a pounce, a bear paw larger than his head, came to his eyes. Swoosh! At the moment of the attack, Wang Qian rolled sideways and stumbled forward for a short distance, barely avoiding the slap of the bear's paw. Snap! With the beating of the bear's paw, the trunk shook violently, and the ripe fruit also fell. It can be seen that if it is hit, Yi Yan can be cute and lovely, and there is no head. Seeing that the attack was in vain, the black bear turned around and once again rushed towards Yi Yan. And Yi Yan, after dodging the first attack, wanted to get up and flee, but her body lost control and sat on the ground, unable to move. Damn, move, move. Feeling the body trembling uncontrollably because of fear, Yi Yan, who was conscious, although he was anxious, did not have any way. Is there a resurrection coin? Just when Yi Yan was trying to overcome his physical instincts, the black bear's pounce was also in front of him. At this moment, with the unwilling shout, it seemed to stimulate some potential, and a powerful energy, centered on the body, erupted to the surroundings. Whoosh! The sudden burst of energy instantly lifted the jumping black bear away, and at the same time, a cross light shone in front of Yi Yan's eyes. This is... After a while, the light dissipated, and a young girl bathed in holy light, holding a golden cross with her back to Yi Yan, appeared in front of her. Milk. Wet nurse? As a hardcore player of DNF NANNY, Wan Qian recognized the girl exuding divine brilliance at first glance, and it was her favorite game character, Guanqi Light Knight. Whoosh! The big black bear that was hit by the sudden burst of energy hit the fly, smashed the tree, slipped to the ground, stood up again, shook its huge body, stood on its feet upright. It was really angry, let out a roar, and flew towards the little human again. Looking at the black bear that flew towards him, the Knight of Light held the cross horizontally in his hand. The petite figure trembled slightly, the cross glowed with golden light, and its form instantly increased sharply, slamming fiercely towards the rushing black bear. Repentance thump. The black bear that swooped in, looking at the suddenly enlarged cross, swept across with golden light, and it was in the air, and it was inevitably hit by the body. Click! With the sound of heavy blows and bones breaking, it sounded in the body, and the black bear instantly lost consciousness, and when the body flew sideways, the golden light cross swung back again. Touch, touch, touch. The tank-like body was directly shot away, and after breaking 7 trees, it smashed into the trunk of the 8th, which required several adults to hug. Bull! My! Looking at the nanny who solved the threat at once, Yi Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Nanny turned around, put away the weapon in her hand, and smiled at Yi Yan Wani'er, gentle and infinite. By this gentle smile, the beautiful Yi Yan, the body was detached, her eyes were closed, her head was tilted and fainted, and at the same time, the nanny turned into a star, fell on her neck, turned into a cross mark, and dissipated with the light. Tap-da-da. 2 people, one old and one young, walked quickly from the forest, and after a while, they stood in front of the unconscious Yi Yan. The old man was short, wearing a white cape, a Mediterranean hairstyle, and a short white beard, followed by a little girl, long red hair and waist, a white blindfold on his left eye, and a childish face with sad emotions that should not be this age. Fortunately, it's just a coma. After probing the girl's situation, the old man also let go of his nervousness, exhaled, and then looked at the embarrassing scene. Grandpa, look! The red-haired girl, standing under a huge tree, looked at the height of the trunk in shock. Following the girl's voice, the rows of trees broke off in one direction, and at the end, a huge tree, 3 meters high above the ground, was inlaid with an adult monster black bear. The black bear's limbs are spread out, trapped in the trunk of a tree in an earthen shape, the entire bare body is dripping blood, the unrecognizable head is tilted to the side, the eyeballs are bursting, and red and white things are constantly coming out of its mouth. Obviously, its internal organs and bones have been sparsely crushed. What a tough attack! Could it be that the magic reaction just now was made by this child? The old man looked solemn, carefully looked at the girl on the ground, his body suddenly changed, originally less than 1 meter tall, slowly grew to almost 2 meters, one leaned over, picked up Yi Yan in a coma, took the red-haired girl, and walked towards the depths of the forest. In a white space. Where am I? Yi Yan recovered her original height of 1 meter 7, still wearing a long black dress, looking at the non-existent sky in confusion. Just when Yi Yan was at a loss, at the neck, a cross mark suddenly emitted a golden light, forming a light curtain in front. From it, the figure of a young girl appeared. Her whole body was shrouded in a golden light curtain, and 6 huge golden wings behind her were flaming like flames. "Mom, Mom! I see angels!" Yi Yan looked at the girl in front of her obsessively, and wiped the saliva that did not exist at the corner of her mouth. A cross-emitting golden light appeared in front of her, and a girl bathed in holy light, with her eyes slightly closed, her hands folded facing the cross, seemed to be praying religiously. What the heck? Looking at the girl carefully, Yi Yan exclaimed, the person in front of him, 1 m tall, just over the shoulder, black short hair, slender body, fair cheeks, high nose bridge, 2 thin lips hung with a faint smile, full of gentle, proud chest, slightly undulating with breathing. It's like a template printed on yourself, no worse. The game character, who looks exactly like himself, saved himself. Yi Yan was puzzled, simply took a step forward, slender and white fingers, grasped the handle of the staff of the cross, and the girl who was praying, opened a pair of black jewel-like eyes, bright and clear. The moment he touched the cross, a huge information picture quickly hit Yi Yan's mind. The will of the world. Aslanti. Dragon. Magic. Chaotic fragments of memory, containing tragic events of disaster, seemingly chaotic, but connected by themselves in the underworld. An incomplete world, a broken will. It seems to be a long time, but in fact, in just a moment, he recovered his clear artistic appearance. The corners of his mouth rose, and with a gentle smile, he walked step by step to the other self in the holy light. I turned into data code, crossed into the world of paper people. It's really a blessing for you, the will of the world, with so much effort, just to let me be a nanny, really have you. As soon as the words fell, Yi Yan's whole person had already entered the holy light. Divine revelation, then come on, the nanny is the nanny, who makes me like the auxiliary. In the holy light, the 2 figures were closely connected, seamlessly coincided together, and as the holy light slowly converged, the entire space was slowly dissipating, and a crystal tear slipped from the corner of Yi Yan's eyes. Don't forget, must, go home. Chapter 2. Yi Yan woke up and sat up abruptly, her body was still that small body. Gently wiping the warmth from the corners of my eyes, I looked around and found myself in a clean and warm room, bedside, a small window, spilling the afterglow of the setting sun, and outside the house, someone was arguing about something. Feeling the huge energy in her body, she knew that it was not a dream, she had really crossed over, became her own game character, and crossed into a dimensional world called Aslanti. Wear it, just live. Thinking like this in my heart, I didn't do too much entanglement, my little hand supported hard, jumped off the bed, put on my own little boots, took a fruit on the table casually, and didn't want to wash it, and gnawed it directly. Click, click. The fruit was crisp and sweet, similar in appearance to an apple, and after a while, Yi Yan wiped out one. It's rude, but let's eat another one. Just one. Say one by one, just one after another, maybe really hungry, 5 or 6 fruits on the plate, in a moment, there is only one left. Don't blame me, who made you so delicious. Touched the slightly raised belly, looked at the last fruit in the basket, swallowed his saliva, and stretched out his small palm again. Picking up the last fruit, he jumped up from his chair and ate and walked towards the door, and as soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a tall, pink-haired mother-in-law, dressed in a crimson robe, with a row of sharp decorations on the standing collar, like some animal's teeth. In front of the mother-in-law, there was a little old man wearing a brown hat and a white beard, and next to him stood a little girl with red hair and a white eye patch, with a lifeless look. With such a serious injury, it is a little difficult to see again. The mother-in-law looked into the girl's eyes and said thoughtfully, "Don't say that, just ask you, it's rare that she looks so beautiful, it's too pitiful if she can't be cured." The little old man in a brown hat, holding a pair of hands, turned around and said. I said, don't you want to do it to her when she grows up, Makarov? The mother-in-law suddenly pulled the little old man's ear with one hand, leaned over and said suspiciously in her ear. What's the matter? The little old man looked at the treehouse with a weak face, just in time to see the little girl who was brought back, leaning against the door and nibbling on fruit. Yo, you're awake. Makarov raised a hand, narrowed his eyes into a slit, greeted with a smile, and the mother-in-law also let go of her hand and walked towards the treehouse with the little red-haired girl. So short. Yi Yan watched the little old man walk in front of him and found that he was a head shorter than himself, a 10-year-old child, and was surprised. Through the introduction of the little old man, Yi Yan understood the current situation. The mother-in-law is called Polusika, a well-known pharmacist, and a little red-haired girl named Ilusa. In other words, why would a person appear in such a dangerous forest? Child. The little old man brought a plate of fruit from the house, sat down opposite Yi Yan, and asked. Looking at this plate of fruit, Yi Yan was not polite, and took one in his hand. I don't know the way, maybe I'm lost. One bite down the fruit he took and replied lightly. Anyway, thank you Grandpa for saving me. Makarov asked, waved his hand with a smile, looked at Yi Yan and said, what's the matter? I brought Ilusa to treat my eyes, and when I was on the road, I noticed a magical reaction, and I wanted to go and see you, and I found you unconscious. Speaking of this, he changed his laughing appearance, looked at Yi Yan squarely, and asked seriously, that black-horned bear, you killed it, right? You know, an adult black-horned bear, although it is just an ordinary creature, even an A-level magic guide, it is a little laborious to deal with, let alone an ordinary person, let alone a 10-year-old child. Magic? Does it mean the power you receive after receiving divine revelation? Hearing Makarov's words, Yi Yan grasped the word magic, and thought of when she was in a coma, in the consciousness space, she and the game character became one, and she knew that this powerful energy was called divine revelation. Well, I did it. Yi Yan ate the fruit and replied calmly. Well, that's really amazing. By the way, where is your home? Wait a while Ilusa heals her eyes, I'll send you back. When Yi Yan heard this, he moved, a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes, and replied in disappointment, home, I don't have a home anymore. Looking at the girl who suddenly looked gloomy, Makarov also looked nervous, and said apologetically, this way, I'm really sorry, it reminded you of something bad. Just as the scene fell silent, with a rattle, the door of the treehouse suddenly opened, and Polyasika's mother-in-law walked out with Ilusa. The eye injury is too serious, I need to prepare the potion, you will be here in 3 days. The mother-in-law looked indifferent, as if she didn't welcome a few people, and looked at a few people and said coldly. Well, okay, let's just. Maybe I can cure her eyes. Yi Yan ate the last bite of fruit, interrupted Makarov's words, jumped up from the stool, walked to Ilusa, and looked up. Nanny. You mean, can you treat such a serious injury? Makarov and Polusika looked at Yi Yan in disbelief. You know, because of the delay for too long, without treatment, her right eye has been completely necrotic. Polusika looked at Yi Yan and said seriously. I'm serious, mother-in-law, grandpa. Yi Yan looked at the two old men with disbelieving on their faces, and turned to look at Ilusa, who was a little lifeless. 2 young girls, the same tall, with black and red hair, fluttered gently with the evening breeze. My name is Yan, Yan Sapphire. Yi Yan stretched out her little hand and introduced herself to Ilusa. She did not use her real name, because here, her name, will look very strange. Sapphire means angel. On the side, hearing Yi Yan's self-exploding name, Makarov said with a smile, it's really a rare surname, but you really look like a cute little angel. Did not pay attention to Makarov's words, this name was also suddenly thought of by Yi Yan, after the 3 sleeps of Nanny, such a name appeared in the character plot, so I used it. Ilusa, Ilusa Skiokalito, please advise. And Ilusha, who had been silent, also stretched out a hand and just looked at Yi Yan with some surprise. She still knew how bad the condition of her right eye was, and she was even mentally prepared for the worst. But the girl in front of her, who was as old as herself, said that she could cure her eyes now, and she felt a little incredible, because no matter how she looked at it, this appearance could not give people a sense of trust. I can use healing magic, as long as there is enough magic, no matter how serious the trauma. It can be healed. The two small hands shook lightly, Yi Yan explained. At this moment, the two little girls did not realize that a seed of friendship had been quietly planted at this moment, slowly taking root and germinating as they grew. Is it really possible? Makarov. Polusika said with some disbelief. It's okay, just let her try it. Makarov touched his short beard and said squarely, there is a very powerful force in this child's body, besides, aren't we here? After getting Ilusa to nod in agreement, Yi Yan clasped her hands together and prayed. Healing prayer. As she chanted, Yi Yan successfully drove the energy in her body, and the cyan magic factor slowly converged in her hands. The next moment, cyan magic poured into Ilusa's right eye like a spring. When the cyan light shone on the blindfold, Ilusha felt a warmth in her right eye, and then an itching sensation came from her injured right eye. Healing magic is the legendary lost magic. Seeing Yi Yan's magic, Makarov on the side looked shocked, and then a look of cunning flashed in his eyes. What an amazing child, he looks so cute. And Poryasika's mother-in-law on the side twisted Makarov's ears with one hand, and said with disdain, do you want to hit the attention of other children's children again? Oh, it hurts, it's nothing. The cyan light continued to bathe Ilusha's right eye, and after a short while, Yi Yan finished casting the spell and said with a smile to Ilusa. Okay, the treatment is over, you can remove the blindfold. Hearing this, Ilusa's heart that had been tense was like a stone falling to the ground, and she also relaxed. After all, it was about her eyes, and it was possible not to be nervous. Reaching out to take off the blindfold, Ilusha slowly opened her right eye. After opening her right eye, Ilusha was also surprised to find that her right eye, which had lost her sight, had completely recovered, and she couldn't believe it, covered her left eye with her hand, and when she could still see the girl in front of her who was smiling at her, Ilusha only lowered her hand. How about Ilusa, can your eye see? Makarov, who was playing with Polusika on the side, looked at Ilusha's surprised appearance and quickly asked. I can see, my eyes. Exactly the same as the original. As soon as the words fell, Ilusha covered her face, and tears of excitement fell. Hey? What's going on? Looking at Ilusa's recovered right eye, Polusika was surprised to find that of the two eyes, only the left eye was tearing. Hey, can't you tear in the other eye? Makarov touched his beard and mused. Yi Yan also reacted, but also did not know, learning Makarov, holding his chin, and wondered, no, there is no problem with its own magic, and there is no problem with magic construction. Just when several people were puzzled, Ilusa wiped away her tears, her eyes bent into a crescent moon, and said to several people with a happy look. It's okay, it's because the tears in this eye of mine have long dried. Then he looked at Yi Yan and thanked him. Thank you so much, Yan, your magic is very warm. You're welcome, you're fine. Yi Yan didn't care, a small hand, reached out to the fruit on the table again, and said lightly, it should be that you and Grandpa saved me in return. Chapter 3. Magnolia, the Kingdom of Fiori, is one of the few coastal cities where a large river runs through the city and flows into the sea. To the east of the outskirts of the city is a lush primeval forest, known as Higashinomori, and deep in the forest, there are all kinds of dangerous monsters. At this time, the moon was already high in the sky, and three figures were walking at the border of the forest. It was the three of Yian. Mother-in-law Polusika is really fierce. Thinking that just now Polusika was holding a broom, fiercely and viciously, and drove the three out of the tree house. Yi Yan questioned. Why does she hate humans? She's human herself. She has always been like this, living alone in the forest, without contact with people. Makarov paused and said. So have you decided if you want to join my guild? As early as when leaving the treehouse, Makarov sent an invitation to Yi Yan. Guild. Yi Yan knows that when playing games, there is also its own guild, although it is a handshaker, but when bored, look at the group, a group of people chatting around, it feels good. Makarov looked at the two girls who were silent, sighed softly, and turned and walked forward. The so-called guild is the place where partners gather, and it is also a place to provide work entrustment to the wizards, and the real guild is based on the trust and morality between everyone, and the partners grow together and adventure together, so as to establish an incomparably strong bond, and for the helpless little ghosts, it is a warm home. Home? It feels pretty good. Yi Yan and Alusha looked at each other, and the two who had their own hearts saw a little expectant look in each other's eyes, smiled at each other, followed Makarov's footsteps, and walked towards the town ahead. After trekking for about 2 hours, the three finally reached the town. Here we are. Standing in front of a 7-story building, Makarov turned around and said, This is the dormitory provided by the guild. Yan, you can stay here for one night. Okay, thanks. Yi Yan bowed her head in thanks and said, Then trouble Grandpa Guild President. The penniless Yi Yan actually thought about where to stay at night all the way, and she didn't expect that Makarov would care so much about a child who didn't know his origins. You're welcome, you go to rest with Alyssa. Makarov waved his hand and said with a smile, If you want to join the guild, you will go to the guild with Alyssa tomorrow to find me. After that, Makarov turned and left, until the figure was far away, and Alyssa said, Follow me, you will sleep in my room tonight. The two registered their information at the housekeeper's mother-in-law, and Yi Yan followed Alyssa to the 3rd floor. The dormitory building is similar to an apartment. On both sides of the corridor are rooms. Open a room door on the right-hand side. Yi Yan noticed that on the door, there was a photo of Alyssa's head, and she was wearing the white blindfold. Oh, for ease of management, each room has photo information of the occupants. Alyssa looked at the photo and explained, Tomorrow, you can find the housekeeper and replace the photo. The room was simply furnished, a large bed of 1 meter 8, a wardrobe with a set of clothes, and nothing else. Yan, do you want to go together? Just when Yi Yan finished looking at the room and was about to open the curtains to ventilate, Alyssa didn't know when she had finished undressing. After walking for so long. Do you want to bathe together? While speaking, Alyssa had already taken off her naked, and her natural expression made Yi Yan's face blush. After all, she was an adult in her thoughts. That. Okay, I'm getting you in trouble. Without doing too much twisting, she also stripped off her clothes and followed Alyssa into the bathroom. They are all undeveloped children, what is there to be ashamed? Standing under the nozzle, Yi Yan also let go of her mentality, turned around, turned her back to Alyssa and said, Alyssa, please help me scrub my back. Looking at the skin that was whiter and tenderer than herself, I don't know what she thought. Alyssa also suddenly blushed, took the bath pad handed by Yi Yan, and gently wiped it on the white and tender skin. Push harder, Alyssa. Hey? Ooh, okay. Two small hands reached for Yi Yan's waist and pressed it without warning. Ka feeling the touch coming from her waist, Yi Yan's body trembled. Don't, ha, Alyssa, ha ha ha, quick, stop, ha ha ha. In the small bathroom, the joyful laughter of the girls shows their innocence, and at this moment, there is no sadness, no pain, only the playful nature of children, all on display. I'm really sorry, since I just joined the guild, I don't have extra money to buy clothes, so I can only let you wear this. Alyssa took out a dress, looked at Yi Yan, who was only wrapped in a bath towel, and said with an apologetic face. It's okay, Alyssa, you don't have to apologize to me. Yi Yan, who was wiping her hair, temporarily stopped the movement in her hand and said, "I want to thank you for taking me in." Yi-Yan thought that she would be in her room at night, so she washed her clothes and could wear them tomorrow, and she decided to join Makarov's guild because she needed a stable environment to grow. After Yi-Yan fused with the Light Knight, she obtained a huge amount of magic and also obtained professional skills, as if they were portrayed in her mind, but the skills that could be used were only a few small skills. For example, the healing prayer used to treat Ilusa's eyes is one of them. My current self, body, and age, are still too young, do not have enough spiritual power to portray the magic array, empty body of magic, but no skills available, the understanding of this world is still too little, can only grow slowly. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yi-Yan wiped her hair while feeling the magic and the skills that can be used in her consciousness, while immersed. Knock knock. Several knocks sounded on the door. Yi-Yan and Ilusha looked at each other, and then Ilusha got up. Who will it be? Ilusha walked towards the door suspiciously and opened it. Good evening, Ilusa. As soon as the door opened, a girl in a plaid skirt, holding a large gift box in her hands, stood in the doorway, smiling and saying hello. It's Kana, please come in. Seeing clearly who was coming, Ilusha hurriedly gave up a position and invited someone in. Ilusa, your eyes are healed. Hey, this is? Because there was no table, Kana put the large gift box on the bed, only then did she notice Ilusa's healed eyes and the face wrapped in a bath towel. Well, cured, thanks to Yan, my eyes were restored. Ilusha did not shy away, explained generously, and introduced the two. Kana looked at Yi-Yan and greeted with a smile. Hello, I'm Kana Arubrana. Hello, Kana. Yi-Yan also nodded and said hello. After the two of them got to know each other briefly, Ilusha then asked, So, Kana, is there something wrong with you? Oh, right. Kana said as she opened the lid of the large gift box, and inside was a large cake with a creamy aroma. Strawberry cake. Ilusha and Yi-Yan gathered around, looking at the cake, and stars appeared in their eyes. This is my job at the dessert shop today, and the owner gave me a gift as a thank you. Kana smiled and said, but it's too big, I can't finish eating one by one. Now it's okay, the three of us, don't worry about waste. Kana was talking, but Ilusa hugged her and said a little choked. Thank you Kana, I have joined the guild for half a month, obviously there is no communication, you can still think of me. The sudden hug, Kana did not react for a while, but Yi-Yan looked clear and secretly said in her heart. Although I don't know what Ilusha has gone through, she has some big nerves, she is easily moved, and she doesn't mind showing emotions. Kana patted Ilusa on the back and comforted, because we are partners in the same guild, we are family, we must share the good together. After a short touch, Kana also found that Ilusha's room was too simple, not even a table, saw Ilusa's embarrassment, and invited the two to her dormitory. Kana's room, the fourth room next door to Ilusa, is about the same size, and the furniture is much more than Ilusa. Yan also wants to join our guild? Then we have another partner of the same age. At the table, the three girls each had a strawberry cake. Kana put down the cake in her hand, turned around and took out a bottle of wine from the cabinet, then, let's celebrate in advance. Said, poured a glass for everyone. But, Kana, children are not allowed to drink. Yi-Yan looked at the red liquid in the cup, and was also a little worried. After all, she and Ilusha are only 10 years old, and Kana is only 12 years old, such a young child, secretly drinking, is it really okay? And Ilusha, who had been eating cake, did not care at all. It's okay Yan, I see the adults of the guild drink it every day, so I want to try it too, and this is just fruit wine, it is brewed with fruit, it should not be intoxicating. Kana said, taking the lead in raising her glass, let's celebrate Ilusha curing her eyes, and Yan joining the guild, toast. Since that's what you say, then we can't refuse any more, drink it, Yan. Elisha also raised the cup. Yi Yan did not refuse. The 3 cups touched together and drank them all together. In other words, Yan, your surname is the name of an angel. After 3 rounds of drinking, the girls' faces were flushed, and Kana drank the wine in the glass and said to Yi Yan, "Yes, Sapphire is the name of the 8th angel in the Bible." Elisha echoed. Hearing them say, a trace of doubt flashed in Yi Yan's eyes, and she raised her glass. "Call it an angel or something, come, have another drink. Say feel, in order not to make people feel that his name seems strange. The plot name of the Light Knight after 3 awakenings in the game is the 8th archangel in the game plot, but why is it an angel here?" Yi Yan, who prevaricated in the past, secretly thought in his heart, is this a coincidence or is there another reason? Unconsciously, the 3rd girl had already finished a large bottle of wine. Looking at Elisha who was lying on the place, and Kana lying on the table, Yi Yan supported her forehead. "Sure enough, children can't drink." Yi Yan's consciousness is very clear, but the eyes that can see things, there has been a phantom. Trying to control the body to stand up, just wanted to take a step forward, but snapped and fell down, pressing on the lying Elisha. Falling asleep in drunkenness, no one expected that there was a girl, after tonight, who seemed to open the door to a new world and become the guild's drinker in the future. Chapter 4. The next day, the hot sun was already high in the sky, and it was already more than 10 o'clock in the morning. In the dormitory, Elisha opened her eyes and saw Yi Yan sleeping soundly on her shoulder. The bath towel wrapped around her body didn't know when it was loosened, her small body arched. Elisha covered the bath towel back on Yi Yan's body, and looked at Kana who was still lying on the table. Did not wake up the 2, let Yi Yan fall asleep on his shoulder. The sunlight shone through the curtains, on Elisha's face, and the corners of her mouth rose and she smiled warmly. Soon, Kana and Yi Yan also woke up one after another, returned to Elisha's room, washed off the alcohol, put back on the clothes that had been dried, and helped Kana clean up the room, and the 3 girls walked towards the guild together. Passing through Nanko Park, you can see the silhouette of a tall building that sits high in the city and overlooks the entire city. "This is our guild, Fairy Tale, the only Magnolia guild." Standing in front of the guild building, Kana proudly introduced. Looking up, I saw a 3-story, medieval European-style building with a large clock hanging from the top of the pointed tower, a large banner with a picture of a dancing leprechaun painted on the middle of the 2nd and 3rd floors, and a large fairy tale written on top of the gate. Yi Yan looked at the flag, not at all like the fairy in his own cognition. It may be the fairy of this world. As for the text, it should be the welfare of crossing, although it is not a Chinese character, but it is also directly recognized. What a strange name! Yi Yan muttered, and was about to follow Kana and Elisha into the guild, but a voice came from behind her. "Do goblins have tails? It should be said, do leprechauns really exist? It's forever fascinating, forever adventure." The name of the guild contains such a meaning. The 3 turned around together, saw that it was Makarov, and shouted in unison, "President! Well, let's go to the guild." After that, Makarov took the lead to push open the guild door, and the 3 women followed in. It was noon, and there were many people in the guild. Some were drinking, playing, discussing work, and it was very lively. "Yo, you're here, sir. Is this a new man, guild leader? Another little ghost, how cute he looks." Along the way, greeting everyone, Yi Yan also nodded his head. Walking through the hall and coming to the bar, Makarov jumped, sat down on the bar, and said to the waitress inside, "Please bring me a glass of wine, 3 more light meals, and then help me get the guild seal." The waitress had a sweet voice and smiled politely, "Okay, President, this is for you. Is this a new person here?" "Well, it's a wonderful little ghost." Taking the guild seal handed by the waiter, Makarov moved his butt, turned around, and said to Yi Yan, "Where is the guild seal to be printed, and what color do you want?" Yi Yan thought for a while, he didn't seem to have a particularly favorite color, looked up and said, "Ask for gold," printed on the right arm. Put the seal case, the exclusive pattern of the Fairy Tale Guild, printed on Yi Yan's arm, the golden color, quite dazzling, but Yi Yan felt that a strange feeling flashed, and secretly thought in his heart, "This seal, there is a problem." Makarov took the drink handed by the waiter, suddenly stood up, raised his glass, and shouted loudly to everyone in the hall, "Everyone, the guild is new. It's time for a banquet." Oh! Hearing the president's shout, the people in the hall each raised their glasses and responded passionately. As the banquet progressed, the guild became more lively, and Alusha and Yin also took the stage and introduced themselves. There are 2 more imps in the guild. Wakaba, who had the nose of the plane and a cigarette stick, looked at his good friend and said, "It must be 2 big beauties when they grow up, haha." Makeyu took a large sip of wine and said with a smile. Makeyu and Wakaba joined the guild at the same time, and the 2 are very good drinking friends. In other words, Gray, you challenged Ilusa before, and it was repaired properly. Makeyu glanced at Wakaba, and said to a little boy sitting next to the 2, and Wakaba, who understood it, also said, "Here is another little ghost, Gray, your position as the head boss of the little ghost, I'm afraid I can't keep it." Gray, who had short black hair, listened to the words of the 2, and there was a nameless fire in his heart. Cut. Can't stand the ridicule of the 2, Gray stood up and walked towards Yin with his hands in his pockets, a young age, a ruffian. And the initiators Makeyo and Wakaba saw this scene and smiled at each other. "You are still too young to accept dangerous missions, and the guild will provide you with a meal every day." Looking at Yin, who was eating, Makarov introduced, "There are tasks that are suitable for what I want to do, and I need to agree to accept them." "Yes, sir." After listening to Makarov's words, Yin, who was full, did nothing and walked towards the task board. "Hey, newcomer!" Hearing the shout behind him, Yi Yan stopped, turned around, and saw that it was a boy younger than himself, but he was not angry, and said lightly, "Is something wrong?" And Gray, seeing Yi Yan's cute face, couldn't help but frown, and said in a splendorous manner, that. Turning to his own purpose, he shook his head, and with a hard face, he said loudly, "I, Uncle Gray, want to challenge you." Yi Yan looked at Gray, a young age, his face already had the prototype of a handsome man, shook his head, and said, "Sorry, I'm not good at fighting." "Less nonsense, if you lose, you can call me Uncle Gray in the future. Look at the move." Yi Yan looked at Gray, who suddenly came again, just dodged Gray's small fist. Boom, fight, fight. Is Gray challenging the newcomer again? Haha, this guy Gray, do you remember to eat or not? Trouble with new people again. Bet on it. Makeyu and Wakaba are also watching the excitement, because of the coaxing of the 2 of them. The people in the guild also looked at the 2 who had already started. "President, don't you care?" Ilusha looked at the 2 with a worried face, ready to stop the 2, but saw that Makarov was very calm and watched the 2 fight. Children grow up and need to collide, and at this time adults to stop it, it will only make their growth path lack a lot of fun. Makarov said calmly, and then immediately ran to Makeyo and took out a wad of money, 1000 J, press the newcomer. Then he laughed and joined the cheerleading team. "I said I'm not good at fighting, and I'm angry when you do this." Yi Yan made a beautiful move, dodged Gray's attack again, there was already obvious anger between her eyebrows, looked at Gray again, but dropped her jaw in shock, shocked, "You are perverted?" The boy in front of him, in this flash, actually took off his clothes, and the whole person was naked. "Hey!" Seeing Yi Yan's reaction, Gray was also stunned. "Gray, clothes." Kana was next to her, calmly prompting, she said that she was already strange, but the people in the guild were even more excited. "Ah, when?" Hearing Kana's words, Gray also reacted, but did not look for clothes, but put on a magical starting pose, ice shape. To use magic to fight. Yi Yan was also stunned, did not do it thought, ran the magic power, under the neck, a cross light flashed, a golden cross, instantly appeared in the hand. Although you don't know the offensive skill yet, you can't get beaten and don't fight back. Thinking like this, the cross attached to the magic and swung forward with the sound of the wind. Snap! Gray, who was casting a spell, didn't have time to scream and flew out. Instantaneous kill. Ah, are all the little ghosts monsters now? It's so strong. Seeing that the battle ended instantly, everyone in the guild couldn't help but sigh. After all, Gray entered the guild 2 years earlier, and everyone knew his ice shape magic for all to see. Although he is still a ghost, Gray is also very strong. Yes, I didn't expect to be instantaneous. Before challenging Alyssa, it was also repaired well. Ha ha ha. Everyone discussed one by one, returned to their places, and continued their respective affairs. Makayu and Wakaba counted a pile of money, a happy smile on their faces, and the president also held a tower of money, his eyes crooked. 10 times the odds, earned it. In the bustle, Gray also woke up slowly, put on the clothes Kana found, half of his face was already swollen, and said incoherently, "What kind of magic is the inner step?" Yi Yan, who didn't understand it at all, put his hands together helplessly, driving the magic. Cure. As he chanted, a cyan light gathered in Yi Yan's hands, and then flowed to Gray. Gray only felt a burst of warmth, flowing in his body, and the swollen half of his face visibly disappeared, and the pain from his body also dissipated. It's amazing! Seeing this, Kana let out an exclamation, and she who was sitting next to her also felt the comfort brought by Yi Yan's magic. Yan's magic is really reassuring. Elisha looked at Gray and said, "My eyes are cured by Yan." Gray, who was resurrected in place, jumped up and asked, "What kind of magic did you just use?" "You mean this?" Yi Yan shook the cross in her hand and said calmly, "This is not magic, this is just my graduation weapon." After that, the cross light on the neck flashed again, and the cross in his hand disappeared. It's just stored in the space and taken out when you use it. Ignoring whether a few people listened or understood, he walked towards the task board and carefully looked at the order sheet plastered all over the panel. Chapter 5. There are many missions, but most of them are crusade missions. Yi Yan desperately needs a task she can do because she needs money. Do you want to team up, Yan? Just as Yi Yan was carefully selecting the tasks she could do, Elissa wore armor, walked over and sent out an invitation to form a team. Yes, but I'm not good at fighting. Yi Yan thought for a moment and said to Elissa seriously. It's okay, let's find a simple task. Go to the orphanage and give the children a magic show. 60,000 J drive away wild boars that destroy crops. 70,000 J picking herbs. 50,000 J there are many kinds of tasks, and the two carefully select them. Yan, look at this. Elisha took down a request sheet and handed it to Yi Yan. Treating villagers for diseases and searching for missing villagers. 300,000 J Yi Yan said happily after reading it, that's it. Are you two doing this task together? Makarov, who was sitting at the bar, looked at the task list handed over by Yi Yan, looked at the two and said. Are you two going on a mission together? Yi Yan looked at Makarov and said a little nervously. Yes, President, we are doing a mission for the first time, so we want to team up to do the task well. When Makarov heard this, he nodded lightly and said. Well, this task is not difficult, and it is not dangerous for the two of you, but it must be completed under the premise of ensuring your own safety. After listening to the President's words, Yi Yan and Elisha nodded deeply, indicating that they remembered, and said together. Okay President, we got it. The mission is located on the southern border, a small village, and the Yi Yan duo and the guild leader borrow 10,000 J. J is the money unit of this world. After arriving at the nearest town by train, he took a horse-drawn carriage and arrived at the client's house just as the sun set. The client is a 60-year-old man named Yaki, the village chief here. I really didn't expect that the guild actually sent 2 children over. Yaji looked at Ian and Alusha in front of him, and said with some distrust. Please rest assured, village chief, since the guild has let us come, it means that we can handle this task. Alusha said respectfully, and gestured to Yi Yan, and the two showed the guild coat of arms together, which represented the identity of the two. Seeing the coat of arms of the two, the furrowed brows of the village chief Yaji also relaxed, and he hurriedly invited the two into the house and served food. Then, please explain the current situation with us. Alusha glanced at Yi Yan and found that she was gently nibbling on a fruit, so she spoke. Yi Yan is not a person who talks much, just listens quietly. She really loves the fruits here, big and full, and the juice is sweet. The thing is, our village is on the border of the kingdom, and behind the village, there is the southern forest, and our more than 20 families rely on the resources of the forest to live here. The village chief paused, took a sip of wine, and continued. About a week ago, the hunters in the village caught a wild boar in the forest, and after everyone ate it, that night, a tragedy happened. After listening to the village chief's account, Yi Yan and Alusha also probably understood that after the villagers ate their prey, they became sick and crazy, biting when they saw people, eating live animals alive, and they were afraid of the sun. The villagers who were scratched and bitten also became sick the next day, crazy, bloodthirsty, and 11 more sick people went into the forest and disappeared. The village chief took a large sip of wine, stood up again, bowed to Yi Yan and Alusha, and said sincerely, "Please, 2 magic guides, save our village, please." Hearing this, Yi Yan frowned, and secretly said in her heart, "Isn't this a proper zombie? Well, please take us to see the patients." Alusha got up and said. Yi Yan took a fruit, and the two followed behind the village chief and walked out of the house. The sick villagers are afraid of the sun, so we took advantage of the daytime and locked them in one place. Please follow me. While leading the way, along the way, the normal villagers who knew that there was a magic guide came also gathered and walked towards the end of the village. Along the way, the villagers knew that Yi Yan and Alusha were magic guides from fairy tale, and they were also surprised. Just 2 children, can you? It should be fine, the village chief has accepted it. After all, he is a magic guide of a well-known guild, and he must also be capable. During the discussion of the villagers, the group quickly reached the end of the village, in front of the house where the diseased villagers were isolated, and 2 guards with spears stood at the door. "Village chief, you are here." Seeing the comer, the two immediately said hello, and in the room, there was a roar, which made people stand upside down. "Well, the guild sent a wizard to help us, open the door, let them go in and take a look." Without much courtesy, the village chief directly asked people to open the door, and inside the house, a fence was made of wood, and there were more than a dozen villagers inside, including men and women, as well as old people and children. Seeing someone come in, the villagers who were separated by the fence seemed to see the beast of their prey, and instantly pounced, their withered bodies, and smashed fiercely on the wooden fence. "Something is wrong, Alusha, don't touch them." Seeing that Alusha was about to appease a manic little girl, Yi Yan exclaimed, quickly pulled back her outstretched hand, and looked at the little girl with grinning teeth and lifeless pupils with a serious face. As soon as she entered the room, a strong uneasiness surged in Yi Yan's heart, and a thick dead aura shrouded this small space. "What's wrong, Yan? Found anything?" Alusha, who was suddenly pulled, saw Yi Yan's solemn expression, and was shocked in her heart, and hurriedly asked. "You look closely at these people. No, strictly speaking, they are not people anymore." After carefully looking at the little girl, and then at the other villagers with lesions, Yi Yan's uneasiness in her heart also sat down. These villagers, who were no longer saved, had become zombie. What? What they? Hearing Yi Yan's words, Elisha and the villagers on the side were taken aback, and they were suddenly speechless. Looking at the incredulous people, Yi Yan continued. These people are long dead, and what is now in front of you is nothing more than a bloodthirsty walking dead who will tear up and eat everything alive. The diseased villagers, ragged, covered in blood and shriveled, their eyes cloudy, and a low roar in their throats, across the fence, crazy looks, as if in line with Yi Yan's words, showing their bloodthirsty nature. Hey! Nonsense, right? They're just sick, right in front of us. How can you say they're dead? That's it, it's really a child, it's completely unreliable. You guys go back, if not, ask the guild to change people. Listening to the villagers' condemnation and dissatisfaction, Yi Yan was not angry, and only then did the villagers gradually calm down, then said calmly. I know it's unacceptable to say that, but they're not living anymore. Saying that, Yi Yan suddenly pulled out the long sword around Elisha's waist, and before everyone could react, a sword pierced the heart of a diseased villager. Yan, don't! Elisha looked at Yi Yan's movements, but it was too late to block, and an exclamation also woke everyone up. Ah! Kill! What are you doing? The magic guide has killed, hurry, go and inform the army. The villagers immediately panicked and rushed up, surrounding Yi Yan and Elisha. Yi Yan saw Elisha, who couldn't help but say that she was blocking in front of her. Her heart warmed slightly, pulled out her long sword, handed it to Elisha, faced the villagers, and said lightly. You guys are optimistic, is the person in front of you really still your relatives? Just as the villagers tried to catch the two, the village chief remained calm, stopped the villagers' behavior, and everyone looked at the person whose heart had been pierced. I saw the person who was pierced, and at the heart wound, there was a large stream of blood erupting, and the smell was extremely fishy. However, the diseased people were even more crazy, not caring about the fatal injuries on their bodies at all, still stretching out their hands hard, their eyes were scattered, staring at people deadly, as if in the next second, they would be caught and torn apart. No living person can withstand such injuries and still jump alive. Yi Yan looked at the shocked villagers and said in a small voice. I haven't felt any life in these people since I entered this room. I don't know what's going on, but it's true that they're not alive anymore. Yi Yan's words were fiercely rooted in the hearts of the villagers. These diseased people, including their parents, children, brothers, and sisters, are their relatives. Since these people have been sick, they have been holding hope that their relatives can change back. It's just that Yi Yan's words made this glimmer of hope completely shattered, and people still couldn't accept it at first, and they all wailed and cried. Impossible, aren't they standing alive in front of us? That's right, how can you say that they are dead? Obviously I just ate a prey, how could it become like this? Looking at the villagers who were in a daze, Yi Yan sighed helplessly, and glanced at Elisha. She also looked unbelievable, and the whole person was stunned. Lord Magister, please save my child. At this moment, a young woman, slumped on the ground, pointed to the little girl in the fence, and cried bitterly. She was scratched by her father, please ask Lord Magi to save her. Yes, magic guides have powerful abilities, there must be a way. As the woman prayed, the villagers seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and prayed to Yi Yan and Elisha. Is there really no way, Yan? Looking at the woman's painful appearance, Elisha asked softly in her heart. Sorry, it's too late. Chapter 6. Yi Yan ignored the pleading eyes of the villagers, walked outside alone, took a few deep breaths of fresh air, and the originally depressed mood was better. It's not that she is cruel, but that these villagers are really helpless. Her healing and purification skills are only effective for living things, and although she can use her purification skills, she can't do so yet, because once the virus disappears, the villagers will immediately lose their vital signs and become corpses. And the villagers who don't know her will think of her as a murderer. It's worthy of the magic world, even the apocalyptic zombies have come out, you still have to grow up quickly. Thinking so, he took out the fruit from his pocket, wiped it on his cuffs, and sat down under the big tree and nibbled on it. Not long after Yi Yan went out, Elisha was suggesting with the village chief and the villagers to ask the kingdom army to come and deal with it, but something unexpected happened. As everyone was in grief over the loss of a loved one, the woman leaned against the door of the fence, where her children and husband were. The moment the door snapped open, the zombies that had lost their humanity swarmed out and pounced on the defenseless villagers, the little girl who had lost consciousness, and immediately pounced on her mother, followed by not a warm hug, but a scream of severe pain. The little girl bit on her mother's neck, ripped off a large piece of flesh and blood, took it in her mouth and chewed it, and soon, one zombie after another, joined the eating team, and the women's screams were soon drowned out in the sound of gnawing. But in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 villagers were caught and bitten by zombies, and screams and cries for help woke up the stunned people. Watching the former neighbors and relatives become today's man-eating monsters, the villagers rushed to run out the door, and the narrow aisles soon became crowded, and people were stuck at the door, blocking the only escape door. "Don't squeeze me! Get out of the way, let me out! Bastard, back a little!" Although they all know that they only need to give in a little, the blocked people can stagger their positions, and everyone can run out, but in the face of the fear of life and death, no one is willing to be the one who gives in. The roar behind them is getting closer and closer, and the villagers are getting more and more crowded. In the noise, looking back at the art of this scene, the secret way in his heart was not good, the magic power was running, the cross light flashed, and the golden cross appeared in the hand. Gather your magic on your weapon and swing it with all your might. Boom! The cross swung in the middle of the wave, the transformation became larger, smashed on the door frame, and smashed the gate at once, and the congested villagers, when the gate stepped down, fell one after another, and then immediately got up, ran away without looking back. "Elisha, Elisha!" Yi Yan stretched her head in the flow of people and anxiously called out to her companions, but she couldn't help but worry when she didn't get a response from Elisha. "Yan, I'm here." Just when Yi Yan was impatient, a sword in his hand, while supporting the figure of the old village chief, appeared at the door. His crimson hair was very conspicuous. "It's okay, Elisha." Watching Elisha cut back a zombie villager with a sword, Yi Yan quickly stepped forward to help support the injured village chief. "I'm fine, it's just too sudden, and there are a few villagers I haven't rescued." Elisha looked at the dark room and said reproachfully. "It's okay, Elisha, I already said that these villagers are no longer alive." Putting down the old village chief, Yi Yan saw that his back, arms, and scratches were obvious, and he was injured by zombies. "Elisha, guard the gate, don't let the sick people run out, otherwise it will be trouble." Hearing Yi Yan's words, Elisha clenched her long sword and waited for it. "Okay, leave it to me." Looking at the village chief's injury, Yi Yan quickly activated his magic power, and a cyan magic array appeared in front of his hands. "Purify." The magic power passed through the magic array, and the star sand generally fell on the village chief, and as the Yi Yan magic fell, a black gas-like substance appeared from the village chief's wound. This should be the virus that turns people into zombies, and it is still time to save. Seeing that the magic worked, Yi Yan continued to release the magic, during which Elisha repelled several times, rushing out of the zombie villagers, trapping them in the house. After a few minutes, when no black matter appeared, Yi Yan withdrew the magic array, and then clasped his hands together. Cure. The cyan magic power spilled again, the bloody wound was visibly restored, and the old village chief also woke up in a burst of hum. Seeing that this little magic guide was sparing no effort to save himself, his heart could not help but be moved. "No, Yan, if it goes on like this, my magic power will be exhausted." Elisha repelled a wave of shock again, and said to Yi Yan in a rough manner, "She still does not want to hurt these sick villagers. I have long said that they are no longer alive." Seeing that the village chief had woken up, Yi Yan stopped the treatment, said and picked up the cross, and stood next to Elisha. A swing, a slap flew towards the zombies, and the zombies that flew back upside down overwhelmed the zombies behind, and they piled up in the doorway that had collapsed, and they struggled to stand up one by one. The little girl is right, they are no longer human. The old village chief behind him stood up with the trunk of the tree, and his already young appearance seemed to be even older. Just two of you, help us destroy these monsters. As if making up a great decision, the village chief closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Okay, since the village chief has decided, then we will start the mission. Listening to the words of the village chief, Yi Yan did not hesitate, once again slapped a zombie villager who rushed in front of him, turned his head and said to Alusha, "Aim at the head, destroy the brain, and the virus can't manipulate them." Hearing this, a bitter color flashed on Alusha's immature face, and then she firmly activated her magic. A magic array appeared under her feet, and behind Alusha, more than a dozen weapons appeared, including knives, swords, and even axes and shovels, all of which were aimed at the diseased villagers under Alusha's manipulation. Courage blessed. Seeing that Alusha was ready to go, Yi Yan held the cross in one hand and stretched out the other hand, and a white magic array appeared above Alusha's head. With the magic array shrouded in light, Alusha only felt that her strength had soared, and she punched down, afraid that she would not hammer several monsters to death. The dozen or so weapons summoned were also strengthened, shining with white light, and it seemed easier to control. Yan's magic? It's really peculiar. Feeling the vigorous power in her body, and the strengthened weapons, this is Alusha's unprecedented feeling. Well, a lot of my magic is used to support my companions in battle, which can increase your strength, strengthen weapons, and even your body. Hearing Yi Yan's explanation, Alusha nodded and said, "So that's it, then let's go on." As soon as the words fell, the small figure left only an afterimage. Dance of chaos. White light flashed, Alusha's figure had appeared at the other end, a dozen zombies lying on the ground, each of them on the head, without exception, embedded with a weapon, or a long sword, or a short knife, or even an axe shovel. The brain was destroyed, the zombies completely lost their vitality, and they could no longer move, and several zombies that were lucky not to be attacked were completely quiet after Alusha solved it one by one. Alusha's magic is very strong. Looking at Alusha, who already had a strong figure, Yi Yan also praised it without hesitation. Now she can't imagine that this small figure will grow to such a height in the next few years, and the title of the Goblin Queen will resound throughout the Magi Guild of the Fiori Kingdom. Chapter 7. After dealing with the diseased villagers in the village, the village chief sent someone to notify the kingdom garrison army, and Yi Yan and Alusha also began the second phase of the mission when the kingdom army arrived, looking for the missing diseased villagers. "Wouldn't it be too dangerous to look for it now?" asked Alusha, walking in the forest, with some concern. "If we wait until daytime, in such a large forest, to find hidden zombies, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Only at night, when they are active, can we find movement and find them." Seeing that Alusha was a little nervous, Yi Yan took out her skirt pocket, handed her an apple with a large fist, ate one herself, and continued. "And if you don't act soon, with the infectious power of the virus, let them continue to wander in the forest, and this place will become a dead land." "So that's the case, why didn't I think of it? Or Yan, you want to be comprehensive?" Hearing the explanation, Alusha looked like she suddenly realized, took a bite of fruit, and said again, "But we just used too much mana, not to mention Yan also treated the surviving villagers, is it really okay not to take a break?" Where would Alusha know that after Yi Yan fused the light night, the magic power of one body is afraid that it is inexhaustible, just those few magics, the mana consumed is only a drop in the bucket. "Don't worry, Alusha." When Yi Yan heard this, he elegantly threw away the pit, dug it in his pocket again, smiled faintly, and said, "Those zombies only attack instinctively, and they don't use magic, which is not dangerous for us, and I'm in good shape." Hearing the explanation, Alusha also put down her worries, saw the fruit in Yi Yan's hand, her eyes slanted, and suddenly flashed, and said sadly in Yi Yan's ear. "Yan, where did you get so much fruit?" said as he reached into Yi Yan's pocket and fumbled. "Don't make trouble, ha ha ha, quick! Stop quickly, ha ha ha!" The defenseless Yi Yan instantly tightened her body, and as Elissa groped in her waist pocket, the itchy feeling reached her scalp. "Hey, hey, hey!" Feeling Yi Yan's physical reaction, Elissa's eyes lit up, as if she understood something, and laughed sinisterly. "So you're really afraid of this, Yan?" Elissa kept moving, and her two small hands continued to scratch through her pockets. Yi Yan wanted to break free, but the itching made her lose her strength. Her body was soft, Elissa did not hold it steady, and both fell to the ground. "It's too much, Elissa." After a while, the two stopped fighting. Lying on Elissa's hard state armor, Yi Yan laughed and burst into tears. "I can't imagine that Yan is so afraid of itching, it's really cute." Ha ha ha! After a while, Yi Yan turned over, found two large leaves, spread them on the ground, and picked them up in his pocket. "Oh, eat, it's all here." Watching Yi Yan take out all kinds of fruits from her pocket, Elissa suddenly had the idea of picking up Yi Yan and shaking it. "You took out the village chief's house?" Looking at the mountains of fruit, Elissa always felt a little familiar, held her chin, and asked thoughtfully. "It was the village chief who took it out to entertain us, and for fear of wasting, he put it away." Yi Yan picked up a fruit and ate it and said. "Actually, fruit, like my weapon, is stored in a certain space, so you can't find it." Looking at Elissa's stunned appearance, Yi Yan thought she was curious, so she explained. "That is to say, in addition to your divine magic, can you still use space magic?" Hearing the explanation, Elissa was even more surprised. "You know, in this world, people who can use magic only occupy one layer, not to mention, they use two different kinds of magic." Well, it can be understood that Elissa's magic also belongs to space magic, right? This space of Yi Yan is actually the character inventory in the game, which seems to have no other role except that it can put things. But she didn't bother to explain, because she didn't understand what many things in her own body worked, such as the cross mark on her chest and the chaotic memory fragments in her mind. "Well, my magic is a type of space magic, called dress-up magic. Elissa has also just awakened magic. Magic needs time to study, and they also need time to grow." While the two relaxed, not far from the forest, about 3 kilometers away, a red-haired man in a cape, with a dull expression, was heading in their direction. Roar! Suddenly, a black shadow roared from the bushes and rushed towards the man. "Hey!" The man was unhurried, holding the black shadow's face door with one hand. Only then did he see clearly that it was a person who was holding in his hand. "Hey, don't be so scary at night." The captured man was still about to grab the man with his teeth and claws, and there was a hiss in the woods behind. "In this case, I'm not welcome," dodged these dozen people again and again, and attacked their own people without saying anything, and the man's heart was also angry. Stretching out one hand forward, and a net-like white light appeared, instantly cutting the ground in front of him. The sudden huge movement of Boo startled Yi Yan and Elissa, who were walking on the road. "There is movement, go over and take a look." As soon as the words fell, the two immediately ran in the direction where the sound came from. "Hey, is there anyone who can speak?" The man looked at the crowd trapped at his feet, 7 or 8 meters wide, and a pair of scarlet eyes were staring at him with teeth and claws. "Look at this, it should be the nearby villagers. How did it become like this?" Looking at this group of irrational people, the man knew that he couldn't ask the answer, thinking of looking for a nearby village, and when he looked up, he saw 2 little girls with black and red hair standing on the opposite side of the big pit. "Hey, hello," the man greeted with a smile as he looked at the 2 delicate girls who were staring at him warily. Laughing so lewdly, "It's not a good person at first glance." Yi Yan whispered. The cross mark lit up, the cross appeared in her hand, and Elisha also took out her long sword, ready to attack. "Be careful, this person is strong." Seeing the giant pit in front of her, Yi Yan thought of the movement made by this man, and raised her spirits and said to Elisha, "Well, it's on." Seeing the man on the opposite side, suddenly raised his hand, Elisha had luck magic, raised her sword and jumped up, slashing forward. Courage blessing. Guardian blessing. At the moment Elisha made her move, Yi Yan's two skills were thrown out, improving the attack and defense power of the two, holding the weapon horizontally, and followed the flying strike. Elisha, who was in mid-air, only felt two familiar magic spells engraved on her body, only to feel that her strength soared, and she was full of confidence. "Really, don't even let you say hello." The red-haired man saw the second woman attacking, without the slightest panic, originally wanted to raise his right hand and hit Elisha with a magic trend. A net of magic suddenly appeared, Elisha could not avoid it, had to chop hard. The moment the long sword and magic touched, the crisp metal sound of ding sounded, the courage-blessed longsword, inch by inch cracked, Elisha landed, only the hilt of the sword was left in her hand. At the same time, Yi Yan's attack followed, and the shining cross swept with a strong wind. Snap! The man stretched out his left hand and firmly grasped the handle of the cross, trying to dodge the weapon, but found that the little black-haired girl was wrestling with himself and also wanted to reclaim the weapon. Celestial Wheel, Sword of Chaos. Elisha was briefly surprised for a moment, and immediately cast magic, and a dozen weapons appeared behind her with the magic array, holding a sword in each hand, and attacked the man again. Good cooperation, the man smiled darkly, grabbing the hand of the cross and pushing it violently, forcing Yi Yan back while a magic shot towards Elisha again. "Ah!" exclaimed Elisha, and before she could get close, she was knocked to the ground by the man's magic, rolled twice, and passed out, all weapons and even the armor she was wearing, shattered. Elisha. Seeing Elisha fall to the ground, her face was anxious, and she didn't care about it, picked up her weapon, and rushed forward. Boom! Not surprisingly, the attack was blocked by the man again, and the white mesh magic hit, and Yi Yan had to release his weapon, and he jumped back, which was dodged. "It's so strong, you can't win at all," Yi Yan said secretly in her heart. She could feel the strong magic of this person, and glanced at Elisha, full of anxiety. What to do, what to do? Yi Yan was anxious in her heart, her face was still calm, seeing that the man had not moved his position from the beginning, knowing that this person was ridiculously strong, he simply admitted defeat directly. "You are very strong, I can't beat you." Hearing Yi Yan admit defeat, the man put down his guard, threw it back to the cross, and said with a smile, "Being able to recognize your own shortcomings and take the initiative to show weakness is sometimes not a bad thing. You are very good, little ghost." Yi Yan put away the cross that the man threw back, walked towards Elisha, and seemingly inadvertently, looked at the man. About 20-something, wearing a slightly tattered cape, red hair, still quite handsome, but his expression is a little dull. "I can feel that your magic source is very powerful. Is it because you are worried about your companion?" The man looked at Yi Yan's movements, the corners of his mouth hooked, showed a smile, and asked softly, "Well, sort of." Yi Yan observed Elisha and found that she just fainted, and it was no big deal. Only then did she let go and knew that the man was not malicious, only then turned around and asked, "What kind of person are you and why are you here?" The man also replied frankly, "I am the S-class wizard of fairy tale, Gildas." "You said you were the wizard of fairy tale," was suddenly interrupted. Gildas was not angry, seeing Yi Yan's suddenly surprised expression, he said with a smile, "It seems that you also know about goblins." Before Gildas's words were finished, he saw Yi Yan roll up his sleeves and reveal the golden guild coat of arms on his arm, and directly dropped his jaw. "Ah, you too." Gildas was suddenly at a loss, his words stuttered, and Yi Yan was also a little helpless. "We are also the magi of fairy tale." Chapter 8. Kildes walked to Yi Yan's side, saw Yi Yan casting magic, and said in amazement, "Healing magic." Ilussa's whole person was bathed in Yi Yan's cyan magic, and her injuries were visibly recovering, and Yi Yan kept moving, and asked rhetorically, "Hey? Any questions?" It seemed that everyone who had seen her use magic was surprised, and Yi Yan was also a little curious. No, it's just the first time I've seen someone use this lost magic." Yi Yan turned her head sideways, looked at Kildes with a puzzled face, and said, "Lost magic." Seeing Yi's puzzled look, Kildes replied, "Lost magic, that is, magic that was lost in ancient times, is now impossible to learn. In fact, I don't know, I only know that healing magic is also one of them." After getting the explanation, Yi Yan understood, but his magic was very rare. Thinking of this, suddenly a flash of essence flashed in his eyes, and he was secretly happy in his heart. Scarce is expensive, isn't this way to make money coming? In less than a minute, Ilusha woke up slowly, and after fully recovering, Yi Yan stopped casting spells. After some explanation, the three of them officially met, and Kildes knew that this group of irrational people was the mission target of the two little guys. Just 11, find a way to get them back, and the task will be completed. Yi Yan said, calling Ilusha into the woods with her, and asked Kildes to help stay. The first mission of the newcomer to his own guild, as an S-class wizard, Kildes is happy to help. Yi Yan and Ilusha found some tougher rattan in the woods, and there were enough of them, and the two returned to the pit, where Kildes was in a daze. "Help weave the rattan together, and then tie up the zombies one by one." "Put down the rattan," Yi Yan arranged. The three of them immediately started, wrapped the rattan one by one, twisted into a strand, and soon a 10-meter-long strong rattan was completed. "Then please, Kildes." Yi Yan showed a smile and said to Kildes, "Well, it's really impossible to refuse." Looking at the cute appearance of Yi Yan, Kildes felt a touch in his heart, and he didn't know what it felt, so he suddenly flooded. "Be careful not to get bitten and scratched." Under Yi Yan's instructions, Kildes picked up the rope, jumped into the pit, tossed and turned, and tied the zombies one by one into a string. Kildes used smashing magic to create a slope and pull the zombies out. How did these people become like this? Are they really helpless? Ilusha led the rope and walked in front, Yi Yan and Kildes followed, and when she heard Kildes's question, Yi Yan also explained. "There is no rescue, we received the task, and then rushed over, it was too late, it was said that it was eaten a prey, and it became like this. According to what is currently known, this is infected with some kind of virus. As long as it is a bite or a slight scratch, it will be infected, very infectious." After a pause, Yi Yan said again. "However, we only need to complete the task content according to the commission, and the rest will naturally be handled by the review chamber, so it is better not to make trouble." Kildes, who was still a little serious, relaxed and praised. "Well, this is the attitude that a magic guide should have towards the task. You are very good, Yan." Although it feels that things are not so simple, Yi Yan does not plan to do other things. His current identity is a magic guide of a regular guild, and he only needs to complete the content entrusted by the task. Yi Yan has always been a rule-abiding person, not to mention that he is not capable of managing it now, and even if he does not plan to do those thankless things. "Stop, what man?" As soon as the three reached the entrance of the village, they were stopped by heavily armed sentries. "We are the Magi of Fairy Tale, and we are here to hand over the mission," Ilusha explained to the two kingdom soldiers. "Oh, let's go inside." After confirming the identity and the guild coat of arms, the sentinel let him go, leading a string of zombies into the village. After handing over the task, Yi Yan received a reward from the village chief, and after handing over the zombies to the army that came to investigate, the three of them embarked on their return journey. By the time the carriage arrived at the station, it was already dark. "Yan, how about we eat something first?" At the station gate, Ilusha suggested. Okay, there happens to be a breakfast restaurant over there, you guys go first, I'll go in and see the departure time. Yi Yan learned from the station staff that the train to Magnolia would take another 2 hours to depart, and immediately bought 3 tickets. This shop has a very good noodles. Elisha took a bite, commented, and gulped again. At this time, it was 6 o'clock in the morning, and in the breakfast restaurant, Yi Yan and the 3 were eating, and the owner was a kind middle-aged couple. Because the noodles are made with heart, they are very popular, guessed. The hostess came out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles with meat and said with a smile, "Please you sit slowly." Put the noodles in front of Yi Yan, the hostess greeted, went back to the kitchen, and went to her own business. Yi Yan was also happy that no one disturbed, picked up the chopsticks, and Sven ate the noodles. "You guys eat slowly, I'll go out for a walk first, and meet at the station before departure." Kildas quickly finished eating, took the ticket given by Yi Yan, and walked out. Yi Yan didn't pay attention to it, he was a child, and he didn't care what an adult was going to do, let alone someone he just met. Yi Yan always felt that she had a sense of estrangement from them, including Elissa, who was the most familiar at present, but she didn't show it. She doesn't know where this feeling comes from, maybe it's the sense of gap brought about by just coming to this world. Looking at the way Yan eats, I also feel very comfortable. Elisha finished eating the noodles in her bowl, put her hands on her cheeks, looked at the appearance of the Lady of Yi Yan, and unconsciously said it. Being stared at and eating, Yi Yan's little face blushed slightly, and said a little embarrassed, "Sorry, I ate a little slowly, making you wait for a long time." "Ah, no, no, no." Sensing that she was a little rude, Elisha quickly waved her hand and said. When Yi Yan finished eating, the sky outside was already bright, and the two walked out of the noodle restaurant, and the flow of people on the street increased. The waiting time for the train was boring, and Yi Yan did not plan to enter the station so early to wait, and made an agreement with Elissa to meet at the station half an hour before the departure, and they each walked around the street. Yi Yan wandered aimlessly, it was still early, although there were many people, but it was not yet the most lively time. Unconsciously, Yi Yan walked to an alley, and was about to turn around, when 3 people suddenly appeared and blocked her way. "Hee, little sister, why did you come to such a dangerous place alone?" The man with yellow hair in the middle, holding a pocket in his hand, laughed and approached Yi Yan step by step. Looking at the 3 lewd men, Yi Yan didn't know what they were going to do, and watched their actions vigilantly. "Get some sleep, uncle take you to a good place oh, hee." Huang Mao walked in front of Yi Yan, seeing that the child didn't seem to have any intention of resisting, took the left hand of the ring, waved in front of Yi Yan, and a magic power emanated from the ring. "I got it, I didn't think of picking up a big bargain this morning." Seeing that the magic covered Yi Yan's face, Huang Mao laughed proudly, and the 2 accomplices next to him also followed. "Today's luck is really good, you don't have to look for it, just harvest one." "Yes, boss, such a cute little ghost, can sell it for a good price." Yi Yan, who had not moved, felt her brain dizzy when Huang Mao swept over her face, and her eyelids began to become heavy. Although he didn't sleep all night, for a magic wizard, this was not a problem, and Yi Yan understood that he had hit the trick. Purify. Immediately a purification unlocked Huang Mao's sleeping magic, and the moment he recovered his clarity, he jumped back and dodged the pocket that Huang Mao put down. It turned out to be a kidnapper. Knowing that he had encountered a human trafficker, Yi Yan directly transported his magic power, the cross mark on his chest flashed, and a golden cross appeared in his hand. Boss, she's a magic guide." Seeing the little ghost who was about to be charmed, he suddenly sobered up, still a magic guide, and the 3 kidnappers also panicked, they are just ordinary people, and they can't use magic themselves. The sleeping magic that their boss Huang Mao just used was only a purchased magic prop, and they couldn't take advantage of a real magic guide. Panic. What about the magic guide, but a little ghost, How powerful can he be? Huang Mao yelled at the two little brothers. In fact, he was also panicked in his heart, forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart, ready to give it a go, and shouted at the little brother, "Go up together, take her, magic guide little ghost, but it is more valuable." The three people rushed together, wanting to forcibly take down Yiyan with their size. If it was an ordinary magic guide child, I was afraid that they would really take it down. Stubborn. Seeing that the three people not only did not surrender, but also rushed towards themselves, Yiyan was also nameless fire, and the cross attached to the wind of magic and rushed forward. "I have always hated scum like you." Just one face, three traffickers, was slapped the alley wall, only felt that the bones all over the body seemed to fall apart in half, the pain spread throughout the body, slipped off the wall, and collapsed on the ground wailing. Do you know how painful it is for parents to lose their children? How helpless and desperate are they? Yiyan stepped forward, the cross dragged in her hand, and her body exuded a palpitating magic. Wrath. She's angry now. In the past, there was a law to protect scum like you, so that you could mutilate children and destroy families without much cost, and as an ordinary person, I could only be incompetent and furious. Yiyan walked to the intersection and suddenly turned around, her originally black eyes shining with a white cross mark. Now, since you have encountered it, let me also let you experience that helpless despair. Saying that, the cross was held high with both hands, the skirt was windless and automatic, and a large amount of magic was attached, making the cross shine brightly. Now, go and repent to God. Miscellaneous. The three human traffickers, listening to Yiyan chanting magic, looked at the cross wrapped in holy light in horror, and fled. If you don't run away, you will die. Escape, can't escape. Watching the cross fall towards them, at this moment they were desperate. Chapter 9. Boom. The cross fell in terror and despair among the traffickers. A powerful magical explosion set off a mushroom cloud, and the town's defense army heard the sound and quickly gathered towards it. The dust and smoke cleared, the walls on both sides of the alley had collapsed, the ground had been smashed apart, and the three traffickers were buried under the rubble, their flesh broken. As the boss's yellow hair, his head is still relatively intact, and from the wide-open mouth, and the pants that exude a riotous smell, and the fear frozen in the pupils, you can see the despair before death. It seems to be a bit overdone. Looking at the chaotic scene, Yiyan forced herself to feel sick to her stomach, rubbed her temples, and felt some pain. It was confirmed that the three of them had no possibility of standing up, and quickly left the scene before the arrival of the army. Joke, don't you run and wait for compensation. Here, when the Magus is on a mission, the damage to the property is to be compensated. As for the killing, then let the Senate investigate, don't find out, this is also to eliminate harm to the people, and there will be no severe punishment. Therefore, Yiyan did not have any psychological burden, returned to the station, followed Elisha and Kildas, and got on the train with peace of mind. There was a fight in the town just now, right? Elisha sat down in her place and asked. It seems that yes, the army is all dispatched. Kildas seemed a little excited, and replied, it should be that a magic guide broke into trouble, just this movement, but a bit like the people of our guild ehaha. Yiyan did not participate in the discussion, did not sleep all night, just consumed the magic again, she was a little tired, closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Elisha and Kildas said 2 words without a match, and also slept separately. Something is wrong, the move just now suddenly appeared in my mind, but I obviously wouldn't attack magic like this before. Along the way, Yiyan was in her mind, thinking back to the battle just now. Magic is the divine light cross skill, it seemed to be very angry at that time, and an inexplicable magic power flashed. Gently opening his eyes, Yu Guang glanced at the guild coat of arms on his right arm. Yes, I naturally mastered this skill in anger, so it's not that I can't use magic, but I need certain conditions to use it. Touching the position of the coat of arms on her right arm, Yi Yan closed her eyes again. I don't know what the guild coat of arms has to do with my own magic, that inexplicable magic must come from this coat of arms. Go back to the guild to investigate, and ask how to learn magic by the way. Yi Yan didn't know when she fell asleep. The three were woken up by the flight attendant, stretched out comfortably, and the three got off the train. It was already noon. The train station is built on the outskirts of the city, about 2 hours from town. Alas, it's really far away, it's a half-day train ride. Yi Yan complained that after walking for more than an hour, she was a little tired, because she didn't hit the carriage to the town, and the three of them could only walk back to the guild. Soon, through the forest, it's the town. Kildas lifted the burden on his body and took the lead in stepping into the tree-lined path, saying that it was a trail, but in fact, the road surface was quite wide enough to pass a carriage. This forest. Not long after walking into the forest, Yi Yan saw a lake and suddenly remembered. Isn't this the forest I came to? Seeing this, Ilusha said with a smile, forgot so quickly? This is the Higashinomori where we met. Kildas, who was walking in front, also interjected, oh, did you meet here? Ilusha smiled and said, yes, it's only been 2 days, but it feels like a long time has passed. The three of them laughed all the way, their steps seemed brisk, and half an hour later, the three of them walked to a deserted place. The trees that broke off their waists and the bushes that collapsed on the ground seemed to silently tell the three that a battle had taken place here. Looking up, a huge tree appeared in front of it, 3 meters above the ground, with an earthen groove, and some animal hair remained. Really, who did this good? Ilusha looked at Yi Yan with a bad smile and said darkly. Seeing Ilusha's expression, Yi Yan reacted and said, well, it seems to be a little overdone. In front of it is Granny Polusika's treehouse, shall we go over and visit? Ilusha asked. Yi Yan thought about it, nodded, and said, well, after being taken care of by my mother-in-law, I should really visit it. Then you guys go, I'll go straight back to the guild. Kildas said not to go, and the three of them split in the road and headed in their respective directions. Arrived. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Yan and Ilusha walked to the tree house. At this moment, the tree house suddenly opened, and a yellow-haired boy came out, almost colliding with Ilusha. Look at it, little ghost. The boy is very tall, about 1 meter 7, wearing beige short sleeves, a pair of loose jeans underneath, and his hands in his pockets, revealing the rebellious atmosphere he should have at his age. I'm sorry. Ilusha is a sincere person and honestly apologizes. Her attitude seemed to make the boy even more dissatisfied. Boom. The boy was condescending, glanced at the two with disdain, and was about to leave. People apologize to you, is this your attitude? As soon as the boy walked past Yi Yan, he heard such a sentence, paused in his steps, turned his head and said coldly, oh? Are you dissatisfied? Yi Yan did not dislike the boy's rebellious appearance, but this attitude made people angry, turned around and faced the boy. Hey, it's pretty good looking, it's quite handsome. With a slander in his heart, he said without changing his face, oh, it's okay, you can go. As a Yan dog, here in Yi Yan, appearance can handle everything. Yi Yan's faint appearance, even Ilusha was a little speechless. Are you provoking me, little ghost? The boy seemed to be stimulated, and glared viciously at Yi Yan, who was only high on his chest, and thunderbolts of lightning appeared on his body, and shouted sharply. Don't take a bite of a little devil, you're not that old. Yi Yan saw that he used his magic power, and stared back at the boy without fear, secretly carrying his magic power, and his hair was windless and automatic. That is, he is obviously also a child, and he also calls others little ghosts. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Ilusha also walked to Yi Yan's side as she spoke, and the three magic forces clashed in secret. Stinky imps, get away from me, don't fight here. Polusika came out of the house, saw the three of them tense, picked up the broom on the side and roared and drove away. "Ah, mother-in-law, you are here." Yi Yan and Alyssa put away their momentum, flashed to the side, dodged the waving broom, turned into a good girl, and said hello. Shhh, the boy also took advantage of the magic and left without looking back. "What are you doing here?" Polusika, Yian and Alyssa asked displeased. "We just came back from a mission, passing by here, and we wanted to thank my mother-in-law for taking care of us before." Alyssa bowed and quickly expressed her intentions, and it could be seen that Polusika gave Alyssa a strong sense of urgency. "Mother-in-law, can I go into the house and find a glass of water to drink?" Hearing Yi Yan speak, Polusika's face relaxed. She didn't know why, this human little ghost, she just couldn't hate it. "Eat, go quickly when you're done, I hate humans." After entering the house, Polusika was not stingy, brought a basket of fruit, and put it on the table. "Okay, thank you mother-in-law." Seeing the fruit, Yi Yan's eyes lit up and ate it unceremoniously. What a cold-faced and hot-hearted person! Yi Yan secretly said in her heart that she was not afraid of Polusika, although she was very fierce and treated people coldly, but Yi Yan knew that it was only the surface. Although they have only met twice, Yi Yan always feels that Polusika's breath is very familiar, but what Yi Yan doesn't know is that Polusika feels the same way about her. "Mother-in-law, who was that man just now?" Yi Yan ate 2 fruits before asking. "His name is Laxus, he is a member of your guild, and at the same time Makarov's grandson." Hearing the answer, Alyssa was slightly taken aback, but Yi Yan didn't react, and said lightly, "It turned out to be a second generation, no wonder it's so arrogant." With the efforts of the 2 girls, soon, the food in the basket was at the bottom. "Thank you mother-in-law for your hospitality." Outside, Alyssa spoke gratefully, and all she responded with was the slammed closed door. "Eat and leave quickly, the smell of humans really stinks to death." Yi Yan pulled Alyssa, and the second daughter reluctantly left the treehouse and walked towards the town. There were no words all the way, and after almost an hour, the 2 finally walked to the door of the guild. "We're back." Alyssa pushed open the guild door. "Welcome back, Yan, Alyssa. Did the work go well, Yan? How did it feel to do a mission for the first time?" The guild was still bustling and bustling, drinking, playing cards, talking loudly, and Grey stripped naked, wearing a pair of small shorts, standing on the table to show off his ice magic. Seeing the 2 come back, the people who were close said hello, and Yi Yan also answered a few words simply, and went straight to the bar. "Yo, welcome back." Makarov sat at the bar, and with his rosy face it was not difficult to see that he drank a lot. "Well, it's done." Yi Yan explained the task process. The chairman deducted the commission, repaid the money he borrowed before, and after sharing the reward with Alyssa, he got his share of the money. "Well done, I wasn't notified of compensation." Makarov was a little surprised. You must know that these people in his guild, every time they complete a task, they are accompanied by compensation, and the guild is poor, which is also the reason. "Well, as long as you do a good job of the entrusted task, you have done a good job in this regard. As for the source of infection you said, the Kingdom Drink Review Court will naturally go to investigate, it is none of your business." Yin did not tell Makarov that he had cleaned up the affairs of several human traffickers, and after listening to Makarov's words, he was about to ask questions about his practice, when he saw Makarov standing up with a wine glass. "Celebrate the successful completion of the mission of the 2 newcomers, return safely to the guild, and have a banquet for everyone." Under Makarov's shout, the guild people also gave a warm response. Oh! Suddenly, the already lively atmosphere of the guild was even better. Chapter 10. Alas, what kind of guild am I joining? It doesn't look like a serious guild at all. Yi Yan did not have any talent for complaining, put away her thoughts, sat down on the stool, asked the beautiful waitress for a cup of juice, and drank it one by one. "Hey, why didn't you see Kana?" Alyssa looked around, did not see Kana's figure, walked to Yi Yan's side, and asked. I don't know, I didn't see it. Yi Yan replied in a calm tone, drinking her juice with her own care, but in the corner of her eye, she saw a familiar figure. So you're new, two imps. The unkind tone, contemptuous eyes, and dragging look were exactly the yellow-haired boy he met in the tree house, Laxus. Oh? Do you have something to advise? Yellow hair. Yi Yan was not used to the smelly problems of Laxus, put down the juice, and also put on a disdainful look. Yan, hey? Are you trying to provoke me? Laxus had a fiery temper, obviously unable to stand the provocation, and the magic turned into a trace of lightning attached to his body. President, don't you care about your grandson? He's bullying newcomers. Yi Yan still looked indifferent, and even cocked Erlang's legs. Laxus. Hearing Yi Yan's call, Makarov stopped his funny movements and stopped Laxus. Oh. Ready to fight? It's Laxus. Newcomers are really good, Laxus dares to challenge. In other words, Laxus is preparing to be promoted to the S rank. Everyone who sensed that the atmosphere was not right looked over one after another, and one by one they argued, and the people of the guild fought each other, which was just a very common thing for them. The fight between the little ghosts is also conducive to growth. Makarov rolled his eyes, changed his serious appearance, and suddenly became pleasant, and did not intend not to stop the two. Well, since the guild president said so, then I will reluctantly teach you a lesson. Yi Yan took the last sip of juice and jumped off the stool. Come on, get outside. In front of the neck, the cross mark lit up, and the golden cross was held in his hand and walked out the door. Che, it's just a little ghost, why do you make a very powerful look? Without hesitation, Laxus also followed out the door. Ooh, bet on it. Makeo and Wakaba also saw the opportunity and immediately opened. Right here. Walking to the clearing on the mountain behind the guild, Yi Yan stopped, chose a place, and the two opened the distance and stood opposite each other. Don't beg for mercy too soon, newcomer. The two were ready, and Laxus attacked directly. So fast. The crowd of onlookers let out an exclamation, and saw Laxus blink and rushed to Yi Yan. With lightning wrapped around his hand, a straight fist struck straight at the door of Yi Yan. Guardian Blessing. At the same time as the attack arrived, Yi Yan unleashed his magic, and the cross stood in front of him, blocking Laxus's attack. The speed is good, the strength can be good, but it's not enough to see it. Guarding the blessing greatly enhanced Yi Yan's own defense, although Laxus's attack was strong, it only made the cross tremble slightly, and Yi Yan did not take a step back when he retreated. When Laxus heard this, he burst into laughter, and another upper hook punch hit Yi Yan's abdomen. Watching the attack coming, Yi Yan took advantage of a backward jump, and although she was hit, she didn't feel pain at all. Is that all? Laxus, if you can only do this, put away your arrogant attitude in the future. I thought that my blow was enough to knock out Yi Yan, but the result was also unexpected by Laxus. Good, try this. Both attacks failed to hurt Yi Yan, and Laxus became angry. Electric shock. Laxus chanted magically, Yi Yan looked up, and saw a circle of yellow magic arrays floating in the sky, firmly locking itself. Oops, attack at the same time, set up magic. The reason why Yi Yan responded to Laxus's provocation was because of her confidence in her own mana value, and the previous battles let her know that the level of mana determines the gap between magic guides, but what she didn't know was that combat experience, control of mana, and many other elements were the key to determining the victory or defeat of the battle. Courage blessed. Guardian blessing. Almost without giving any time to react, in the magic array above his head, the lightning bolt thick of the bucket slashed straight down. Yi Yan calmly and quickly ran the magic, added buff to himself again, and raised the white glowing cross with both hands high. Lightning fist. At the same time as the thunder and lightning fell, Laxus hit the ground with a heavy hammer, and a brilliant electric thunderbolt struck Yi Yan from the ground. Unleash 2 spells at the same time, and the mana value is also very high. The thunder and lightning above his head and on the ground struck Yi Yan at the same time, and at the same time that the attack arrived, the cross also slammed heavily towards Laxus. Boom! The magic of Yi Yan and the magic of Laxus attack each other, and powerful energy collides, creating a huge explosion, and the energy emitted sets off a large amount of dust. Ah! The magic explosion affected the crowd of onlookers, and Grey and several others with weaker magic were blown upside down and flew out, but Makarov directly used the gigantic magic, transformed into a giant, and took the person who was blown away, blocking the front of the explosion and protecting everyone. Well! So strong! That's amazing! This is a little ghost in our guild? This battle between the little ghosts really surprised them, and they spoke with a trill, so that everyone could see the scene clearly. Ahem! The smoke and dust dispersed, and Yi Yan's small figure appeared. Didn't you even avoid it? With the body. Hard to carry thunder and lightning. I hit the Laxus magic twice, and I didn't fall. Everyone saw Yi Yan holding the cross with both hands, kneeling on one knee and coughing continuously. The black skirt turned into silk strips, the 2 sleeves were torn, and the golden guild coat of arms on her arms was already scarred. Maid, are you fighting to the death? Laxus. Yi Yan is actually okay, with strong magic support, but she has suffered some skin trauma, but she is so embarrassed, Yi Yan can't help but burst into foul language. If you change to Grey, I'm afraid you will be blasted into scum. When everyone on the sidelines heard these playful words, they immediately understood that the 2 were okay, put down their hearts, and also ridiculed. Ha ha ha, Grey, I was underestimated by newcomers. Grey, who was innocently lying on the gun, was provoked by everyone, and also ignited namelessly, shouting angrily at Yi Yan, "Hey, I'm not that weak." Although he is very dissatisfied, Grey is a sober person, and he has already classified Yi Yan into a category of people who cannot be provoked. Before you become stronger, you must not challenge these 2. Ilusa stood next to Grey, holding her chest with one hand and supporting her cheek with the other, also with her own thoughts. You have to work hard to become stronger, otherwise you will be thrown away by Yan by a big gap. Everyone's laughter, but Laxus could not respond. Looking forward, the ground cracked a long crack. At the end, Laxus was lying in a deep pit in the shape of a cross. Laxus rolled his eyes, lying on the ground and convulsing. His body was more injured than Yi Yan. I was afraid that there were internal injuries. Oops, I don't know who shot heavier. Kana didn't know when it came out. Her face was flushed, and she still smelled of alcohol, looked at the miserable situation of Laxus, and followed Ilusa to Yi Yan's side. Ah, I didn't think so much at the time, I didn't know he didn't carry it so much. Yi Yan cast healing magic on herself, except for the tattered skirt, the injuries on her body quickly disappeared, and everyone carried Laxus out. President, you won't blame me, will you? On the way back to the guild, Yi Yan followed behind Makarov and asked carefully, although it was approved by the guild leader, but he beat his grandson like this, and he was still a little overwhelmed in his heart. How so? I have long said that the interaction between peers will make you grow faster. Don't care, it's just a joke between families. Makarov is light on the surface, but in fact, he has cried into tears in his heart. My money. My 10,000 JSA. Some people cried and some people laughed. Ilusha and Kana were the laughing parties, both secretly counting their respective money, and their hearts blossomed. It's true, I should trust Yan more, next time I must press it all. Ilusa was heartbroken, she pressed 10,000 J and only won back 30,000 J. Because Yi Yan and Grey fought before, everyone had a preliminary estimate of Yi Yan's strength, so the odds were only 1 to 3. Hehe, you can drink wine for many days, Yan, you are awesome. Kana put on Yi Yan's shoulder, and the alcohol made Yi Yan a little uncomfortable, but she didn't mean to dislike it. Kana, don't drink so much, you're still a child. Hey, I'm a few years older than you, Yan. It was not only Alusha and Kana who were happy. Behind them, there were two men with lewd faces, also counting the money and sharing the stolen goods. Ha ha ha, earn and earn. Makeyu and Wakaba are the biggest winners, except for Alusha and Kana. Everyone else pressed Laxus, and some even pressed their entire wealth. I'll treat him and let him recover naturally. I'm afraid it will take 10 days and a half months. Back in the guild, everyone carried Laxus to the lounge. Yi Yan rested for a while, felt that the healing magic CD was ready, walked to the bed, and clasped his hands together. Heal. The magic power penetrated into Laxus's body through the magic array, containing his internal injuries, and soon, the external injuries also began to be repaired, and the comatose Laxus felt the warmth coming from his body and slowly opened his eyes. Wow, is this the legendary lost magic? Healing magic, it's amazing. If you are injured in the future, you can directly let Yan help treat it. Everyone in the guild saw someone perform healing magic for the first time, and saw Laxus's injuries gradually recovering, and they all sighed at the novelty of healing magic. Yes, my magic can recover injuries. And if you are injured in the future, you can entrust me to help treat them. Yi Yan responded to everyone with a smile and explained his magic. Although you can restore the wound, you can't regenerate your broken hands and feet, so you must pay attention to safety when you do tasks. As he spoke, Yi Yan suddenly stumbled, and the casting was immediately interrupted. Came a muffled snort from his mouth, and a feeling of vertigo in his brain accompanied by a tingling pain. It's okay. Alusha's eyes were quick, and as soon as she held Yi Yan, who was about to fall, she asked with concern. It's okay, I just feel so tired. Yi Yan sat down on the chair under the help of Alusha, slowly stabilized her mind, and rubbed her temples. The magic power is very sufficient, the physical strength is also okay, how can it be? Yi Yan was very puzzled, she only felt very tired now, she couldn't even think about the problem, and before she finished speaking, she fainted while sitting on the stool. President, what's wrong with Yan? Everyone in the guild came over and asked with concern. It's okay, just let her rest. Makarov looked at Yi Yan, thought for a while, and turned to arrange for Alusha. Go buy some food and come back. Hey? Oh. Alusha was a little puzzled, but when she heard the food, she suddenly felt that her stomach was empty, and she didn't think about it, so she ran to the street. Chapter 11. The night grew darker, and after learning that Yin and Laxus were fine, the guild became lively again. Let's continue the banquet tonight, everyone. Oh. If you don't get drunk, you won't return. In the lounge, Gray and Kana stayed behind to look after the unconscious duo, and soon Alusha also bought some food and drink. How long will it take for them to wake up? Alusha fed Yin some chicken soup, and Kana asked a little bored. I don't know, let's let the chairman take a look later. Alusha put down the bowl and motioned for Gray to feed Laxus a little too, who had just woken up and fainted after being interrupted by the cure. However, looking at his rosy face, the internal injury has been cured, that is, the external injury, I am afraid that it will be bandaged for a few days. Let's play cards. When Gray finished feeding Laxus the broth, Kana took out the Karo card and suggested. Okay, let's wait for them to wake up. The happy time always passed quickly, and the guild hall slowly stopped being noisy, and the drunken wizards helped each other back to their homes. Yi Yan opened her eyes sharply in a cry, she felt that her body was very light, and when she saw that she was wearing a plain white long dress, she was floating in the air. Dad, Mom! In the crowd below, Yi Yan recognized her parents at a glance, shouted excitedly, but did not get a response from her parents. At first glance, everyone was wearing black dresses with white flowers pinned to their chests. This is Walking to the front, Yi Yan found that this was the funeral scene, and on the tombstone, there was a photo of himself. My funeral. I'm dead. Walking to his parents, his mother had already cried into tears, and under the help of his father, he could barely stand, and his father, who was originally tall and mighty, was also leaning over at this time. His hair was grey, and his expression was weak. No, I'm not dead, I'm alive. Yi Yan called out to her parents, wanting to tell them that she was still alive, but her outstretched hand went directly through their bodies. How could it be? After trying several times, Yi Yan accepted the reality that she could not intervene in anything, and her parents did not know that she existed. Yi Yan could only watch all this until the funeral was over. Her mother turned back 3 times in one step, she still couldn't accept it, and her beloved daughter turned into a cold tombstone. Goodbye, Daddy, Mommy. She couldn't see that her well-behaved daughter was standing in front of the tombstone, waving at herself with a warm smile, and then dissipating into the light. Have a nightmare. In the guild lounge, Laxus was awake, bandaged like a mummy, eating. Ilusha and Kana and Grey, sitting around the bed, looking worriedly at Yan, who was sobbing in her sleep. I missed my parents. As Kana spoke, she brought a wet towel and gently wiped Yi Yan's face. Yan is still a child, it's normal to miss his parents. Yi Yan woke up, leaned on the head of the bed, looked at Ilusha and the others who took care of herself, recalled the things in the dream. She didn't know if it was a fact that happened, or it was just a dream, and the sadness for no reason started from her heart. Wow ah! Yi Yan didn't react, didn't suppress the sad emotion, and suddenly cried loudly. What the hell, I don't want to cry. Yi Yan only felt very tired, and her consciousness told her that she didn't want to cry at all. But her body was crying uncontrollably. Black history. Crying like this, how to see people in the future. Looking at the expressions of the people next to him, Yi Yan was very embarrassed. Alas, tired heart, destroy. Yi Yan's embarrassment was not empathized, and Ilusha, Kana, and even Grey and Lacases were silent. Cry, just cry. With tears in her eyes, Ilusha took Yi Yan's head and hugged her in her arms. Although I can't empathize with your emotions, but our grief is the same, you don't need to bear it alone. Look, aren't your family all by your side? Boom. Yi Yan's expression paused, and Ilusha's comforting words stirred up waves in her heart, and a strange feeling spread in her heart. Family. On the guild coat of arms on his right arm, there was a trace of imperceptible warmth, and this time Yi Yan really felt it. It was a subtle magic. It's that I thought wrong, it turned out that I couldn't empathize, but I didn't accept the world at all, so I felt estranged. After this dream, Yi Yan finally opened her heart, and the sense of estrangement that had existed before also dissipated at this moment. Yes, I am also a member here, the guild is home, and the partners are the family. At this moment in my heart, the sense of magic coming from the coat of arms became clearer, and I obviously felt that my mind was becoming clearer and clearer, and my sense of fatigue was disappearing. Sure enough, the guild emblem is not simple. Looking at everyone's appearance, it seems that I am the only one who feels it. Nourished by the magic of heraldry, Yi Yan's spirit quickly recovered, wiped away her tears, left Ilusha's hard armor, and half sat up against the head of the bed. When I wake up, I thought I would sleep all night. Makarov pushed open the door and walked in. The banquet dispersed, and the few of them remained in the guild. President. Several people shouted at the same time, and only Laxus left silently and limped out the door. Well, it's okay, let's go back when you rest well, the guild is also closing. The president ignored the cold Laxus, and he didn't have any good things to do with this rebellious grandson. Yan, don't do tasks during this time, rest for a few days, ask something, come to me tomorrow. Hearing this, Yi Yan also gave up the idea of asking, simply sorted it out, and left the guild with everyone. With Ilusha and Kana, they went to the store to buy some toiletries, 2 sets of clothes, and then went to the hawker stall to eat a big meal and fill their stomachs, and then the three of them headed back to the dormitory. I'm still going to trouble Alyssa tonight. Because it was too late to come back, the dormitory aunt did not give Yin a room alone, and there was no way but to stay with Alyssa for another night. You're welcome, Yan. How long you want to live, there is no problem. Alyssa didn't care, and even had some small joy, went back to the room, and put the things she had bought. Let's wash it together tonight, Yan. Alyssa took off her armor and said with her back to Yan. Hey? No, you wash Alyssa first. Yan was really afraid of Alyssa, and when she thought that she would be tickled, she quickly refused the invitation to take a bath together. Really, I'm not asking. Yan was about to change her tattered skirt, when suddenly, her waist was clasped by Alyssa's hands. Come on, let's go together, so we can open our hearts. It was useless to struggle, and just like that, Yan was dragged into the bathroom by Alyssa with clothes. Don't. The next day, the sun was shining. Yan slept comfortably, got up and found the dormitory manager, handed over the money, asked for a dormitory of her own, and with the help of Alyssa, quickly cleaned the room, and then went to the street together to buy the items needed, furniture and the like. Supporting desks, dining tables, bedding, clothes. Because there were too many things, the two hired carriages and workers to help load and unload. Things were transported back to the dormitory, and with the help of several workers, the room was quickly furnished. It's finally a bit of a room. The room is a one-bedroom living room with a kitchenette and a balcony extension, which is opposite the door to Alyssa's room. It's almost renovated. Washing his face, Yan went to the street again, found a special decoration worker, said the requirements, and the workers immediately began to work. Don't worry, you'll be ready to check in before dark. Because the decoration requirements are very simple, that is, whitewashing the walls, installing curtains, and the like, the workers guarantee that it can be completed before dark. Okay, then hard work everyone. Yan paid half of the wages first, which was regarded as a deposit, and the rest was paid after the decoration was completed, and it was safely handed over to the workers to do, and he went to the guild. President. Yan said hello, asked the front desk for a glass of juice, sat next to Makarov, and looked around the hall. It's really lively as ever. After searching for a while, I saw Alyssa and Conagray playing at a table. In this way, young people must be energetic, and the guild will appear vibrant. Makarov and Yan, each drinking the wine and juice in their hands, chatted with questions and answers between the old and the young. So President, why did I faint yesterday? Makarov took a large sip of wine and replied slowly. Because you consume too much mental power. Spiritual power. Seeing Yan's doubts, Makarov patiently explained, yes, mental power, equivalent to the physical strength of a magic guide, is a necessary condition for using magic. Using too much magic power will make people feel tired, and you will lose your spirit and faint because you have used magic many times and did not get enough rest. Also, if your own spiritual power is not enough to control the magic power, you will. Yan was curious, and seeing that the chairman stopped talking, he asked anxiously, what will it be? Makarov took another sip of wine before continuing, it will become a dull melon like Kilda's, haha. Receiving the president's answer, Yan barely figured out the reason. So it is. In fact, spiritual power is a bridge to communicate magic. Simply put, the higher the spiritual power, the faster the skill CD, the higher the damage. Of course, the premise is that there must be the same huge magic to support. I understand the guild leader, it is because the magic power is too high and the spiritual power cannot keep up, so it is always easy to be in a daze, causing the magic power to leak out, and thus always unconsciously destroying things, right? Not bad. So, the practice of the Demon Deo is not just about improving the magic power. Well, I understand the guild leader, but is there any way to improve mental power? Talking about this, Makarov also finished his glass of wine, jumped off the bar, and said with his back to Yian, "Remember, magic is not a miraculous power, it is only the magic power in our body, concentrated through spiritual power, injected into our soul, and then manifested as power. Cultivation cannot be done in a day, it needs to grow up and accumulate over time. Slowly refine your own magic path, and move towards the path you believe, child." Chapter 12. As it got late, the guild began its daily banquet again. Yi Yan did not intend to participate, and after talking to Alusha, she returned to the dormitory early. The room decoration had been completed, and the workers were cleaning up. Give the final payment to the foreman, and after the workers clean up and leave, Yi Yan began to enjoy personal leisure time. The room featured a pink, double pink floor-to-ceiling curtain, pale pink wallpaper on the wall, and a light blue three-piece set on the bed. All kinds of furniture are available. A small cubicle, Yi Yan intends to use as a kitchen. Although you may not often cook for yourself, having a kitchen and not having a kitchen are two different things. There is not much money left from work, it really doesn't cost anything. After taking a shower and sitting on the brand new bed, Yi Yan counted the few bills and sighed. "I just asked the president, my idea is feasible, rest well tonight, and start my money-making plan tomorrow." Before returning, Yi Yan greeted the guild leader and said that she wanted to work as a healer in the guild. "President, in the future, when you come back from a mission, if you are injured, you can directly find me for treatment." The president thought about it and agreed. "Well, with your magic, it really fits." Agreed to Yi Yan's work to receive remuneration and help people heal, and at the same time announced the news in the guild, which was well received by everyone. "Oh, don't be afraid of getting hurt in the future." "Yes, every time I come back, I am injured, because I have to wait for treatment, and I can't drink alcohol for a long time. In the future, it will be too convenient to have Yan in the guild. Thinking about it now, I feel very at ease in the future with Yan in the guild." In the face of everyone's enthusiasm, Yi Yan can only tell everyone once again that even if they can get treatment in time, they must pay attention to safety and the like when working. According to the style of the group of wizards of fairy tale, injuries at work are definitely inevitable, and there is a cure for this scarce magic, and it is not a problem to feed yourself. Yi Yan lay on the bed, imagining a better life in the future. It's impossible to work part-time, fight and kill all day, make a mess, and be afraid of being injured and deducting money, just be an elegant little fairy in the guild, how good. I don't know when, Yi Yan fell asleep with a vision for the future. She didn't notice that when the workers left, they didn't close the door, they just hid it. Really, is this the door that was specially left for me? In the middle of the night, Alusha gently pushed the door open. Even sleeping is so elegant and beautiful. Standing by the bed, seeing Yi Yan wearing thin pajamas, pillowing her hands and sleeping sideways, Alusha's little face couldn't help but turn red. It's worthy of Yan, it's really enjoyable. Alusha took off her armor, entered the bathroom, soaked in the bathtub, took a beautiful bath, changed into the pajamas bought by Yi Yan, and gently slept on the soft bed. Alusha's childhood was tragic. She was abandoned in a village at birth and never saw her parents. When she finally grows up, the village is destroyed by an evil cult that believes in black magic, and she is also captured as a slave somewhere, only to escape not long ago and join the guild. This comfortable feeling is something that Alusha has not experienced. Maybe the bed is too comfortable, and Alusha also fell asleep unconsciously. In the early morning, Yi Yan woke up early because she slept early, turned over in confusion, and the touch on her hand made her wake up immediately. "What the hell, Yan, let me sleep well in the morning." Yi Yan looked at the lazy Alusha in a daze. She really couldn't understand how she slept in her own bed, still wearing her own pajamas. Forget it, after all, I was the first friend I met. Comfort yourself in your heart, regardless of Alusha who is asleep. Get up and freshen up, get dressed, and walk to the bed. I'm going to the guild, do you want to join Ilusha? Ilusha, who was sleeping soundly, did not answer. Yan was helpless, took out a blank piece of paper, and wrote, I went to the guild, there is no food in the house, you wake up and go outside to buy breakfast. After writing, he put the note to the end of the bed, and Ilusha woke up and could see it, and then left. I bought a scone on the side of the road, a glass of milk for breakfast, and walked towards the guild while eating, passing through Nanko Park. You can see where the guild is. Yo, it's early. Early, President. As soon as I arrived at the door of the guild, I met the guild leader who also happened to arrive. Is it okay to rest? Seeing the president's listless look, Yan kindly asked. Well, blame those guys, the banquet started too late last night, but it's really a little embarrassing for my old bone. Opening the door, an old man and a young man walked into the guild together, and I saw in the hall tables and chairs with missing arms and legs, pillars full of cracks, and holes in the walls. President, is this really okay? The ruined scene in front of him made Yan very doubtful whether the guild had been robbed. The guild leader next to him had already been petrified, and he drank a lot of wine last night, and he didn't notice that the guild was like this when he left. Didn't. It's okay. The president recovered, as if he had become accustomed to it, walked to the bar and jumped to his old position. In other words, why did you come so early? Hearing the question, Yan replied directly, I slept early and got up early, there is nothing to do. Yesterday I heard the president say that there is a library in the guild, so I want to come and see. Well, in this way, the library is on the basement floor, you go by yourself, if you don't understand something, you can come and ask me. The guild leader watched Yan enter the basement, closed his eyes, and thought in his heart, if the people in the guild are all as well behaved as Yan, how worry-free the old man should be. Going down the stairs of the lounge, Yan came to the library. It's amazing. Looking at the dazzling array of books, Yan was stunned. For a person who loves to read, this is simply a paradise of knowledge. The huge basement, with rows of tall bookshelves, is full of all kinds of books, high places, and even requires stairs to get to. Where do you want to start? Yan walked half a circle around the edge, not knowing where to start. By the way, I need to understand the world. Thinking that I had been here for so many days, my understanding of the world was only about the various fragments I saw in my dreams, so I picked them up on the bookshelf. This is it. After choosing for half an hour, Yan took out a heavy book on the bookshelf on the far side. The book, A Brief History of the Mainland, was very thick. Holding the book in his arms, walking to the desk next to him, Yan began to flip through it. The introduction of the book is a comprehensive introduction to the world, from the birth of the continent, to the geographical distribution, countries, history, humanities, biology, all inclusive. Aslanti, yes, it is exactly the same as in that dream. So did the disaster fragment seen in the dream really happen, or did it not happen? While thinking about it, continue to browse. When you do one more serious thing, time flies very quickly. It's already noon. This book is not bad, but it will take a lot of time to read it. One morning, Yan only saw a small part of the content, until her stomach growled, and then she came back from the book. No way, take your time. Picked up a bookmark on the desk, put it on the page I saw, closed the book, and Yan walked to the stairs, and at this time, Ilusha hurriedly ran down the stairs, couldn't stop for a while, and collided with Yan. It hurts. Yan rubbed her butt, caught off guard by being knocked down the stairs by Ilusha in armor, and sat on the ground with her butt. Too late to explain, Yan, quickly follow me. Without waiting for Yan to ask, she was pulled up by Ilusha and ran towards the guild hall. It's coming, get out of the way. Ilusha pulled Yan in a frenzy and rushed into the pile of people. Macau, Wakaba, Gray, what's wrong? The crowd dispersed. Yan walked inside, and saw the 3 people lying on the table that everyone put together, all with injuries on their bodies. The 2 adults were fine, only minor injuries, but Gray was unconscious. "It's a ghost, we were attacked by the ghost's magic guide." Yi Yan immediately cast healing magic, and the magic array appeared in Gray, and the magic penetrated Gray's body to heal his injuries. Ghost Dominator. These fucking guys. If you encounter it in the future, you must ask them to taste it. In the words of everyone, Yi Yan probably understood what happened. The Ghost Dominator, in the Kingdom of Fiori, is a large guild with the same name as Fairy Tale, and there are many branches under its management, both of which are well-known guilds and are in competition. Makao and Wakaba originally took Gray on a mission, and did not want to meet each other on the return trip, so they inevitably had a dispute, and did not want the other party to suddenly attack and cause Gray to be seriously injured. There were many people on the other side. Makao and Wakaba were also injured under the sneak attack, and in desperation, they fled back to the guild with the unconscious Gray under the mockery of the other party. Ghost Dominator. After listening to the ins and outs, the guild leader was also very angry, and when he saw Gray, who woke up after receiving treatment, he changed his face again, jumped on the high platform, and said to everyone, "Ghost Dominators, that is, a group of timid and cowardly guys, usually only engage in small actions such as sneak attacks, and this time also hurt our companions. As the guild president, I am angry, but this is not enough reason to start a war." Speaking of this, the guild leader looked at the indignant everyone below, coughed, and continued, "Fortunately, now we have Yan in the guild, and there is no bloodshed and sacrifice, but if you encounter each other in the future, you must not show mercy to your subordinates. Let them know that Fairy Tale is not easy to mess with." Under the speech of the guild leader, the dull atmosphere that was originally because he could not knock on the door was suddenly swept away, and everyone in the guild also gave the warmest response. "Oh! If you encounter them in the future, be sure to repair them. Let them taste this feeling too." Seeing that everyone's mood had stabilized and restored the atmosphere that the guild should have, the guild leader said with a smile, "I'm announcing a news. Starting today, Yan will officially become us, the exclusive doctor of Fairy Tale. Everyone who needs treatment, you can entrust Yan." After speaking, in the harmony of everyone, he jumped off the high platform and walked to Yi Yan's side. "Cheers for the Goblin Doctor, a banquet has been held." Oh! Faced with this sudden change in atmosphere, Yi Yan was helpless. "You can have a banquet if you want, you don't need to use my name at all." Although he felt speechless, the atmosphere of the guild, Yi Yan did not reject at all, understood the guild leader's good intentions to help him publicize, and his heart warmed. What a lovely group of people, a lovely guild. Now Yi Yan never imagined that from this ordinary day, the title of Fairy Doctor would grow with him. Chapter 13. President, where are you going? Yi Yan inadvertently found that the guild leader quietly walked out of the guild when everyone was not paying attention, thought for a while, and followed. "Do what you should do as a parent." Makarov replied calmly, not stopping Yi Yan from following. "Well, I'll go with you, there are family members injured, as a guild doctor, I can't act like nothing happened." Yi Yan understood that the guild leader's calm was only superficial, and his heart was afraid that he was angry to the extreme. "This kind of thing, of course, count me in, President." Behind her, Ilusha followed at an unknown time, walked closer, and the 3 of them walked forward together. The town next door to Magnolia, this is a small seaside town. The town is not large, but there is also a guild stationed here, a branch of the Ghost Dominator. Yi Yan didn't know the name of the town, and she didn't ask. In the Ghost Dominator Guild, there were about 30 magic guides talking and laughing. "What a fairy tale, it's not if you want to beat it. Well done, Mork," and wound all 3 of them in one fell swoop. "Ha ha ha, when we meet, we will also dismantle a few fairy feathers to play." These people laughed unscrupulously, and someone was about to go out and open the door. Boom! The gate suddenly burst, and the people who were about to go out, even the door led people to fly out upside down, smashing heavily under the feet of the guild branch leader. What man? The sudden attack made the wizards of the Ghost Dominator nervous, took up their weapons, and looked towards the door. Man, who came to break your bones? At the door, the people who came were the three of Yi Yan. The president was in front, Yi Yan and Alyssa left and right, and the three walked into the Ghost Dominator branch together. Courage blessed. Guardian blessing. Yi Yan used 2 magic spells to strengthen himself and Alyssa, each holding a weapon, and the first to rush into the crowd, quacking and killing. Well. So strong. Can just 2 imps destroy us? Is this the Magi of fairy tale? In just one face, he put down about 10 people on the other side. Is it you who injured my guild's children? Seeing that Yin and the 2 of them directly took action, the guild president not only did not stop it, but also participated, and his small body instantly turned into a giant standing tall in the sky. Boom! With a punch smashed, the solid ground cracked, and the magical aura belonging to Saint Ten spread out in this space. Strange. Monsters. Facing the terrifying aura of this hideous giant, the dozen or so ghost and demon guides who were about to attack Yin and Alyssa were trembling with fright, and completely lost the courage to resist. This is the guild leader's magic, it's amazing. The guild leader transforms into a giant with his head on the ceiling of the ghost guild, looking condescendingly at the group of stunned magisters. Dare to make a move against the child of this monster of mine, then bear the wrath of the monster. The 3 of them made a big fuss, and in just a few minutes, this ghost chapter, the already small guild building, became fragmented. Isn't it a little overdone? Guild leader looking at the faltering ghost guild after the big war, and the ghost demon guide who was frightened and faded, Yi Yan smiled without burden. Well, it seems to be a little, but Joseph, the other party's president, should not care. The 3 of them talked and laughed all the way back to their guild, and Yi Yan returned to the underground library after a meal and continued to soak in the ocean of knowledge. Time passed, half a year passed quickly, during which Yi Yan rarely went out to do tasks, and on rare occasions, Alyssa was forced to pull hard, and there was no way to agree to team up. Because of her title of fairy doctor, she is already famous, and there are many people who come to seek medical treatment, plus guild partners. From time to time, they will let her treat, support themselves, and even have some savings. A slanty calendar, year X777. The new year is gradually coming, and the city of Magnolia is immersed in joy, and the streets are bustling with people day and night. Unexpectedly, in this world, there is also a New Year's Eve. On the snow-covered street, Yi Yan held a thick book, walked alone by the river, and walked towards the guild. Miss, be careful not to fall into the river, I won't go fishing for you. The young boatman rowing the boat, greeting loudly and humorously, reminding Yi Yan not to fall into the river. Yo, Yan, you're here. It's really getting more and more beautiful. It's just, when I first came, I was a little ghost. What? I'm still a little ghost. In half a year, there is more book aroma, there is actually no change in appearance, and Yi Yan has long been accustomed to all kinds of jokes by partners. Alyssa is still so motivated. Walking to the bar, Yi Yan asked for a glass of milk, and watched Alyssa under the arrangement of the guild leader, directing Grekina, as well as the guild everyone, decorating the guild and preparing for tomorrow night's magic parade. There will be many people watching this year's parade, so everyone should be prepared. Seeing Yi Yan's arrival, a few imps got together, and Alyssa asked, Yan, are you ready to perform the show at the magic parade? Yi Yan put down the milk and replied softly, well, it's ready, I'll know tomorrow night. A few little ghosts, frolicking and discussing the magic parade on the side. Yi Yan originally did not want to participate, but could not resist the president's request, and could only agree. Then get ready, I'm going to the library to read. See you in the evening. After talking together for a while, seeing that several people were speechless, Yi Yan picked up the book, got up and walked to the underground library. Yan Ke really likes to read. Elisha sighed that she often slept on Yi Yan's bed, and naturally knew it very well. What's so good about books? I don't understand. Gray also complained. Kana just smiled. In the past half a year, as long as Yi Yan arrived at the guild, she basically stayed in the library, and several newcomers who joined the guild only knew that there was a goblin doctor, but they didn't know who it was. On the one hand, Yi Yan, who came to the library, saw someone other than herself in the library for the first time in half a year. You. Hello. The sudden appearance of the green long-haired imp made Yi Yan not react for a while, and when he heard the people say hello first, he returned to his senses and quickly replied, "Hello." When the green-haired child got a response, he seemed a little hasty, and Yi Yan felt a little funny when he looked at his nervous look. "Don't be so nervous, I don't eat people." Hearing Yi Yan's approachable words, the green-haired child relaxed a little and introduced himself. "I am Philide Justin, I joined the guild with Bigulos and Abaghirine, please advise." Introducing each other, the two can be regarded as acquainted, and Philide also knew that the child in front of him was the famous goblin doctor, Yan Se Feel. "Fairy tale, it's really strong like a cloud, Laxus, I will definitely become stronger." After understanding, Yi Yan confirmed that Philide was a boy, ignored his heart, took a magic practice book, sat down at the desk and read it. The two were not far apart, reading books and not disturbing each other. In the past 6 months, Yi Yan has almost read the books on a shelf, and sometimes in order to understand the knowledge points mentioned in the book, she goes to find another book to understand. A lot of knowledge was stored in her mind, and during this period, Yi Yan also found that the more books she read, the more her spiritual power also improved. Sure enough, knowledge is spiritual food. Yi Yan has studied a lot of magical theory knowledge, and those game skills that exist in her mind have learned most of them. If I follow the game, I am now at the level of awakening, and the awakening skill can already be used. According to the NANNY skills in the game, add points, and Yi Yan learns to replicate her own magic. According to the book, my magic should belong to a type of additional magic, although it is a little different from the game, but the effect is not much different, anyway, it is to add buff. Through learning, Yi Yan has a better understanding of her own magic, and she is more refined in her magic path. Not only Yi Yan herself, but everyone in the guild is actually growing. Ilusa, Gray, Kana, and even Laxus, who rarely saw people, were all trying to move towards their own paths. Time soon came to the evening. Ilusha came to the library and asked Yi Yan to go back to the dormitory. Not surprisingly, Ilusha slept in Yi Yan's room again. The next day is the end of the old year and the beginning of the new year. The Fairy Tale Guild became even busier, and everyone was preparing for the magic parade in the evening, a grand magic gathering, and many people came to Magnolia to see the fairy tale magic parade. Well, almost everyone has arrived, and our guild is getting more and more lively. In the afternoon, Yi Yan and Ilusha came to the guild, looked at the overcrowded hall, and sighed. Well, because of the new year, everyone is back, and there are many new people. Ilusha saw many raw faces, and also said excitedly, the time soon came to the evening. Yi Yan changed into a custom-made costume, which was made according to the nanny's unique painting. My New Year's clothes are also performance costumes. Yi Yan's outfit is really eye-catching. It's so beautiful. Where did you buy it? I'm going to buy a set too. Yi Yan did not hide it, and replied with a chuckle, this is my own design, you can go to the tailor, ask her to modify the size, and make you a set. At 12 o'clock, the bell rings, and the new year is here. Mom and Dad, hurry up, fairy tale is here. Hurry up, go to the front. Don't squeeze, go to the front. On both sides of the street, crowds were crowded, and the fairy tale parade train slowly drove out of the guild. Let's go, guys. The president stood at the front of the car in a clown costume, holding a horn and shouting. Change your clothes, celestial wheel armor. Ilusa changed into the armor of the celestial wheel. And more than a dozen long swords rotated around her body. Ice shape. Card magic. Tens of meters long train, each train position, there are magic guides showing magic, there are many tricks, dizzying. It's fairy tale, it's awesome. Yes, the magic parade is getting better and better every year. Young Magister, there are more than last year. The train slowly drove through the streets amid cheers and exclamations from people, and at the end, Yian stood on the carriage with a cross in hand. God, bless me! As many magical fireworks were about to come to an end, Yian clasped her hands together and chanted magic. Look, it's Dr. Goblin. It's so beautiful. What kind of magic is this? A huge magic array shining with golden light appeared in the sky above the town, and the next moment, the divine light fell, as if an angel was singing. It's so warm. The sky is lit up. The whole town is bathed in holy light, blessings fall, and those who are wounded are surprised to find that the wounds are healing, and those who are not injured also enjoy their inner pleasures. Yan's divine revelation magic, it's really magical. The guild family, although they knew Yi Yan's magic, did not sigh. Is this the magic of the Goblin Doctor? What a lovely magic! It's so comfortable. I really want to be wrapped in this magic all the time. The people who come to watch the magic procession, at this moment, forget all negative emotions and immerse themselves in joy. Mom, Dr. Goblin, it's an angel. Because the child was playing during the day, his arm cut a large piece of skin, and when the holy light fell on him, all the pain disappeared instantly, and the wound recovered as before. In this way, the magic of the Goblin Doctor is really like an angel. And she looks like a little angel. Ha ha ha. The childlike words provoked the laughter and approval of the crowd, and people happily said goodbye to the new year in the magic fireworks, and entered the new year with good wishes. Chapter 14. Time flies, July 7, 777 in the Aslanti calendar. For people, it's just a very ordinary day of the year. The Fairy Tale Guild, as usual, was bustling. Hey, why didn't you see Yan today? As soon as Ilusa arrived at the guild, she looked for Yi Yan, and the library also went, but there was no one at all. Oh, she went out with the president early in the morning. Macau, who was sitting on the side drinking, replied. In this case, I still want to ask Shanjun to do this task together. Knowing that Yi Yan was not there, he took the task list a little disappointed, walked to the bar, and reported to the waiter. It's a crusade mission. The beautiful waitress read the content of the commission and said gently, this is within the scope allowed by the guild president. If you want to take this task, then go, but pay attention to safety. Okay, I will. After reporting, Ilusha got up and went to the mission site, which was to go to a village to drive away the monsters that destroyed the crops. A week later, on the outskirts of Magnolia City, an old man and a young man were walking slowly on the path. It was Yian and the President Makarov. President, what does a regular meeting do? It turned out that Yian was taken by Makarov to attend the regular meeting of the guild presidents once a year. Well, it is the leaders of each guild, who meet every year, exchange information, resist the Dark Guild, and report the situation of the guild to the council. The content of the meeting Yi Yan naturally does not know, although it is brought by the guild president, but when the assembly, Yi Yan cannot participate, but in front of the leaders of various guilds, mixed faces. However, during the meeting, you beat up the president of the Ghost Dominator, is it really okay? Yi Yan was a little worried. It turned out that at the meeting, Joseph, the leader of the Ghost Dominator Guild, and Makarov fought because they drank too much alcohol and argued about who was the first guild in the Fiori Kingdom. Don't worry, it's just a small fight, even the Council of Judges didn't say anything, and Joseph won't start a war between guilds because of this. Makarov said with a relaxed expression. He could not have imagined that just because of this incident, it would bury the disaster for Fairy Tale, and the Ghost Guild leader did not come forward to participate in the regular meeting after that. Seeing this, Yi Yan no longer said anything, and was quite curious about the relationship between the two guilds, so he asked, "Guild President, the relationship between the ghost and us seems to be very bad, is there any relationship in this?" This sudden question made Makarov suddenly stunned, touched his chin, thought about it, and then said, "Well, it's a long story. The grudge between the two guilds has to start from 100 years ago." The two unconsciously walked to the lake where Yi Yan first came. Yi Yan touched a fruit and listened to the story told by the president while eating. It turned out that 100 years ago, Magnolia was dominated by a dark guild called the Cyan Skeleton. The Cyan Skeleton collects high taxes from the inhabitants and relentlessly oppresses people by killing people. Until the arrival of Mibbies and 3 bounty hunters, after a difficult defeat of the Cyan Skeleton, and the creation of the Guild of Light in Magnolia, Fairy Tale, Mibbies became the first guild leader. The defeated Cyan Skeleton evacuated Magnolia, and soon after, re-established the Ghost Dominator Guild to counter Fairy Tale. At this point, the grudge between the two guilds was settled, and for 100 years, they competed with each other, and there was no victory or defeat. Under the leadership of the first president Mibbies and the second generation of Presido, Fairy Tale has gradually become powerful, and the local people have returned to a happy life. That's why Fairy Tale is so popular in Magnolia. Unexpectedly, the guild still has such a wonderful story. After listening to the guild leader's story, Yi Yan probably understood the origin of the fairy tale and the grudge between the Ghost Dominator, and asked curiously, "Haven't you seen the second generation president?" Hearing the question, Makanov once again fell into memory, and between his eyebrows, it could be seen that he missed it very much. "I haven't seen it, by the way. Most of the books you read in the basement are collected by the second generation of the O. He is a genius of the Demon Deo, but it should be no longer there." Hearing the answer, Yi Yan was also a little embarrassed, but there was one thing she never understood, and she didn't find the answer from the book, that is, life. It stands to reason that people who practice magic have different physical functions from ordinary people. As a magic guide, it should not be a problem to live with the sky, but live longer than ordinary people, otherwise what is the difference between practicing and not practicing? Ignore. Ignore. Yi Yan and Makarov were walking down the road when a faint shout suddenly sounded. The two stopped, looked at each other, and followed the sound. "Ignore, where are you?" Yi Yan pulled away the dense bushes and saw a little boy with cherry blossom-colored hair, squatting on the ground with a lonely face, muttering something. "Need help, little brother?" Seeing the little boy's helpless appearance, Yi Yan asked with a gentle smile. "Are you lost?" Later, Makarov also strung it out and said. The little boy looked at the two people who suddenly appeared, and he was speechless for a while, not knowing what to say. Poof! The little boy's cute look made Yi Yan feel pity, chuckled, walked in front of him, and gently rubbed the boy's head. "Don't be afraid, tell my sister, what's your name and why are you alone in this forest?" Yi Yan's warm smile and gentle words made the little boy let down his guard. "My name is Natsu, Duragnir." Natsu looked at the gentle sister, then at the kind old grandfather on the side, and said, "Ignir, have you seen him?" "He's gone, I'm looking for him." Yi Yan looked at the guild leader, thought for a while, and said to Natsu, "Sorry, we haven't seen anyone other than you." Hearing the answer, Natsu's cherry blossom-colored hair flicked and said excitedly, "Ignir is not a human, it is a dragon, a real dragon." "Hey? Hey!" Naz's words shocked Yi Yan and Makarov. "You know, even in this magical world, dragons only exist in legends, even the knowledgeable Makarov has not seen it with his own eyes. So, Natsu is a child raised by a dragon." After a brief shock, Yi Yan and Makarov chatted with Natsu. "Well, Ignir is my father, but on July 7th, I woke up and Ignir was gone." Eating the fruit given by Yi Yan, Natsu spoke incoherently, and Yi Yan and Makarov knew that Natsu was alone in the forest, wandering for a week. So, does Natsu use magic? Yi Yan asked tentatively. She and the guild leader could feel that Natsu had magic powers. Of course, my magic, but the dragon-killing magic taught by Ignir himself. Yi Yan thought that this kind of magic had been mentioned in a certain book, looked at the guild leader, and said, dragon-killing magic, the ancient magic in the record, is a magic that can no longer be learned. When the guild leader heard this, he just nodded slightly. He had never seen anyone use this legendary magic. Look at me. Natsu, who was full, immediately wanted to show the two magic, put his hands together, and put them to his mouth. Fire dragons, roar! The magic power passed through the fiery red magic array, forming a hot flame and shooting out. Hehe, how is it? Isn't it very powerful? Natsu's confident appearance made Yi Yan not know how to answer, looking at the bushes that were ignited by Natsu's magic a meter away, and said calmly, well, the momentum is very strong, but it still needs more cultivation to be stronger. After that, Yi Yan got up, walked next to the president, and whispered, it's a good seedling, guild president. When Makarov heard this, his old face turned red, then he coughed twice and said to Natsu, we are going back to the guild. If you have no place to go, do you want to come with us and come to my guild to see? Little Natsu obviously didn't understand the meaning, and asked curiously, guild? What is that? Is it fun? Seeing Natsu's puzzled look, Makarov patiently explained, saw that Natsu was a little moved, and said, the so-called guild is a place for adventurers to return, a home for imps like you who have nowhere to go, and a place to carry the bonds of your companions. I'm going. In this way, what was originally 2 people became 3 people, walking towards Magnoria, that direction, the direction of home. Wow, that's big. Fairy Tale Guild. Natsu looked at the huge building in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. We're back. Yi Yan pushed open the guild door, and the 3 of them walked into the guild hall together. Welcome back. How is the regular meeting, President? Is the rally fun, Yan? In the guild, it is still lively, and it seems that there is no unlively. Who is this face? As soon as he walked to the bar, Gray and Kana, a few friends walked over together. Ilusa was wrapped in bandages, and looked at Natsu next to the president and asked. Oh, I met on the road, it's the son of the dragon. When several people heard this, they were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. Nanny. Knowing that Ilusa was injured while doing the mission, Yi Yan immediately treated Ilusa. Yes, I am the son of the dragon, Natsu Duragnir. On the side, Natsu, who had just tattooed the guild seal, jumped off the high stool, crossed his hands at the waist, and said with a proud face. In the days since, with the addition of Natsu, the guild has become even more lively. Because this product is either challenging people, or on the way to issue a challenge, even if it is killed by someone in seconds, it will stubbornly challenge again the next day. Hang-eyed bastard! Hanging-eye pervert! On this day, Natsu and Gray are fighting again up and down and are fighting each other on a daily basis. Natsu is a magic guide who uses fire, and Gray is a magic guide who uses ice. Maybe this is why they can't get along. Yi Yan, Ilusa, and Kana watched the 2 fight on the side, and said helplessly. But their strength is really up and down. Ilusa also said that Natsu has challenged her in the past 2 days, but she was basically killed by her with 1 blow. Haha, it's really a vibrant little ghost. After Yi Yan finished speaking, he put down the cup that drank the juice, followed the angry Natsu, and walked out of the guild. Do you live here? Naz. Coming to the hill behind the guild, under a protruding stone, there was a little hay, and Natsu was sitting on it. Ah, well, because the guild doesn't have a dormitory for boys. Natsu, who had a big heart, saw that Yi Yan actually came here to find him, and his face was also embarrassed. Poof! Yi Yan did not dislike, chuckled, sat directly next to Natsu, gently rubbed Naz's head, and said softly, I didn't think Natsu would be shy, it's really cute. For the hobby of rubbing his head, Natsu is not disgusted and repulsed, but enjoys it a little, but still said with a hard mouth, "Don't touch my head, it will not grow tall." Chapter 15. After teasing Natsu for a while, Yin took out a pen and paper from the space, leaned on the flat stone, and drew and wrote. What was drawn? Seeing this, Natsu came over, and on the paper, a full house gradually appeared. Natsu can't live under the stone all the time, anyway, there is nothing to do now, I'll build a house for Natsu to shelter from the wind and rain. Yi Yan replied cheerfully, and after a while, the sketch was drawn. Really? That's really tie pants. Natsu, who was raised by the dragon, he was simple-minded, and he didn't have much vocabulary reserves, and when he learned that Yin wanted to build him a house, he danced for a long time and said this. Under Yin's arrangement, Natsu was responsible for finding stakes and branches. The two started by laying the foundation and built it according to the drawings. Hard work. Well, it's done. Tie pants spicy. Busy in half a day, a spacious wooden hut appeared on the flat ground. Wooden houses, thatched roofs, not to mention luxury, basic shelter from the wind and rain, not at all. The interior is very spacious, with a small bed, and a place for fire in the middle of the room. Thank you very much. The new home was completed, the two were resting in the house, and Natsu suddenly knelt on the ground and gave Yin a big gift. Hee, you don't have to do this, Natsu. Yi Yan, who was lying on the small bed for a nap, was embarrassed by this sudden scene. Seeing dinner time, Yi Yan took Natsu to the guild. Yan, you are such a good person. It's like a mother. Inexplicably issued a good person card, and such a description, Yi Yan was speechless, and preached as she walked, Natsu, to describe a girl of my age, you can't use words like mother, if you really can't think of it, you can say sister, fairy, angel, it's more acceptable. Sister. Natsu, who was simple-minded, didn't think so much, followed behind Yi Yan with a smile on his face, and went to the guild. Two small figures, stretched by the setting sun, walking on the road, really look like a pair of intimate siblings. The years passed like a shuttle, and another half-year passed. The time comes to X778. The little ghosts of the guild are quietly growing. Yi Yan returned to the guild after completing the task. Welcome back, Yan. This mission is also good. In the guild, most of the people went on missions, but it still did not affect the liveliness of this guild. Well, because it's just a simple collection task, it's done quickly. After briefly answering everyone and making a few more jokes, Yi Yan sat down at the bar, asked for a glass of juice, and was about to go to the underground library. The president came over with it. Yan, wait a minute. Yi Yan turned around, only to see that the guild leader looked a little serious, and said suspiciously, is there something wrong, guild president? Well, there is one thing that needs to trouble you. The president said, handing over a request form, look at this. Yi Yan took the order and saw a few big words written on it. After reading investigating the devil in the church carefully, it turned out to be a relatively small village. There was an ancient church, and when the villagers were praying one day, the figure of the demon suddenly appeared, which frightened people, so they issued a task and asked the magic guide to investigate. I shouldn't have let you go, but Kildas and Laxus are not in the guild. So I decided to let you do this mission. When Yi Yan looked at the content of the task, the president said slowly. No problem, since it was the decision of the guild president, I took this task. After reading the task and the reward of 150,000 J, Yi Yan directly agreed. The mission has been issued for 3 days, I will leave now, guild leader. Seeing that Yi Yan agreed to take the task, Makarov breathed a sigh of relief, and then instructed, well, go early and return early, pay attention to safety. Makarov jumped to the bar, watched Yi Yan walk out of the guild's back, and muttered, "If it weren't for the fact that no one took the task, it would affect the reputation of the guild, and I wouldn't have let a little devil do such a dangerous task, or there are too few talents." Taking the wine handed by the beautiful waitress, he took a large sip and said to himself, "However, with Yan's magic, there will be no danger." 2 hours later, Yan arrived at the mission site, and when she docked with the client, she was suspected by the other party. "How would you guild let you children do such a dangerous task, can you?" The other party is an elderly priest, adhering to the principle of respecting the elderly. Yan is not angry, not to mention, he is a child, he really can't give people a sense of trust, and said with a smile, "Please rest assured, if you don't complete the task well, it will affect the reputation of the guild, so since the guild sent me, it must recognize my ability." The priest confirmed Yan's identity again, and after seeing the guild's coat of arms, he took Yan to the church where the accident occurred. "This is it." The priest opened the church door and said in a trembling voice, "Okay, I'll go in and take a look, you can wait for me outside." Seeing the priest's nervous look, Yan was afraid that if there was something inside, he would frighten this old man. Okay, please be careful." The priest was naturally willing, walked away with interest, and waited outside. Yan walked into the church alone, and was greeted by a mess. Overturned tables and chairs, half-ripped curtains, and sparse lecterns on the platform. "It seems that this is a battle." Yan walked to the platform, picked up the cross that had fallen on the ground, saw the inscription engraved on it, and looked at it. "It's an ancient text, this is still an antique." Yan quipped in her heart and began to interpret these inscriptions. After spending nearly a year in the guild library, familiar with all kinds of books, this simple ancient inscription is naturally difficult to lose. So it is. After interpreting the inscription, Yan knew that this church was sealed with a demon soul named Satan, and this cross was the key to the seal. It seems that the seal has failed, and the demon has run out. Yan hung the cross back on the wall and walked to the other side, and on this wall, several deep scratches were shocking. "It's obviously going through a fight here, who is it?" With doubts, Yan toured the church, carefully observed every corner, and found no clues, so she simply left the place. Walking out of the church, the sunlight was a little dazzling, and Yan squinted and walked to the priest waiting under the tree. "I found traces of a fight inside, tell me about the situation." The priest thought about it for a while, and then slowly said, "It's Marajan, speaking of which, she saved everyone." When Yan asked for clues from the priest, in the village closest to the church, the villagers with miscellaneous weapons and fierce faces gathered in front of a house. "Get out! Get out of the village! The guy possessed by the demon, how long do you plan to stay in the village?" Villagers shouted vicious words to the people inside, while others picked up stones and threw them forcefully. Inside the room, the furnishings were simple, a man and 2 women, 3 children with the same white hair, curled up in the corner. Snap! A stone shattered the window, right in the forehead of the oldest girl. "Sister Myra, it's okay. When the stone hits the head, there is no reason why it does not hurt," but the girl did not show it, and the pain in her heart is far more painful than her body. "It's okay." The girl wore a dark cloak and looked sad, but she still smiled at her younger siblings. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me that things came to be like this." Saying that, the girl withdrew her right hand, and even she herself had a look of disgust. "If I hadn't been near that church, it wouldn't have been like this." The right arm became huge, wrapped in black scales, and the 5 fingers also became claws bent, fierce, and terrifying, by no means a human hand. "It's not your fault, sister." Looking at this hand, the younger siblings were also a little scared, but they still stood beside their sister and comforted. "Get out, demon! If you don't leave, I'll pull you out of the house and throw you out. Cursed family, as long as you are in the village, our disaster will not end." The vicious words of the villagers kept coming, and the three siblings were orphans without parents, who had lived here since childhood, and although they were not welcomed, they had nowhere to go except the dilapidated hut left by their parents. Enough! A childish roar sounded behind the villagers, and everyone was shocked by the sudden roar and turned back one after another. Ah, it's a priest! Father, why are you here? I saw that the priest they respected on weekdays, with a little girl by his side, came here at some point, and they all changed their previous appearance and became kind. Well, this is a wizard sent by fairy tale to help everyone solve the problem of demons. The old priest responded to the villagers, and also introduced Yi Yan by the way, and learned that this inconspicuous little girl turned out to be a magic guide, and also became respectful. Ah, it turned out to be Lord Magister. It's amazing to become a magus at such a young age. Yi Yan ignored this group of fickle people, she listened to the priest's story, and asked to see the person who fought the devil, and when she saw the vicious scene of the villagers, she was completely unimpressed. Get out of the way, I'm going in. Yi Yan was expressionless and said coldly. Lord Demon Guide, there are people possessed by demons inside. No, they are originally demons. It's just that their family is cursed, so their parents died early. Yi Yan, who has never interacted with people, was really angry at this moment. Get out of the way. Yi Yan said coldly, slightly lucking the magic. The sense of oppression permeated the crowd, making people's hearts palpitate, and everyone silently gave way to a path. Sister, someone is coming. Inside, Lashana, the youngest, was about to open the window and speak for her sister. When she saw that the villagers suddenly stopped insulting them and turned to respectfully say something to the priest and a strange girl. Who is it? Sister Marajan heard someone coming, and also asked curiously. It's a priest of the church, and a sister I haven't met. Lashana left the window and returned to her sister, just then. Knock knock, can I come in? A polite knock came on the door, a sweet voice that made it difficult to refuse. Go and open the door, Lashana, don't be afraid, there is a sister. Myra Jane huddled by the wall and said to Lashana with a gloomy expression. She knew that they would not be able to continue living here no matter what, so she planned to face it. Hello. Oh, that's cute. After waiting for a while, the door opened, and the little girl who opened the door, with short white ear-length hair, a childish face that was still childish, although her appearance had not yet grown, she was already a cute little loli. It's so beautiful. The moment the door was opened, the warm sunlight shone into the dim room, and the girl's gentle smile made Lashana exclaim. Please, please come in. After a brief stunned, Lashana nervously invited Yi Yan into the house. Thanks, then I'll come in. With the sunlight shining into the house, Yi Yan stepped into the house, standing in the light like that, and the warm smile was imprinted in the eyes of the three Myra Zhen sisters. Chapter 16. Who are you? Looking at the girl in the light, Myra Zhen, who was squatting in the corner of the wall, looked up and asked. I'm the Magi of fairy tale, Yan Se Feel. Yi Yan said and walked in front of Myra Zhen. Hello. The outstretched right hand stopped in front of Mirada, and Yi Yan, who did not get a response, withdrew his hand ruefully, but did not notice the dark aura quietly rising beside Myra Zhen. Magister. Marajan lowered her head and whispered words in her mouth. Hey! Hearing Marajan's words, Yi Yan skipped the embarrassment and looked at Marajan suspiciously. We have done our best just to live, in order to drive us away, even the magic guide has been moved, what a spare. Surrounded by the aura of dark magic, Marajan stood up. Aya! The black magic array appeared at her feet as Marajan howled, and in the blink of an eye, the pure and kind Marajan disappeared. In her place was a woman full of evil. Demon. That's right, standing in front of Yi Yan is a devil like Marajan. An evil and terrifying aura made Elfman and Lashana tremble. Oh, is this the sealed demon, the soul of Satan? Demon Myra Jane, dressed very sexy, touching, a pair of black and red demon claws, black demon wings on the back, a pair of scarlet eyes, staring at the three people in front of him. It seems that it was my identity as a magic guide that stimulated her fragile heart and caused a magic riot. Mirajhen's sudden change caused Yi Yan's alarm early on. Familiar with all kinds of magic books, she knew in an instant that Mirajhen had awakened magic without realizing it, just like when Yi Yan first arrived. And often, this state is the most dangerous, whether it is to the caster himself or others. Be careful. Sure enough, Mirajhen suddenly started a hand, and magic rushed at Yi Yan and her younger siblings. You guys go out first, it's dangerous here. Yi Yan, who had been prepared, blocked Mirajhen's attack, protected Elfman and Lysina, and said to them. But Sister Her. Lysina said tremblingly, although she was afraid, she was still worried about her sister. Don't worry, I'll give you an intact sister. As he spoke, Yi Yan had already summoned the cross and faced the Satan spirit of Mirajhen, and the two confronted each other. Ha! Satan's soul was the first to strike, and when Elfman and Lysina trotted to the door, they swung their demonic claws and flew towards them. Boom! Yi Yan stood the cross in front of him to block the tyrannical power of Satan's soul. Even his own brother and sister are completely unconscious. Magic works. Courage blessed. Guardian blessing. On the cross, a divine light bloomed. As soon as the soul of Satan touched the holy light, it was like being burned by flames. Black smoke came out of his hands, and he quickly withdrew his attack, and his figure exploded. Oh! It seems that my magic is very restrained to you. Seeing this, Yi Yan instantly understood that his magic had a suppressive effect on demons and the like. Hey, can you talk? Yi Yan approached step by step, and the soul of Satan retreated to the corner of the wall, unable to retreat, and could only look at this girl who exuded holy light vigilantly, wary of her next move. It's receiving magic, right? After a long time in this state, Mirajhen will be eaten back by you, right? Mirajhen is currently in an unconscious state, and if she can't wake up, she will be received by her own magic. Dark Current. As Yi Yan gets closer and closer, Satan's soul works a spell of magic. The black energy split halfway through, turning into the appearance of several demonic hands, attacking Yi Yan. Holy Light Ember Shield. Yi Yan also cast magic. Golden light formed a barrier in front of him, and the tall shield shone with cross brilliance and pushed forward. Boom! The holy shield successfully blocked the magic of Satan's soul, and the two magic collided, exploded, and cancelled each other out. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the soul of Satan flared its wings, directly broke through the roof, and flew out. Hey! I can't fly yet! Yi Yan was helpless, stomped his foot, turned around and chased out unconvinced. Run, demon, the devil is coming! Who will save us? Outside, the villagers, who were originally fierce and vicious, saw the satanic spirit that suddenly flew out, and they were already frightened, crying and fleeing everywhere. Sister Myra. In midair, Satan's soul looked at the ground, opened his hands, and stopped his Lysina, as if thinking about something. No matter what you become, you are Sister Myra, right? The childlike Lysina still does not know what is the situation of Mirajhen, and wants to awaken Mirajhen with family affection. Wake up, let's go home together, Sister Myra. Lysina smiled and approached step by step, completely ignoring the spirit of Satan, and her expression became more and more gloomy. Disappear! The satanic soul roared, and the black magic energy hit Lysina directly. Lysina! Elfman plucked up the courage to stop him, but it was too late, and he could only cry out in despair. God's guardian! In the nick of time, the light shield formed by the holy light shrouded Lysina, blocking the magical attack of Satan's soul. Boom! The light mask shattered, and although it resisted the attack of Satan's soul, it also knocked Lysina out. God's teachings! While Lisana flew out upside down, Yi Yan cast magic on herself. This is the magic of speed. I saw Yi Yan's body as light as a swallow, and in the blink of an eye, she stepped over a distance of more than 10 meters, and caught Lisana like a cannonball with both hands. Wu, it's okay, are you okay? While catching Lisana, Yi Yan was also brought out by the impact of a few meters, which stabilized her figure. Didn't. It's okay, thanks. Thank you. Lisana hadn't reacted yet, she was still in fear, she was shocked, and her voice trembled and thanked Yi Yan. You can't mess around like this in the future, people whose magic is out of control and run away, they don't have consciousness, they will really kill you. Yi Yan put down Lisana, picked up the cross, and turned to face the soul of Satan, who could have predicted that the words now, in the near future, would be a saying, and Lisana would die in the hands of her dearest and loved ones. Brother Elfman. After being saved, Lisana trotted to her brother Elfman. That sister's magic, so warm. Lisana said innocently, and the two brothers and sisters looked at the back of the deo, which exuded divine brilliance. Gentle as an angel. Yi Yan rescued several villagers under the attack of Satan's spirit. Although these people are very angry, but I can't watch you die with sins, your darkness, let me redeem it. Yi Yan said, his movements kept stopping, his hands were folded, and the magic array bloomed in his hands. Courage blessed. Weapons, strength enhancement. Guardian blessing. Defense. Resistance strengthening. God's teachings. Speed enhancement. God's guardian. Yi Yan cast several magic spells on herself, and under the astonished gaze of the people, she was dressed in holy light and held a cross, jumping and attacking the soul of Satan. So fast. The eyes are almost unable to keep up. Elfman pulled Lisana and watched intently at the battle between his sister and Yi Yan. I saw that the two of them were extremely fast, and their figures had turned into two rays of light, one black and one yellow, and they came and went in the air, collided with each other, and bounced off. Look, it's pasted together. Lisana exclaimed. In the air, Yi Yan fought hand-to-hand with the soul of Satan with her strong defense. It's just that Yi Yan's cross really attacked the body of Satan's soul, fisting to the flesh. And the soul of Satan, although the attack is strong, every punch, can only hit the light mask of Yi Yan, and does not break the defense at all. Because of the battle between the two, countless magic, attacking the ground, the already small village, there are not many complete houses in sight. Phew, I didn't think that Mirajan's magic power could make you fight for so long, it's very strong. After attacking each other a dozen times, the two sides backed away from each other. Snap! Full of cracked light masks, a crisp sound, completely dissipated, Yi Yan slowly landed, flicked the skirt, still elegant. The soul of Satan, on the other hand, was not very good, fell from the air, fell to one knee, gasped, and obviously was unable to fly in the air anymore. Taking advantage of your illness will kill you. Yi Yan steadied the cross with one hand, stretched out the other, and the magic power gathered in the palm to form a magic array. Wash the darkness with divine thunder and pray for your sins, thunder of repentance. Before the satanic soul could stand up, a pillar of light suddenly appeared in front of him and looked up. The magic array emitting golden light, mixed with thunder, was running above his head, and a strong sense of oppression struck, and the pillars of light that surrounded his feet blocked all retreats. Soul Destroyer. Knowing that she had no way back, Satan's soul gritted her teeth and used the last of her magical power, and the dark magic storm gathered from all directions, forming a vortex of magic in her hands. Boom! In a moment, several golden lightning bolts fell from the magic array above his head. The soul of Satan also shot towards Yi Yan with the magic vortex condensed in his hand. It's too late. Seeing the magic attack of Satan's soul, Yi Yan did not have time to cast defensive magic again, and when there was no way to avoid it, she had to block the cross in front of it, use the magic power, and make a defensive posture. Soul Destroyer, this magic is actually absorbing the surrounding magic. Yi Yan desperately resisted this black magic vortex, knowing that this magic was absorbing his magic power to strengthen himself, but there was no way, only to continuously inject magic power into the weapon. Boom! After absorbing a large amount of Yi Yan's mana, the Soul Destroyer continued to grow in size, and finally, after reaching the critical value, a violent explosion occurred. The flames carried smoke and dust and tumbled through the air, forming a mushroom cloud. At the same time, the soul of Satan on the other side, who was in the magic array, was slashed by the thunder and rolled his eyes, his limbs were stiff, and only his tail was twitching. On the field, wolf smoke was everywhere, and the rescued villagers also gathered together, not caring about their own houses, and watching the battle intently. Is this the battle of the Magister? That's awesome! No, this is an angel versus a demon. The villagers who were sheltered by Yi Yan magic said. For ordinary people, magic is a miraculous power, a miracle, and it is extremely rare to watch the battle between the wizards so closely. Chapter 17. The battle is over and the smoke clears. Yi Yan supported the cross, stood up, and exhaled a turbid breath. Whew, it's good that it's okay, I have enough magic. Resisting the attack of Satan's soul, Yi Yan was unharmed, and it looked like he could no longer wear his clothes. Sister Myra. Sister. Seeing that the battle was over, Lysina and Elfman ran towards their sister. Don't come near yet. Yi Yan stopped the two brothers and sisters. Not far away, the ground collapsed, and the soul of Satan lay in the center, motionless, with green smoke on his body. The battlefield of the mess all shows the powerful power of Yi Yan magic. Sister Myra. Lysina was nervous, and her voice was full of worry. It seemed that he heard the call, and after a while, the seriously injured soul of Satan actually staggered to his feet. Her hands were like broken bones, and her head was hanging low, so that people could not see her expression. Suddenly, restless energy overflowed from Satan's soul, and black light quickly flooded Satan's soul, forming a pillar of light straight into the sky, and the sky was all dyed black. Demon, has the demon arrived? Lord Magister, save us! The aura of terror pervaded, and people huddled together, hiding in corners they thought were safe, looking at the dark sky in fear. What's wrong, Sister Myra? The brothers and sisters Lysina and Elfman, who were stopped, were also sitting on the ground at the moment because of the sense of oppression. They did not want to lose their loved ones, they could only look at Yi Yan helplessly. Alas, what a trouble! He said trouble, but he still took up his arms and walked forward. Don't worry, your sister will be back. Yi Yan said without looking back. If you continue to break out like this, you will suffer from magic deficiency, Mirajan. Yi Yan knew that the sudden explosion of Satan's soul was not to attack, but Mirajan herself would not control the magic, and after the battle, the magic was already on the verge of collapse. However, if the magic is allowed to be vented like this, even if Mirajan wakes up, she will suffer from mana deficiency disorder because of the instant loss of a lot of mana, which is life-threatening, and if she can't wake up, she will be devoured by her own magic and turned into a demon. Watching you fall into darkness without guiding you to the light is not something a nanny should do. Yi Yan seemed to be self-deprecating, clasping her hands together and chanting magic. With the divine light, dispel the darkness, follow God's will, get rid of the darkness, and embrace the light. With the chant, Yi Yan slowly rose into the air, and then clenched the cross and slammed the pestle to the ground, which is an awakening skill of the nanny's profession. Holy Light Apocalypse. The divine breath blesses spellcasters, as well as those identified as teammates, increasing strength, mental power, movement speed, and attack speed. The divine light will deal multiple stages of light attribute damage to the enemy, and then the holy light will explode, adding magic damage again. The damage level depends on the strength of mana. The stronger the mana, the higher the damage. The magic array unfolded on the cross, dazzling light erupted, light flowed, and the light that belonged to Yiyan tore through the darkness and shone in this sky. The holy light dispels the darkness brought by Satan's soul, and the terrifying aura is swept away, directly defeating Mirajan and preventing the magic from continuing to vent. It's so warm. Is it the light of an angel? Did the angels come to save us? Bathed in the holy light, the villagers were all amazed, and under the leadership of the old priest, they chanted the Bible. Sister Myra! Sister! The light dissipated, the sky returned to calm, and Lysina and Elfman rushed towards the lying Mirajan, and Yiyan was not in the way. Sober up now, Mirajan! Yiyan put away her weapons, brushed her loose hair, and tidied up her clothes a little, although there is no need to tidy up her clothes, but elegance never goes out of style, doesn't it? I am. The satanic spirit lay on the ground, his eyes had returned to clarity, just staring at the demonized hands sluggishly. Don't worry, it's just your magic. Yiyan opened her mouth to comfort, and Mirajan, who regained consciousness, seemed to remember the scene of the battle just now, and the strong girl shed tears. What magic? I don't want this disgusting thing. Mirajan broke down and cried. It is because of this evil power that we are rejected and have no place to stand. Lysina and Elfman knew that their sister had sobered up, and although they were still a little afraid of Mirajan's appearance, they still approached their sister, and the three siblings hugged each other and cried. Hey, I said. Yiyan was just about to explain why Mirajan hadn't recovered her body, when dozens of villagers armed with weapons and surrounded the old priest. Kill her, kill her. She's a demon, she must be eliminated. Lord Demon Guide, kill this demon who brought bad luck. Looking at the indignant crowd, the person who was still shivering just now changed his face and became fierce and vicious. Oh! The devil is there, go and kill. Yiyan let go, pointed to the three of Mirajan, and said calmly, if Alyssa was next to her, she knew that Yiyan who looked like this was already angry. Go up together and get rid of them. A few people trembled and stepped forward, and the next moment they were frightened back by Mirajan's fierce eyes. Seeing this, Yiyan also poisoned his tongue, and said sharply, when people are strong, they will only make promises, and if they lose momentum for a while, they will strike hard. You are like rats in the gutter, which is disgusting. The scolded villagers did not have any sense of shame, and one by one refuted Yiyan. What? How can you say such a thing? Aren't you here to do a mission? Don't hurry up and kill this demon. That is, if you don't get rid of the devil, you are still talking about the wind. Facing Kyunfu's point, Yiyan clasped his hands to his chest and said silently, my task is only to investigate the demons in the church. It has been completed. This is the task issued by the church, and it has nothing to do with you. Besides, when the demons came just now, I protected you, and there was no charge. The villagers were suddenly speechless, unable to answer, and fell silent one after another. Yiyan continued, when the demon appeared, who came forward? Who saved you when the devil killed you? It's Mirajan, the girl you say you want to kill. Yiyan ignored the crowd, roaring and venting her emotions, and Mirajan was touched in her heart when she heard someone speak for herself. Click! At this moment, there was a crisp sound in Mirajan's right eye, and a crack extended to her forehead. The next moment, Satan's soul shattered in an instant and returned to its original appearance. Sister Myra, you have changed back. Lysina immediately noticed that her sister had changed back and happily pounced. Mirajan touched her cheek and shed tears of happiness and disbelief. It actually disappeared. Demon, it's gone. Even so, you can't let this cursed man live. That is, as long as they live here, they will bring us bad luck. Ignoring these selfish villagers, Yiyan stretched out her hand to Mirajan and smiled gently. Congratulations, you are now a magic guide. Do you want to come with me? Mirajan was touched by this warm smile, took Yiyan's hand, stood up, smiled with her eyebrows, and responded, okay, I'll go with you. Amid the cries of the villagers, the three siblings returned to the ruined house and packed their bags. Are we really leaving, Sister Myra? Lysina and Elfman were reluctant to do so. After all, this house was the only thing left by their parents, and they had lived here for so many years. Well, this place can no longer accommodate us to continue living. Rest assured, we will go to Yan's guild. It should be very good to have a guild where such a good person as Yan is. The three rummaged through the rubble, and Myra Jane pulled out a small clay pot containing money she had saved over the years. Rolling up a few blankets, the three siblings found Yan, who was nibbling on fruits under the tree, followed her out of this village where she had lived for many years, and embarked on an unknown road ahead. Chapter 18. The four left, not planning to stay in the town, wanting to walk through the canyon to the city with a station. After all, it was only a teenager, and the pace was not as fast as expected, and after walking for 2 hours, it was completely dark. It's too late, let's rest here, and then set off at dawn. Yan found a small cave, took the lead and walked into the cave. Is not deep, just to provide a place for a few people to stay, build a fire, eat some dry food casually. Yan gave everyone fruit, and a few people ate with relish. After fighting during the day and rushing all the way, after eating, Yan only felt tiredness attack, yawned a few times, and her eyelids began to fight. When Myra Zhen paid attention, she found Yan leaning against the stone, and she didn't know when she fell asleep. What a quiet man! Looking at Yan's more peaceful side face under the firelight, Myra Zhen thought to herself. Guild, it should be interesting, right? Myra thought about it, tilted her head, and fell into a deep sleep. The night grew deeper, and in the cave, only a little fire was left, and the breeze blew through, and the last bit of fire was extinguished. In the dark, Yan woke up suddenly. Some faint moonlight flowed into the cave, but he could barely see things, and outside the cave, the wind whistled. Some wood was added to the extinguished fire, and the flames rose again. Where is the wind? Yan walked to the entrance of the cave. Sand and stones flew outside, hurricanes cried, wolves howling, and some smaller trees were uprooted. Looking up through the wind and sand, the air flow converged hundreds of meters ahead, forming a huge tornado straight into the sky, and the strong suction force made Yan almost blown away by the wind. Something is wrong. There is a flow of magic in the wind. Is there a magic guide fighting? Yan thought in her heart, holding the rock at the entrance of the cave, steadying the center of gravity, and slowly retreating back into the cave. What's wrong? Yan had just retreated into the cave, and Myra Zhen had already woken up and looked at Yan and asked. I don't know. Suddenly there was a strong wind, and there was a strong magical reaction. Yan replied while combing her tossed hair with her hand, walked to the entrance of the cave again, and said to Myra Zhen, I'll go to find out the situation, you stay to protect Lysina and Elfman. Don't worry, I'll be back before dawn. After speaking, he was about to walk out of the cave, and suddenly, Myra Jane pulled Yan. Wait a minute. Back by the fire, Yan didn't know what Myra Jane was going to do, but saw her rummaging through the package and taking out a set of beige long dresses. Just this one, although it is a little old, it is reluctant to replace it. This is the best one of the few clothes in Myra Zhen, which she is usually reluctant to wear, but at this time, she generously handed the skirt to Yan. Ah, thank you so much, Myra Jane. Yan took the clothes in surprise, and thanked him repeatedly. If he wore his own clothes, it would be embarrassing to go out and meet people. You're welcome, go and change it, we're about the same height, it should be suitable. Well, okay, that's it. Without being too polite, I found a big stone and quickly changed into Myra Zhen's dress. This color is very suitable for you, Yan. As soon as Yan came out, she heard Myra Zhen's praise, a beige long skirt. Long sleeves just covering her wrists, sequins on the upper body, flashing by the firelight, a streamer at the waist, and the skirt to the ankles, so as not to mop the floor. Well, it's an unexpected fit. Yi Yan lightly bundled the streamers around her waist, tied a bow, and playfully spun around. "Thank you, Marajan, I'll pay you back when I return to the guild." Mi La Zhen looked at Yi Yan's fluttering appearance, did not hold back a smile, followed to the entrance of the cave, and said, "If you want to go, go quickly, come back early, pay attention to safety." Under the gaze of Myra Zhen, without hesitation, Yi Yan walked into the wind. It's nice to feel cared for. A little moved in her heart, Yi Yan did not look back, steadied her figure, and walked towards the dangerous tornado ahead. Watching Yi Yan's figure go away, after being out of sight, Mi La Zhen retreated into the cave, picked up Yi Yan's changed clothes, and silently put them into her bag. After doing this, he gently lay back next to his younger siblings, closed his eyes, and didn't know if he could fall asleep. On Yi Yan's side, he had to look at the road in front of him, but also be always alert to the trees and stones that suddenly flew in, and walked for more than 10 minutes in just 300 or 400 meters, and finally reached the location of the tornado. What the hell is this? Where did the demon wind come from? Standing more than 10 meters away, the wind here has strangely weakened, and it is very calm. It turned out to be a whirlwind caused by the convergence of magic forces in nature. In front of you is a tornado formed by the magic of nature, and behind you, a strong hurricane that has just passed through. Yi Yan observed the four directions, did not find any traces of man-made, and after walking a few meters further, he felt a magic storm and connected with his own magic power. This magic whirlwind is actually absorbing my magic power. The strong sense of pull made Yi Yan have to return to her original position, looking at this tornado storm formed by the convergence of magic power, and fell into deep thought. Who? The sudden appearance of the figure startled Yi Yan, and when the person came out of the wind and sand, he saw clearly that it was a young boy about 15 years old. Hey! The young man paused in his steps, and he didn't seem to expect that someone would actually be here. Yi Yan looked at the person who came vigilantly, and the young man did not mean to speak. The two looked at each other face to face like this, and the subtle atmosphere flowed in the eyes of the two. It's pretty handsome. As a Yan dog, Yi Yan never skimp on her praise for good-looking people. The boy is tall, carrying 5 strangely shaped staff on his back, short blue hair, hanging eyes on his eyelids, and a magic pattern on his right eye. I don't know if he was born or tattooed. It's beautiful. The girl is dressed in a beige long dress, black hair fluttering in the wind, pure and simple, white little face, a pair of obsidian-like beautiful eyes, looking straight at herself. The teenager only saw the appearance of Yi Yan at a glance. Although the girl was still young, it did not affect her good looks, and she also praised it in her heart. What are you? Seeing the young man's embarrassed appearance, Yi Yan relaxed her guard and asked first, wanting to break the embarrassing situation. Hey? What's going on? But at this moment, a strong sense of sleepiness suddenly struck, and the whole person was drowsy. This is sleep magic. As soon as the words fell, Yi Yan's body softened, and she fell straight to the ground. The next moment, the young man took a step, caught Yi Yan steadily, and slowly put it next to a boulder, and then said unhurriedly, "It's too dangerous here, you sleep first." After speaking, the young man turned his back and walked towards the tornado, not noticing that Yi Yan was wearing clothes on his chest, and the cross light lit up. You should be glad that you have sincere eyes, and you don't show malice towards me. The boy walked to the magic whirlwind, took off the wand behind him, surrounded himself and inserted it into the soil one by one, and suddenly there was a sound behind him. Mist illusion, super sleep magic, this is what you use on me. The boy turned around, his eyes looked at the girl who should have been sleeping in surprise, and he doubted himself. However, magic such as sleep and other abnormal states are not effective for me. Yi Yan stood up, and the cross light on her chest slowly dimmed down. It is a purification skill that can relieve all abnormal states such as sleep, petrification, poisoning, etc., and after 2 years of learning, Yian is extremely skilled in the use of character skills. Sorry, I just wanted you to get some sleep, and when anima is done, the magic will be unlocked. Knowing that his magic failed, the boy felt guilty and explained with a slight panic. It's true, since you're not a bad person, why do you want to strike without saying a word? Of course, Yian knows that the teenager is not a bad person, otherwise, he would not pretend to sleep with him to act. Anima, is this magic-absorbing tornado? He patted the dust on his skirt and walked to the edge of the juvenile formation. Well, anima, soul, it's not a tornado, but a super-large subspace transfer magic. The two watched together at the tornado called anima by the teenager, and just a little closer, the magic in the body would be forcibly absorbed and then integrated into it. This is just the unfinished anima, and my task is to destroy it. The young man was a little anxious, but continued to explain, but did not tell Yian the origin of anima. Oh, I see, then you are busy first, I will watch from the side, don't disturb you. Empathetic Yian, how can you not see the teenager's anxious emotions, although curious, but people don't say, they can't keep asking, it will make people feel very rude. Well, by the way, my name is Jalal. The young man suddenly declared his name with a red face, but it made Yian unclear, and he complained in his heart, it's just a name, what are you blushing? Yian also said his name, and then obediently retreated to the side, not knowing when a big fruit appeared in his hand, and when he took a bite, the juice overflowed, crunchy and sweet. Chapter 19. A Slanty Calendar, June X779. It has been half a year since the last mission and met Jalal, and in the past half a year, Yian has been staying in the guild and has not been on a mission. The three Morajan siblings have joined the guild, and since they have been accompanied by their partners, after running in, Morajan has also opened her heart, completely released herself, and gone further and further on the road of her sister. Calculate the time, it has been 2.5 years since I came to this world, and time flies so fast. In the basement, Yian closed the book, stretched, and got up from the stool. Starvation, go eat. The 13-year-old body has begun to develop, under the loose robe, the slightly raised sharp corners on the chest show the unique girlish atmosphere of this young age. The daily life of fairy tale is noisy, and today is no exception. Look quickly, what is this? In the hall, Natsu held a giant egg with a blue pattern, excitedly showing off to everyone. Natsu, is this egg to be baked for everyone to eat together? Gray, who was wearing only his panties, said with a mocking smile. Bastard, this is a dragon egg, not for you. Natsu rarely did not fight with Gray, holding the egg, and walked to the President Makarov with a smile. How did you know this is a dragon egg? Kana also came over curiously, and several people kept looking around the egg. Don't you look at it, this pattern is a dragon claw at a glance. Natsu pointed to the pattern on the eggshell and said to himself. How can you have such a strange thing? Makarov also put down his glass and looked at the egg in Natsu's arms, he had never seen such an egg either. So, please Grandpa use magic to make the dragon egg hatch. Natsu crossed his hands at his waist and said excitedly. Bang! A pink fist rushed in front of the guild leader and lightly smashed on Natsu's head. What are you talking about, you idiot? Yian's soft voice sounded, and the friends looked up at Yian. Oh, Yan, so you're in the guild. Yian smiled back at everyone, she was also curious about what kind of egg it was, rubbed Natsu's head and said, Stupid Naz, there is a life in the egg, there is no kind of magic in this world that can desecrate life like this. The little ghosts didn't seem to understand Yian's words very well, and Makarov also said at this time, that's right, life is only born under love, no matter what kind of magic, it can't be love. Natsu shook off the hand that was rubbing his hair, and said with wide eyes and disapproval, what are you talking about, I don't understand at all. Looking at Natsu's contemptuous expression, the guild leader looked at Yian and sighed, Alas, this kind of words, the little devil head still does not understand. Yi Yan also shrugged helplessly, saying that he didn't know how to explain. It means that if you want it to hatch, you have to try it on your own. Ilusha didn't know when she came up, and walked to Yi Yan's side as she spoke, standing together and looking at Natsu's dragon egg. In 2.5 years, Ilusha has also grown a lot, the same height as Yi Yan, long red hair, a ponytail, a long sword around her waist, looked at Natsu, and said seriously, "You kid, you usually know how to destroy things, just take this opportunity to learn how life is born." As the saying goes, handsome is only 3 seconds. As soon as Ilusha's words fell, a strange tone of Myra Jane came from the door. "Ilusa. It turns out that you are back." Marajan clenched her hands into fists. On the top of her head, a large butterfly hairpin tied up her white hair high, a collar around her neck, a small crop top vest on her upper body, a pair of short hot pants, and a pair of boots, the whole little sister dressed up. "Let's continue the last duel, let the horses come." Marajan made a defiant gesture. Ilusa crossed her hands at her waist, and the two faced each other. "Don't you say I forgot, we haven't decided yet, Myra. It's going to fight again." Lysina and Elfman sat on the stool, their tone a little helpless, and she didn't understand how her gentle sister could become like this. "Grab Ilusa. Just cry as much as you want, Marajan." The two needles suddenly moved. Marajan kicked Mila Jane, and the next moment Ilusa flew back and punched Myra Jane. "Stinky woman of the hard state. Stinky woman with a navel. The two of you punched me and kicked together, and their mouths kept greeting each other. It's so levelless. Ilusha, that guy, he is like this, and he dares to tell us not to fight. It's infuriating." Kana, Gray, and Natsu had black lines on their heads, standing on the sidelines watching the two beat each other, and kept swearing words, all feeling speechless. In the fairy tale guild, fighting is something that everyone is used to, and adults never stop the little ghosts from fighting. "Damn, whether it's Ilusha or Marajan, one day, I must beat you all together." Natsu rubbed his fists on the side and said through gritted teeth. On weekdays, Natsu did not fight with them, but every time it was repaired. "Really, if you talk like this, there will be no womanhood." Yi Yan punched Natsu in the head again, knocking off his urge to try. "Won't you stop it, Yan?" Kana looked at Yi Yan and said, "The only one who can stop Ilusha and Myra Zhen is Yi Yan. Don't stop it now, it will still fight in a while, the trouble is dead, let them fight enough, and they will stop when they are tired." Seeing that Yi Yan had no interest in pulling a fight, Kana also gave up the idea, walked to the side, and drank with the president. Lysina also came over at this time and said to Natsu, "I said Natsu, can I raise that egg with you?" Hearing that Lysina wanted to help hatch the eggs, Natsu turned around and said excitedly, "Really, Lysina, do you want to help me with this?" With Natsu's consent, Lysina said happily, "Well, because I think it would be fun to raise this egg." Lysina's words made Natsu a little puzzled, and Yi Yan looked at the two imps on the side, secretly laughed, and thought, are all the magic guides so precocious? Maybe Naz's mind is only about fighting and eating, as for emotional intelligence, he may really not have it, looking at the egg, and said depressedly, "What kind of nurturing, it should be hatching, but how to do it? Just warm up." Before Lysina could finish speaking, Natsu only heard the word warming. "Warm, I'm good at this." Saying that, flames erupted from his mouth, giving the egg a fiery shower. "Nope!" Lysina screamed, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Where are you from, idiot?" Gray took the egg from Natsu with a flying kick and scolded at Natsu. "No, Natsu, the flames will bake the eggs, use my magic." Seeing that the egg was safe and sound, everyone was relieved, and Lysina said, using her magic, transformed into a big blue bird, got the egg into her arms, and hatched it in a similar way. "What's wrong, Elfman?" Kana saw Elfman sighing and asked aloud. Obviously Lysina can receive it all over the body, why can't I? Yes, you all use the same kind of magic. Elfman also uses receiving magic, but he can only receive the target's arm for now. Will Makarov be here? The door of the guild suddenly opened, and a frog-like person walked in, and only then stopped fighting. Oh, it's the messenger of the Senate, what's the matter? After receiving the answer, the frog messenger took out a commission slip from his briefcase, handed it to Makarov, and said, "Here is a designated commission, please pass it on." After speaking, the messenger left without looking back, and the chairman opened the letter and read it carefully. "Yan, this is yours." After reading the letter, the guild leader handed it to Yan again, and said positively, "This is a designated task, for the credibility of the guild, you must accept it. In other words, you haven't done a task for a long time, just in time to go to the event." Designated tasks refer to the tasks that the client names a certain magic guide to do, and such tasks are generally those honors that only long-established magic guides have. Assigned tasks? Let me see. Chapter 20. My wife fell ill in July X777, and her search for a famous doctor has not yet been successful, and she has reached a critical point of illness, and by chance she has heard the name of the Goblin Doctor, so I sincerely ask your guild, Yan Saferdin House. Jayad Hatfilia. After quickly reading the content of the commission, Yan frowned and asked the president, "Do you have to accept the designated task, President?" The guild leader drank the drink, burped, and replied, "It's not like that. If you feel that you are incompetent, you cannot accept it, but this may affect your reputation and that of the guild. You know, the higher the task completion rate, the higher the reputation of the guild, the more mission resources you can get, the higher the reputation of the wizard, the higher the task reward. In short, whether it is a guild or a wizard, the higher the reputation, the more you gain. Doesn't that have to be accepted? It's really troublesome, but this Hatfilia feels a little familiar." Yan got up from the stool and said, "She has grown taller and does not need to jump. Tell you not to go out all day, the main houses in the guild, and even the Hatfilia consortium does not know." In the end, Yan reluctantly walked out of the guild under the envious eyes of her partners. "It's really worthy of Yan, now you can do the designated task." Behind her, Ilusa sighed, and her partners looked at it with admiration, and the gentle and delicate back under the sun went farther and farther. "It's so far away." Yan complained in her heart, she never liked to go far away, unless there was no way. Back in the dormitory, I packed 2 sets of clothes, went to the street to buy some fruit and food, put them all in the inventory, and got ready, and then boarded the train to Port Harujan. It's a port city, it's really prosperous. After a 4-hour train ride, we finally arrived at Harujan, where there was no guild of wizards stationed, so it was garrisoned by the army. Knowing that the last ship to go to sea had been gone for an hour, Yan simply stayed at Harujan. Set up a hotel room, wander the streets alone, eat a seafood meal at a restaurant with a sea view, go to the magic shop to buy some favorite magic toys, choose beautiful clothes at the stall, buy some fruits that you have never seen before. The world is so big, or I met you, how many times crazy and how naive under the sunset. Yan hummed the song in her memory, carried her shoes and bare feet, walking happily on the golden beach, the gentle sea breeze gently blowing, gently bringing up the girl's long hair and skirt. "I've followed all the way, aren't you going to say hello?" Yan suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked directly at the blue-haired boy behind him. "The song you sing, it's good." Jalal's blushing face turned to the side, and he said in a distraught manner. In fact, as soon as Yan got off the train, he saw it, but he didn't know why, so he kept following. "Ong, just hum, what are you doing here?" The last time they met, after Jalal dealt with Anima, the two had a brief exchange, and Yan knew that this person was a social terrorist and did not communicate with people very well. "Ah, no, didn't do anything, just play." On the beach in the sunset, young men and women chatted without a match. The scenery here is very nice, better than the sea in Magnolia. Yi Yan stopped and looked at the distant sea, and Jalal stood next to him, also following his gaze. Well, it's beautiful. In the distance, the returning fishing boats are moving smoothly on the calm sea, and the seagulls flap their golden wings, as if to guide the fishing boat home. Click. Not far away, the yellow-haired reporter pressed the shutter, and the backs of young men and women looking at the sea were saved. Cool. The yellow-haired reporters looked at the photos of the camera one by one, shouting excitedly. In this way, the content of the next issue of the weekly Sosala will be in hand, and the theme will be called, The Love of the Young Wizard in the Sunset. But the party Yian did not know that he was secretly photographed, and he and Jalal were playing on the beach, picking up beautiful shells, building castles with children, and eating seafood barbecue together. Until the sky hung the curtain, the stars began to shine with starlight, and Yi Yan took his leave. It's late, I'm going back, you can go back too. Jalal was stunned, the happy time was always short, so much so that he thought it didn't last long at all. Well, okay, I should go too. Jalal looked lonely, although reluctant, but did not show it, tightened the wand behind him, got up and left. Jalal, we're friends, right? Yi Yan's sudden question made Jalal pause, and after a while, he smiled sincerely. Well, it's friends. After receiving the answer, Yi Yan also showed a satisfied smile. What I told you last time, don't you think about it? Yi Yan looked at Jalal with an expectant look, waiting for his answer. Well, I've already thought about it, after completing my task, I'll go to you. Jalal left after speaking, and Yi Yan also got an affirmative answer, returned to the hotel full of joy, and after a simple freshening, lay down on the bed, and slept. It turned out that long before, Yi Yan had sent an invitation to Jalal to join the guild, because the guild leader complained all day that there were too few talents in the guild, and it was rare to meet such a pleasant and powerful magic guide. Of course, he had to consider it for the guild and the guild leader. In this world, there is no DNF, no LOL, no peace, and no internet-connected mobile phones and computers. In the past 2.5 years, in addition to absorbing the knowledge in books, that is, practicing hard and refining his own magic path, Yian has also developed a good habit of going to bed early and getting up early. Aha! Sleeping beautifully, when the morning sun shone into the room, Yian also woke up on time, stretched, washed, took out custom-made clothes from the inventory and put them on. Well, it's so good looking at the delicate person in the mirror, he gave himself a warm smile. Ask for an egg roll, with a glass of milk, thank you. Walked out of the hotel, bought breakfast on the dining car, and met such a pleasing girl in the first business of the morning, and the stall owner's mood became cheerful. Please take it, thank you for your visit. Quickly make the girl's breakfast, Mari packed it, and handed it to Yian. It must be a good morning. Looking at Yian's distant figure, the stall owner said in his heart, soon, one after another people came to the stall, and the stall owner also fell into busyness with pleasure. Buy your tickets, catch the boat that departs first, and after 2.5 hours of sailing, the boat finally docks. Woo, it's finally here. Down-to-earth can make people feel at ease. Walking on unfamiliar streets and asking people around, Yian finally reached her destination. Hatfilia Manor. Welcome, Lord Magister. Ring the doorbell on the big iron door and wait at the door for a long time before a young maid came out of the building and verified her identity before welcoming Yian into the door. From the gate to the mountain over there, it is the territory of the manor. Along the way, the maid was introducing this manor to Yian, and looking at the place where the maid finger was, the mountains were far away, the sky was very blue, and Yian had to sigh, this is really amazing. This is a huge private estate built on the mountain, and its area is so large that it is unimaginable to the art of 2 lifetimes. Welcome Lord Magister. As soon as you reach the door, the thick and quaint door opens from the inside, and behind the door, 4 servants, one left and one right, bow at the same time and welcome. Yes. In this battle, Yi Yan was embarrassed. I didn't know what to say. As soon as I entered the gate, another maid immediately brought a pair of brand new shoes and knelt on the ground to change Yi Yan. Thank you, that's so polite. Although it is very unaccustomed, but Yi Yan did not stop it. The so-called follow the customs, this is the rules of others, but also the way of life. Breaking other people's rules at will may cause trouble to others. This is my job, it's my job. You're welcome, Lord Magister. A word of thanks flattered the young maid, and at this moment, she also got a feeling of being respected. Lord Demon Guide, please follow me, the master is already waiting. As soon as he changed his shoes, another servant respectfully took Yi Yan up the stairs. Evil capitalism. Yi Yan complained in her heart that in her last life, her family was not bad, but such an extremely luxurious life was unimaginable. Knock knock. The maid knocked lightly on the door and waited a few seconds when a slightly majestic voice came. Come in. With permission, the maid carefully pushed open the door and bent down to make an invitation to enter. Please come in. Yi Yan was not polite and walked directly in, and the maid retreated and gently closed the door. I've always heard that the goblin doctor is very young, but I didn't expect it to be a child. Jude looked at Yi Yan with a serious expression, and said without emotion with the breath of a high-ranking person. Don't say anything troublesome, Mr. Giantoku. Yi Yan stood straight, looked directly at the majestic Jude, and said with a humble expression, since you invited me to come, then your information is very clear to you. You and I are quite busy, take me to see the patient. Yi Yan was direct, looking directly at Jude's gaze. The eldest lady's temperament was fully open, and she generously accepted Jude's consideration. Hehe, it's worthy of being a famous magic guide, it's good, come with me. Jude was a little unexpected, a small magic guide was not timid in front of him. It seems that he is capable, Madame's illness, there is hope. Jude's face did not leak, but there was a glimmer of hope in his heart, and he took Yi Yan through the corridor and came to the bedroom. Sir. The servants standing at the door quickly opened the door, and the servants who were busy in the room also stopped what they were doing, consciously exited the room one by one, and closed the door. This is my love, Layla. Walking to the bed. Jude gave way to his position, and Yi Yan could see that on the bed, there was a beautiful blonde woman. There was also a little girl with the same hair color on the side, who was looking at Yi Yan with curious eyes. Hello, Dr. Goblin. Layla was emaciated, and her bloodless face was still smiling, and she greeted Yi Yan weakly. Hello, ma'am. Yi Yan also returned a warm smile, although the current Layla described it as withered, but the elegant aura could not be concealed. Gentle people are not annoying, and the two happen to be the same people. Madam is also a magic guide, the residual magical aura on your body is very special. Yi Yan could see at a glance that Layla was not really sick, but suffering from a lack of magical power. It's amazing, after seeing so many doctors in the past 2 years, I haven't been able to see that my magic is special. Layla has always had a smile on her face, this kind of warm smile, it can't be fake, it is enough to see that she really likes the girl in front of her. That's right, before that, I was also a magic guide, a star spirit magic guide who used keys. Chapter 21. Star Spirit Wizard is a magic guide who uses a special key to summon the star spirit to assist in combat, and because of the special magic of its magic, it accounts for a very rare proportion of the magic guide type. Ahem, ahem. Layla had just finished introducing herself as a star spirit demon guide, and suddenly coughed violently, coughing, and actually coughed up blood. Heal. Seeing this, Yi Yan immediately cast magic, and after a chant, a magic array shining with cyan light appeared in the air, and the magic power fell on Layla like star sand through the magic array. It's so comfortable, so warm. The magic fell, and Layla enjoyed the magic of Yian, the comfort it brings, and this was the first time since her illness that she had received such a comfortable treatment, and she couldn't help but marvel. "Mom! Madam!" Jude and Lucy on the side were also surprised to see that Layla's face was a little bloody. "Don't rejoice too early." When the hope of life was ignited in the hearts of the three members of the family, Yian spoke out at an inappropriate time and poured cold water on the three. "Madam's body, something is very wrong. I'm afraid it's not just a lack of magic power." Yian stopped the magic, frowned, and watched as the magic power had piled up into a halo, slowly flowing on Layla, and was puzzled for a while. "Madam, how are you feeling?" Although she didn't really get treatment, Layla still felt a lot lighter in her body, put her hands hard, supported her upper body, leaned against the head of the bed, half sat up, and said softly, "Well, I feel much more comfortable, like I have been thirsty for a long time," and finally drank a little water. "Your magic is very warm." Hearing the answer, Yian was even more puzzled. As a healer, she clearly knew that the magic just now did not really heal Layla, because her magic did not enter Layla's body at all. "Mr. Jut, I want to do an in-depth examination for Madam, please take Lucy out." Yian thought for a while, as if she understood something, suddenly turned around and said to Jude, who was also very cooperative, pulled Lucy, and bowed to Yian. "Then please." After speaking, he walked out of the room without looking back, because the magic guide who can use healing magic is too rare. In the past 2 years, it has been difficult to find such a one, although it is still just a little ghost, but it undoubtedly gives them hope for a family. "Madam, let's say it now, your time is running out, it's about your life, please don't hide it." Yian looked at Layla with a serious expression. She figured it out, Layla must know the reason, so she didn't care so much. "What a smart kid." Layla's approving gaze re-looked at the little ghost in front of her, and after a long sigh, her expression became sad. "Who wants to die if they can live?" "You are right, I am not a mana deficiency, but a source of magic necrosis. My body can no longer absorb and store mana." After listening to Layla's explanation, Yian was surprised. "You know, the body of the magic guide is equivalent to a container. Every cell in the body is absorbing the magic factor in nature all the time, which is the source of the magic power. Mana deficiency disorder refers to the instant loss of a large amount of mana, so that the magic source cannot maintain operation, as long as the lost mana is replenished in time, and there is salvation. But the source of magic necrosis, that is, directly pronounced death. What kind of magic can consume such a huge amount of magic in an instant, ma'am?" Yian was curious about what kind of magic could consume so much mana in an instant. "The door of eclipse is a door that only the star spirit demon guide can open, and it is also the will of my ancestors to stay, so I must open it," Layla said weakly, but the firmness in her eyes showed that she did not regret it. Eclipse Gate. Listening to Layla's story, Yian felt a little impressed, so she thought about it in her mind, and after a while, she suddenly realized, is it the legendary device created by the black wizard Jerev to set time coordinates and thus teleport, the Eclipse Gate? When Layla heard this, she was surprised. She didn't understand how the little girl in front of her would know about the Eclipse Gate. "Don't be surprised, madam, I usually like to read books, not only the Eclipse Gate, the Dark Magus Zerev, but also mentioned in the Book of Apocalypse, the Terminator of the World, Curse Akunalakia, because what is written in the book is too fantastical. I always thought it was just a legend." Yian explained that books that record such ancient legends are generally written in ancient characters, and it is indeed surprising that a child her age knows this. "I can't tell at all that you are so knowledgeable." Layla smiled faintly, there was some pampering in her eyes. She really liked this girl. At such a young age, she had such powerful magic, such profound knowledge, gentle and kind, and most importantly, good-looking. "How nice it would be if it were my child." Layla sighed in her heart, looking at Yi Yan's eyes became more and more gratified, and smiled at Yi Yan. If only Lucy could be half as powerful as you, I could leave with peace of mind. Layla with a regretful tone, making Yi Yan frown. Yes, how can there be parents who do not love their children? How happy it is to be able to watch their children and grow up slowly. Lucy is still young, but she is already a magic guide, although she is not yet strong, but with a mother like you, she will definitely not be bad in the future. Yi Yan comforted that she still had many questions in her heart, and then turned her words around and asked, "Then madam, can you tell me why you have to open that door regardless of your life?" Layla looked stunned, as if thinking about something, thought for a while, and replied frankly, "There is nothing to hide, I don't know much. The ancestors just let the descendants, in the era of abundant magical energy, open this door connecting time and space 400 years ago to welcome the arrival of 5 children." Yi Yan has been listening carefully, and she also has her own little juju in her heart. She has never forgotten some things she saw in that dream when she came to this world, and that disappeared self, the desire to stay. Be sure to go home. So when she heard that it was about the Eclipse Gate, this space-time teleportation magic, Yi Yan became interested. Because this is most likely a clue about how she got home, this is the only thing she knows about the magic of crossing in the past 2 years, but she always thought that it was just a legend in the book. 5 children? A child from 400 years ago? Yi Yan asked again. She was so curious that she forgot about Layla's physical condition for a while. Yes, but I didn't see them because my magic couldn't support it. So they were scattered to different places when teleporting. Ahem. Cough. Layla said, coughing again. Yi Yan only then came back to her senses. This one was still sick, and said apologetically, "Sorry ma'am, I have too many questions." After a while, Layla calmed down, drank some water, a gentle smile never disappeared on her face, looked at Yi Yan, and said, "It's okay, my body can live for 2 more years, it's already very good. It's a pity, I can't watch Lucy grow up, it's a pity, I didn't meet you earlier." Yi Yan just smiled, stood up, and opened the door. Jude and Lucy, who had been waiting outside the door, and as soon as the door opened, they immediately walked in. By the way, that teleportation seems to be related to dragons, but I don't know the specifics. Layla said, and took Lucy into her arms, her eyes shining. "Mom, what's wrong?" Layla didn't answer, just stroked Lucy's head with affectionate eyes. Jude looked at Yi Yan, and without waiting for a question, Yi Yan explained, "Madam is not only suffering from mana deficiency, but also magic source necrosis, and being able to live for more than 2 more years in this state is enough to prove how powerful Madam was in the beginning." When Jude and Lucy heard this, they looked at Layla in shock. Although they were a family, they knew that Layla was a wizard, but they did not know how powerful she was. "Madam's illness, is there still salvation?" Although Jude was surprised, he didn't care how powerful his wife was, he just wanted to know if Layla could still live. "To save Madam, it's not easy to say, it's not difficult to say, the necrotic magic source, I can fix it." A family of 3, hearing that Layla was still saved, instantly became excited, looked at Yi Yan, full of expectation. Yi Yan saw this, swallowed spit, paused, and continued, "The difficulty is difficult, to find a star spirit wizard like Madam, and collect her magic power, inject it into Madam's body, so as to awaken Madam's magic source." As soon as Yi Yan finished speaking, Lucy on the side immediately stood up and said excitedly, I am also a star spirit magic guide, I can." But before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Yi Yan, this little girl about the same age as Natsu, good-looking and quiet. Yi Yan liked it very much, gently patted Lucy's head, and said, "Lucy is still too young, with your magic power, even if you are drained, you can't save Madam." Yi Yan's words made Lucy stunned at once, and Jude then spoke, "I will immediately issue a mission to find the Star Spirit Demon Guide." After speaking, Yi Yan nodded, and Jude left. and Yi Yan walked to Layla's side and said, "I will repair the magic source for you, so that you can extend your life for a few days, and it depends on whether you can find the Star Spirit magic guide in this little time." Layla also nodded and said softly, "Okay, please." After speaking, close his eyes and quietly enjoy the warm magic of Yi Yan, flowing in his body, and Yi Yan's whispers came from his ears. "Don't worry, since I have accepted the task, I will do my best to complete it. Bet on the name of the Goblin Doctor, and I will definitely save you." Because she was too comfortable, Layla unconsciously slept in peace. I don't know how long it took, but when I woke up again, it was a woman standing by the bed. "Graham? Why are you here?" The woman's name was Graham, and she was originally a servant in the house of Hatphilia. And it was Layla who gave her the key to the Aquarius for safekeeping. "Madam, you're awake." Chapter 22. When Layla woke up, Yian had already taken the boat back to Harujun, the time difference back and forth, and when she got off the boat, it was already dark, and she had no choice but to stay at the hotel where she arrived again. Eclipse Gate, time and space teleportation, child, dragon. Yi Yan lay on the bed, thinking about what she saw today. Thinking about it, it seemed that it had nothing to do with whether she could go home or not. No matter, go back to the guild tomorrow, inquire about the whereabouts of the Star Spirit Demon Guide, wait for Jude to issue a task to find someone. Even if you find it, I'm afraid that Lady Layla will be cold. Repaired Layla's magic source, which extended her life for a few days, a week at most. Without a mana injection, Layla still could not escape death. Time is life, it's really troublesome. Sleep. After a night without a word, early the next morning, Yi Yan boarded the earliest train, and when she returned to Magnolia, it was close to noon. "I'm back." Push open the door, the guild is as lively as ever, talking and laughing, arguing, and all kinds of noise. "Yo, it's Yan who is back. Did you finish your work so quickly? Shouldn't it be that you don't have a job at all and run to fall in love? Do you want your uncle to teach you how to capture a man's heart?" Ha ha ha. As soon as she entered the guild, Yi Yan sensed that there was something wrong with this atmosphere, as if she was still coming at herself. "Yan, you, that, when will you have a baby?" Walking to the long table where the friends were sitting, Elusa blushed and stammered, giving Yi Yan a question mark face. "No, Elusa, you have to get married before you can have children." Lisana corrected Elusa's words in time, looked at Natsu holding the egg, and said with a smile, "I want to marry Natsu when I grow up." Natsu was embarrassed by Lisana's sudden words, and blushed a little reproachfully. "What are you talking nonsense, Lisana?" Yi Yan, who had never figured it out, brushed Gray who was sitting next to Kana. "What for? Let go of Uncle Ben." Gray, who was held by the neck, couldn't struggle at all, and after a while, he confessed to his life and gave up the struggle. "Gray, tell me, what's going on? Everyone seems to be discussing me." How do I know? I've just arrived in the guild." Determining that Gray really didn't know, Yi Yan then closed his fist, released his hand and let him go. Snap! Just as he was about to ask the next person, a book flew in and landed on the table in front of him. "That's it, Weekly Sosala." Mi La Zhen crossed her hands at her waist, stood in front of Yi Yan, and said with a bad smile, "I can't imagine that Yan will fall in love early. When will he bring it back to us to see?" However, Yi Yan did not pay attention to Mirata's words, and she was also curious about how these people could toss themselves for no reason. Pick up the magazine on the table, and as soon as you open the art face, it is instantly clear. Beautiful Love in the Sunset, Forbidden Love of the Magister. Under the big title, accompanied by a few pictures, it is a photo of himself and Jalal playing by the sea. Although the male and female protagonists did not show their faces throughout the process, as long as they are slightly familiar with it, they can see at a glance that the heroine is Yian. I trademark. This journalist is really talented. Page by page, one by one, the angled photos. Accompanied by sensational copywriting, if it is not the party concerned, Yian can move it to cry. Slander. I'm going to sue him for slander. Yian really couldn't stand it, so she looked angry, smashed her fists on the table, and howled angrily. Don't be angry, it's not early love, there is no big problem. Kana said comfortingly, her eyes full of eagerness. It's just, what did the relationship begin? Mi La Zhen hooked Yi Yan's shoulder with one hand and asked softly in her ear. Her gossipy expression was not hidden, and the little friends, even a few adults who were close, quietly pricked up their ears. Yi Yan was helpless, she could only be patient, and spent more than an hour explaining to everyone that this was just a secret photo, and the boy in the photo was just a friend who had met twice. What? Bai is excited. Damn unscrupulous journalists. So, Dr. Goblin is still single. You don't have a chance to be single, ha ha ha. After a while, Ilusha and Marajan fought again because of a little thing, and Natsu and Gray saw that the excitement was affected and joined the fight. Ang, this is the guild I am familiar with. Yi Yan looked at the guild, drinking and playing cards, arguing adults, and the little ghosts who were in a ball, and sighed in her heart. You never know why this guild is so noisy, or what kind of nerves this group of people have. Give me all quiet, stinky imps. At the door, the giantized guild leader, with a bang, the scene instantly quieted down, and as the guild leader walked into the guild step by step, his height was slowly shrinking. You guys, do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Look, this is a list of complaints and compensation sent by the Senate. The president turned back to the little old man, bounced, landed on the railing on the second floor, looked at the people below, and said indignantly, You guys, I have been scolded by the people of the council all day long. Holding a thick piece of paper in his hand, a look of hatred of iron is not steel, and when he saw that everyone lowered their heads and were silent, they suddenly changed their tone, but well. Call the people of the Senate to eat. Saying that, the paper in his hand burned directly, threw it down, was caught by Natsu, ate into his stomach, and the president continued to train. Listen, the power beyond perseverance comes from the idea of persistence. Magic is not a miracle power, this is through spiritual power and concentration. No, only by injecting all your souls can you form this magic. If you always care about the eyes of high-ranking people, you can't refine your own magic path. Don't care about the guys in the council, go the way you believe in, so that you are the wizard of our fairy tale. The passionate speech of the guild leader instantly ignited the emotions of the guild, and everyone who had just been quiet for a while was full of vitality the next moment. It's really a neurotic guild, Yi Yan complained in her heart, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously hung a smile, asked the waiter for a glass of juice, and sat alone at the bar to drink. Yo, Yan, are you here? Is the work done? The president walked to the bar with a fart, saw Yi Yan and asked, gently jumped to the old position, and asked for a glass of wine. It's not finished yet, I'm coming back to find mother-in-law Polusika, ask her to make some tonic potions, and by the way, inquire about the whereabouts of the star spirit wizard. Yi Yan drank the juice and said unhurriedly. The president took the wine glass handed by the waiter, took a sip, and took the words, Star Spirit Magic Guide, it's a rarity, what are you looking for? The mission man suffers from mana deficiency disorder and needs the magic power of the Star Spirit Wizard to save his life. An old man and a young man were drinking and chatting in front of the bar. Yi Yan briefly informed the president of the task, drank the juice, and got up to leave. I remembered. Suddenly, the guild leader patted his head, stopped Yi Yan, and said, You are so lucky, I know where there is a Star Spirit Magic Guide. After Yi Yan left the guild, he went to Higashinomori to find mother-in-law Polusika, and in her mother-in-law's disgusted eyes and tone, she got the potion. After sweeping away the fruits on her mother-in-law's table, Yi Yan left the treehouse satisfied, and returned to the dormitory before dark. It's still comfortable to live in your own room. As soon as she entered the door, Yi Yan lay on the bed on all fours, rested for a while, rolled twice, and then got up to undress and take a bath. It's so comfortable without Elus's bathroom. In the bathtub, put the water, Yi Yan soaked like this, enjoying this comfortable time. And at this moment, Fairy Tale, in the guild, is full of tattered tables and chairs, drunk people and children who are fighting, as lively as a banquet. In other words, what is Yan's strength? How strong is it? Natsu jumped onto the table and asked curiously. He hadn't seen Yi Yan make a move since he entered the guild, and he had never fought with them. Who said that? That woman. It's terrible. Of course, Gray had a lot of say in this, and of course there was another person who was not in the guild. Yan always says that she is not good at fighting, but even Laxus has been defeated by her. Kana also picked up and joined the discussion. What? Are you saying that even that Laxus is not her opponent? Natsu did not fight with Laxus, every time was ended instantly. At this moment I heard that even Laxus was beaten by Yi in fat, and his speech was vibrato. Although we haven't seen Yi Yan's real shot, it's very lucky to fight with her. Elusha also stood up and said that she knew Yi Yan first, and she knew how happy it was to have Yi Yan by her side when she fought. Not bad, glad that Yan is a partner, not an enemy. Marajan also agreed, she was the one who had really fought Yi Yan, although she was not conscious at the time. Natsu, don't challenge Yan, otherwise it will be repaired miserably, ha ha ha. Myra Jane said to Natsu with a dark belly. She knew that this kid could not withstand provocation, and sure enough, Natsu's anger immediately ignited, and she touched her fists and shouted, whether it is Laxus or Yan, I will defeat them one by one. The liveliness of the guild has nothing to do with Yi Yan. Mimi's bath, maybe in the past 2 days, taking a boat and car, a little tired, lying on his big bed, after a while fell asleep comfortably. The next day, Yi Yan woke up on time, bought a ticket first, and bought some food for breakfast on the side of the road. Yi Yan sat in her place, holding a letter in her hand, which was a letter of introduction written to her by the guild president, and it was addressed to the president of the Cyan Pegasus Guild, Bob. Because yesterday, the guild leader told Yi Yan that he happened to know that in the Cyan Pegasus Guild in the next city, there was a star spirit demon guide. And the president of the other party is still his friend for many years, so he wrote a letter of introduction and asked Yi Yan to visit, and with the president's letter, things should be smoother. Cyan Pegasus, I'm coming. Chapter 23. The Cyan Pegasus is the elder-level wizard guild in the kingdom of Fiori, and it is also one of the most famous guilds. Because the wizards in his guild are all handsome men and beautiful women, their popularity has been dominating the list for many years and remains high. Hello, do you need to post a task? Is there anything I can do to help you? As soon as Yi Yan walked into the Cyan Tianma Guild, the beautiful waitress immediately greeted her, brought Yi Yan to the seat and sat down, poured tea again, and politely stood aside. Thank you, I'm the Magi of Fairy Tale, and I'm here to visit your guild leader, Mr. Bob. Yi Yan sat upright, answered the waiter's question generously and decently, and at the same time indicated his identity and purpose, then took out the letter and handed it over. Give. This is our president, letter to President Bob, please forward. The waiter bent down slightly, took the letter with both hands, looked at the envelope carefully, bowed politely, and said, Okay, please wait a moment, I will pass it to our president. The waiter retreated, and Yi Yan quietly observed the surrounding environment. If it's a guild, it feels more like a high-end restaurant. The decoration is very luxurious, the beams and columns of the guild seem to be made of some kind of stone, the walls are carved, the floor is polished, and the tables, chairs, and stools are made of marble and leather sofas. Beautiful light music lingered in the ears, waiters carried trays, serving every visiting guest, and there were a few handsome guys whispering in front of the bar, seemingly the magic guides in the guild. If there is really no contrast, there is no harm. Yi Yan drank some water and sighed in her heart, thinking of comparing it with her own guild, but soon denied it herself. There is simply no better than good. Look at the People's Guild, the environment is beautiful, not to mention, they are all handsome men and beautiful women, the service is still thoughtful, and then look at their own family, they are all a group. Orphans? Shaking his head, he shook off those strange thoughts, tidied up his appearance a little, sat down in his seat, and waited, quiet and elegant. Tread, tread. Not long after, a sound of high heels stepping on the ground sounded. Yi Yan looked up, and the next moment, she only felt that her eyes were hot and painful, and her heart was cold. What a pervert! I saw a round bald fat man, wearing a pink dress, bright lipstick, wearing high heels, a pair of small white wings inserted in his back, followed by one, brown red hair, combed in the middle, a short and fat man in a white suit, as if invisible, directly through the obstacle and came to Ian. It's Dr. Goblin, I'm the president of the Cyan Pegasus, Bob. Bob squinted his small eyes, said in a very gentle tone, looked at the man in the suit beside him, and introduced, this is our guild's S-rank magic guide, Mr. One Night. Before Bob's words fell, the man named Yi Yi came directly to Yi Yan and put on various strange appearances. Sniff. The nose twitched and sniffed beside Yi Yan, and then his eyes flashed with golden light, and he said with a satisfied look, ah, Dr. Goblin, it's a divine smell, I've never smelled a fragrance. As everyone knows, Yi Yan has already clenched her fists, her body trembles unconsciously, and her sweaty hair stands up. Hello, my name is Yan Seifiel, please advise. In order not to be rude in front of the presidents of other families, Yi Yan gritted her teeth and forcibly pressed the urge to shoot the angular, short, and greasy ugly man in front of her, or politely replied. Well, your intention pony has been explained in the letter, it's true, the pony doesn't come to see people together. Bob still squinted, watching Yi Yan jumping up and down all night, and did not mean to stop it, just smiled slightly. Our guild does have a star spirit wizard, but unfortunately, she went out. Before Bob's words were finished, the door of the guild opened again, and a tall woman with green hair walked in. On the face of the all, he is painted with enchanting heavy makeup, and there is a conspicuous black mole at the corner of his right eye. Yo, Karen is back. How is the work? It's very easy to get it done again. Star Spirit Demon Guide, you can summon Star Spirit to assist in the work. Kalian's arrival caused a small commotion, and it can be seen that she is quite popular in the guild. What a coincidence that you came, she is the Star Spirit Demon Guide you are looking for. Seeing the person coming, Bob immediately changed his words, beckoned to Kalian again, squinted and shouted, Kalian, come here, someone is looking for you. Hearing Bob's call, Karen walked straight over, looked at a few people, and said with an arrogant face, who is looking for me, President? Bob introduced Ian and explained her intentions, and Karen sat next to Bob and came face to face with Ian. That is, you need my magic to save someone, right? Let's be blunt, how much? Karen lifted Erlang's leg, lit a cigarette, looked at Ian contemptuously, and said arrogantly. Hee, Miss Karen is really a straight white man, this is not annoying. Yi Yan said with a chuckle, this woman's attitude is really infuriating, but after all, it is a request for people, and it is the home of people, so she still endured it. So, let's be blunt, how much does Miss Karen need to help? The two were straight to the point, discussing the price, and Karen was also thinking about how much to ask for, when a waiter came over and said, Miss Kalian, several guests in the box heard that you are back and asked for you by name. After listening to this, Karen waved her hand, dismissed the waiter, and said impatiently, it's those colored men again, okay, I know. Then he took out a golden key from his waist and entered his magic. Open it, Ares Gatekeeper Ollies. A crisp sound of magic sounded, and the magic array bloomed where the key was pointing. Yes, I'm sorry. The next moment, a pair of crooked horns on his head, wearing a group of wool, sweet-looking Aries, Ollie's appeared out of thin air. "No, I'm sorry." The first sentence is sorry, the voice is soft, and it can be seen that this is a timid and shy star spirit. "What a hassle, go stay with those guys, Ollie's." Karen arrogantly commanded to Ollie's, and in her eyes, the star spirit was nothing more than her own magic, a tool-like existence. But, I'm not a star spirit entertaining men," stammered Res, extremely reluctant in her heart. She had never been very good at refusing the holder's excessive demands. "Don't you know this is my order?" Karen looked indifferent, took out the leather whip and fiercely questioned Ollie's, and in the end, Ollie's followed the waiter to the private room. Really, the star spirit dares to talk back to the holder. Watching Ollie's leave, Karen complained without care. "Miss Carrion, isn't it too much to treat star spirit like this?" Yi Yan's eyebrows frowned slightly. Kalian's style made her a little disgusted, and she said a word to remind her. "Guest, how to use magic is my business, let's continue our topic." Karen ignored Yi Yan's kindness, thinking that it was nosy, and her tone became cold. "Okay, then, how much does Miss Karen want?" Yi Yan didn't want to care so much, and she couldn't care about other people's affairs, punched the ugly face that came over overnight, and said indifferently. "Since it is a life-saving grace, then I think the remuneration that Miss Yan gets must not be low. I want 1,000,000 J, right?" Hearing Kalian's quote, Knight of Bleeding Nosebleed stood up and interjected, 1,000,000 J, this is equivalent to the reward for a simple S-class task, Kalian. Even Bob, who had always squinted and smiled, opened a slit and looked at Karen with squinted eyes. "Little Kalian, this is too much, you can't bully guests." On the other hand, Yi Yan was very calm, put down the water cup, looked at Kalian, and said softly, "It's really not much, as Miss Karen said, this is a life-saving grace, 1,000,000 J, I think, the employer is still willing to pay." Yi Yan does not plan to bargain, although she does not like Kalian's character. Her task is to save people, the high price is higher, or don't make a difference. "Then it's settled, what am I going to do?" Hearing that Yi Yan did not make a counter-offer, Kalian was naturally very happy, and immediately said that she could start immediately. "Just Miss Karen, inject magic into these tonic potions, fill them up, and I'll pick them up tomorrow and bring the money by the way," Yi Yan said, took out 7 20-centimeter-long glass tubes filled with green magic potions, and placed them on the table. "Fill these with these, but it takes a lot of magic, so it's hard for Miss Carrion. Magic tonic is a potion that can be drunk directly and restore mana, and is made from an herb that can enhance mana, which is the main material, but to cure mana deficiency, it is necessary to inject the required magic power into it, and it has a healing effect when it is drunk by the patient. It's nothing, I'll leave first. Before leaving, I still have to remind Miss Kalian, or treat the star spirits kindly, although they are summoned by your magic, they also have their own independent lives, and if they don't respect the heart of magic, they will be eaten back by magic." After Yi Yan finished speaking, she didn't care about Kalian's ugly face, politely said goodbye to Bob, got up and left. "Really, whatever I want to do with my possessions, it's all mine." Kalian looked at Yi Yan's departing back, her face was displeased, and she said very unpleasantly, "I think Xiao Yan-chan is right, little Carrion, use the star spirit as a tool, they will also be very painful." Yi Yan left. Bob's heart was a little reluctant, although it was the first time to see it, but this girl with form etiquette and elegant temperament really made him like it, and he also helped say at the moment. "Before this, you were used as a shield at work and attacked by the opposing wizard." Bob's words embarrassed Karenton and forcibly covered up the past, and Karen lifted Erlang's legs, turned her face to the side, or said without care, "Pain? Star spirits don't feel this way at all, they are just my magic props." Kalian's frivolous attitude made Bob angry. Changed his kind face, and glared angrily, the child of his guild, so contemptuous of life, he was really angry. Kalyan. Even if the star spirit is a summoning object of magic, it is also a living life, and if you ignore them like this, then next time, it will be you who suffers. Bob is an easygoing person, but also a powerful wizard. In his position, he knows the law of magic. As the guild leader, he also cares about the children in the guild. He also wants Karen to use magic correctly, or patience, admonished. Xiao Yan-chan is right, if you don't respect the heart of magic, you will be eaten back by magic. Don't love your own magic. In the magic path, you can't go far, you think about it. Chapter 24. Yi Yan left the Cyan Pegasus Guild and found a place to live, so she wandered around the city and felt the different guilds and the city style where they were stationed. In the Cyan Pegasus Guild, after Karen was reprimanded by President Bob, instead of reflecting on herself, she became more paranoid. Karen returned to her house angrily, took the leather whip, knocked Ollie's to the ground, and cursed fiercely, "You don't need to tell the president about that kind of boring thing." And Ollie's sat on the ground and explained aggrievedly, "No, I didn't say anything, I'm sorry." Karen did not pity her in the slightest, and Ollie's promise fueled her arrogance, gritting her teeth and saying, "Dare to lie, if you make President Bob angry, it is not a joke." Karen slapped the leather whip, and there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. "As punishment, let you stay in the human realm for 7 days." Hearing this, Ollie's immediately became nervous, and it can be seen that similar punishments are not only this time. 7 days, but Lord Kalyan, your magic can't be maintained, I'm sorry. Don't underestimate me, compared to this, you still worry more about yourself. What will become if the star spirit stays in the human realm for 7 days, ha ha ha. Star spirits can no longer live in the human world, they cannot absorb the magic of the human world, and if they do not return to the star spirit world for a long time, they will become weak, and the moment their own magic is exhausted, they will dissipate and die. Please don't do this. Yes, I'm sorry. Ollie's voice choked, her eyes full of nervousness and unease, and the next moment, she disappeared in place. Want to talk? It's useless, no matter how many times, I will summon you out. Karen yelled into the air, but unbeknownst to him, a golden light flashed behind him, and a blonde beautiful man in a suit appeared out of thin air. It's not an escape, I forcibly exchanged with Ollie's. The handsome young man looked cold, and said to Karen grimly, "It's enough, Kalyan." Karen turned around, looked at the handsome young man, panicked, and immediately pretended to be calm, and said incoherently, "Leo of the Lion Palace, what is the star spirit who forcibly opened the door like you?" And the man she called Leo said with a look of indifference, "I am a combative star spirit, my body is strong, even if I am treated a little inappropriately, I can still endure it." Leo said, suddenly, his face changed, his eyes looked at Karen sharply, and said coldly, "However, if you continue to do such things to Ollie's, I will not forgive you." Leo's threat made Karen even more flustered in her heart, and said angrily, "You are just a summoned star spirit, think of yourself as something." Leo did not answer, but continued to indicate his purpose to Kalyan, and said coldly, "I will tell you clearly today, I hope you will break the contract with me and Ollie's. The other star spirits are also afraid that the key will fall into your hands. Your viciousness, we can't stand it, and we don't want to endure it." Leo's words stung Kalyan's nerves, and he took out another golden key and waved it. It was the door key that summoned Leo. Close the door, give me back, Leo." Kalyan's actions did not make Leo disappear. Seeing the failure of closing the door, Karen also stopped moving, and the unwillingness in her heart made her face hideous. "It's useless, I came with my own magic. I won't be swayed by your magic. As long as I don't leave, you can't summon other star spirits, your magic power is not enough to open 2 doors. Leo ignored Kalyan's madness and continued to say coldly, "I will wait for you in the ruins of the church in the west, and if you figure it out, go there and find me." His purpose is very simple, that is, to let Kalyan, who is not qualified to be a star spirit wizard, break his contract with Ollie's, but he also underestimated Kalyan's paranoia, which caused trouble. Yi Yan didn't know these things, and at the moment she was enjoying a meal in a restaurant. Before this, she had used the communication magic crystal to contact Jude and asked him to transfer 1 million J to her account, and Jude knew that she had found the Star Spirit Magic Guide, and without bargaining, generously remitted 2 million J. It's nice to be rich. After eating and drinking, I was about to take a nap in my seat, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw a familiar figure outside the window. Gildas. The two looked at each other through the window, and Gildas had red hair and a still dull expression, looking at the girl who was waving at him at the window, and it took a while to react. Oh ha ha ha, it's Yan. Later, Yan asked the waiter to bring the menu and let Gildas order a table of meals. I have to say that the combat effectiveness of the Demon Tail people's dry rice is top 1, and the amount that Gildas eats this meal is afraid that it can withstand Yan for 3 days. What a coincidence, I can meet Gildas here. Gildas swallowed the food in his mouth, picked up a large chicken leg again, and said, haha, yes, just came back from a mission, passing by here. Yi Yan took a sip of juice and said with a smile, your tasks seem to be difficult, because you are rarely seen in the guild, but then Gilda and Natsu are very similar. Gildas had been seriously cooking, pulling the food in the bowl, and replied without raising his head, because I am the only S-class wizard in the guild at present, I am always asked by the guild leader to do S-class tasks, and Natsu is about to be annoyed by him because he always challenges me. Haha, that's really hard for you, but that's what to say, but the relationship between Gildas and Natsu is really good. Haha, yes, I didn't pay much attention. Gildas's humble appearance was really a little cute. Yi Yan's eyes turned, and she seemed to think of something, and asked, by the way, Laxus and Kana, are this year's S-class candidates, how can they become S-class? Gildas is just stupid, but people are not stupid, as an S-class magic guide, the ability to detect words and colors, but not low, immediately knew Yi Yan's mind, put down the food, and said positively, S-level is just a guild's recognition of its own magic guide, but also a watershed, become an S-class, in the guild to bear a heavier responsibility, each guild has its own promotion method, our guild's words, only the guild leader knows the promotion content. Guild Aston paused, took a sip of his drink, schemed Yi Yan with his small eyes, and quipped, why, Yan also wants to become an S-class. The mind was seen through, Yi Yan scratched her head in embarrassment, and quickly said, no, just ask casually. Gildas looked at Yi Yan's demeanor, and instantly the parents were mentally up, rare seriousness, and preached, this is nothing to be shy, Yan, the guild is our home, the partners are our family. Becoming an S-class is the recognition of the guild, in order to better protect the family, with Yan's magic and IQ, becoming an S-class, it's just a matter of time. Yi Yan didn't expect that Gildas, a person who rarely stays in the guild, I also have such a strong sense of belonging to the guild, and the preaching is simply endless, and I quickly conform, hey, I know, I will try to become an S-class and prove myself. The two chatted for a long time in the dining room, until Gildas was full of food and drink, which ended the topic. Thank you so much for Yan's hospitality. Walking out of the restaurant, Gildas said with a grateful face, because in the mission, there were too many things destroyed, and half of the reward was taken to compensation, so Gildas was always poor. You're welcome, then Gildas you go back to the guild first, and I'll go back after completing the task. The two said goodbye, and early the next morning, Yi Yan came to the Cyan Heavenly Horse Guild again, and it was one night that received her. What a pleasant scent, Miss Yan, sniff. The demeanor of the night still made Yi Yan at a loss, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Carrion-chan is here, Xiao Yan-chan has been waiting for you for a long time. Fortunately, soon, President Bob's greeting helped Yi Yan relieve the siege, and also saved a knight from a severe beating. Well, it'll be good. Kalian came to Yi Yan with 2 thick dark circles. Her state was very bad, and the whole person seemed to be rarely tired. Give the tonic you want, the magic power is already filled. Yi Yan took the box. Inside were 7 tonic potions, because with the injection of magic power, the originally pale green glass tube had turned dark green at this time. You can know that Karen did not cheat. Well, hard work Miss Kalian, this is $1,000,000, please look over. With one hand of payment and delivery of the other, the business of the two was completed, and they were very satisfied with each other. Then, Miss Karen should also go back to rest. A healthy body is a capital for the magic guide, and he is still so young, but he must pay attention to moderation, don't play bad for himself early. Before leaving, Yi Yan still didn't hold back, and reminded Karen kindly. What? Obviously a little ghost, he actually preached to me. Karen realized later, and when she reacted, Yi Yan had already walked out of the guild gate, leaving a burst of laughter for the Cyan Pegasus. Chapter 25. Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. Who is it, who stole my dragon egg? Natsu came to the guild angrily and turned to his companions, questioning him about the whereabouts of the dragon egg. Hey, bastard, can't it be that you're hungry and roasted to eat? Soon, the guild, led by Natsu, became noisy. Yi Yan sat at the bar, drinking juice, watching this group of troublemakers, and communicating with the president. If you say so, Layla can no longer use magic, and the continent has one less powerful magic guide, what a pity. The president drank the wine, and after listening to Yi Yan's story, he sighed regretfully. No way, she was injured too badly, and she dragged on for so long, and she was already lucky to survive. Yi Yan said lightly, Layla was saved, but the price was that she could no longer use magic and live a few more years as an ordinary person. The task also gave Yi Yan a great reward, and Jude finally paid 700J, which is equivalent to the reward of a medium difficulty S-level task. Yi Yan, who does not worry about eating, drinking, and not lacking money, once again lived a flat life in the guild, and he was simply envious of others. Laxus and Kana's S-class exam ended with Laxus winning, and the Fairy Tale Guild had another S-class magister. The guild is thriving, Yi Yan's little life is also very comfortable, and everything is developing in a good direction. I'm sorry Naz, I took the eggs, because it suddenly rained last night, and you and Lysina didn't take care of the eggs at all, so I took them to hatch. Just when Natsu was making a fuss in the guild, Elfman came to the guild with the so-called dragon egg, explained it, and handed the egg to Natsu. Well, I misunderstood you, Elfman. The loss and recovery made Natsu extremely happy, and instantly forgot how he had persecuted Grey just now, and held the egg in his arms, his face full of excitement. Click, click. Suddenly, the dragon egg in his arms made a burst of shell-breaking sounds, and the entire guild instantly stopped making noise. Even the cold and rebellious Laxus looked to this side. Everyone understood what it meant in their hearts, and a pair of eyes watched, welcoming the birth of a new life. Click. Not long after, the eggshell completely shattered as expected, and a magical light flashed and rushed into the air. Meow. The light dissipated, and a small blue cat appeared in the air, causing everyone to be surprised. Cat. A cat with wings that can fly. The little blue milk cat, with a pair of white wings, flew in the air with its eyes closed, sniffed with its nose twitching, and slowly landed in front of Yi Yan. Hey! Yi Yan was in surprise, she never knew that the cat was egg-born, and quickly stretched out her hand, caught the little milk cat, and held it in her arms and stroked it. It's amazing. But it's obviously hatched by Natsu, why choose Yan? Ilusha and Myra Jane asked questions together, and Yi Yan was also confused, the birth of this cat, but nothing happened to her. Because Yan's magic is very affinity. The president also spoke up at this time, explained to everyone, brushed his beard, and said kindly, every life is born when it is born, it will instinctively look for things to give itself a sense of security, just like a baby in the mother's arms, it will be very at ease, and the magic of Yan just has this effect, thus attracting cats. The president's words made everyone suddenly realize, and Elisha said with deep understanding. Indeed, Yan's magic is very reassuring. Marajan also agreed with Elisha rarely, and said, yes, Yan's magic is very comforting. Yi Yan held the little milk cat in her arms, stroked it gently for a while, and handed it to Natsu, who was full of longing. I won't take it, this is the life hatched by Natsu, quickly name it, raise and take care of it. Yi Yan gently knocked on Naza's head, smiled and instructed, she also likes this little milk cat, but people have owners. Well, I'll definitely take care of it. Natsu, who took over the cat, was very happy and agreed excitedly. Oh, Natsu, you see, just now everyone was still in a mess, but now they are very happy, it is like a cat that can bring happiness. Lisana came over and pulled Natsu and said happily. If it can bring happiness, then name this guy Harpy. Natsu held the cat and cried, and the name of the little milk cat was determined. It's the son of the dragon, Harpy. Harpy also seemed to understand Naza's words, his ears moved, he suddenly opened his eyes, stretched out his paws, and cried out, hey! Liveliness is always the main theme of this guild, and the birth of new life adds vitality to this guild, so the banquet started early. Natsu likes dragons so much, let's draw them as dragons. Litas, who used painting magic, painted this scene, and the painting was also preserved in the guild's library and treasured. Childhood is always a time worth remembering, and worth remembering is easy to lose. The years are without shuttle, and those things that are extremely cherished often pass away quietly unintentionally. The time comes to X780, mid-May. It has been more than 4 years since she came to this world, and Yi Yan is more than 15 years old. Yan, do you want to go shopping in the next town together? In the women's dormitory, Elisha arrived first before she arrived, pushed open the door of Yi Yan's room, and moved skillfully. Gollum. Although she has often slept together over the years, Elisha, who has just entered the room, can't help but swallow her spit when she looks at the graceful figure of the girl in front of the mirror. The unique youthful atmosphere of the girl's room is even more stylish under the pink tone. Perhaps because of the magical world, the 15-year-old girl has gradually developed and perfected. Yi Yan's tall figure stood in front of the mirror, untied her hair, the green silk fell behind her like a thick ink waterfall, reaching her waist, a bath towel was half wrapped around her body, revealing half of her crispy chest, her legs were slender, her ankles were out, a touch of pink, like a sunset, more pale. Elisha, they are all adults, why are you still so reckless? Yi Yan turned around, with a hint of blush on her jade-like cheeks, like a hibiscus out of water, with a fairy-like temperament. Harm, it's not that I'm used to it, and there are no outsiders. Elisha is the same, her face has long faded childishness, although her personality is still as generous and cute as ever. In terms of body appearance, she does not lose her appearance, but she likes armor to accompany her, and lacks a little girlish tenderness. I really can't help you, wait, I'll change my clothes and leave. Yi Yan smiled helplessly, walked to the closet, and took a set of customized clothes to change. A white tulle-split blue and white long dress, a gold streamer tied around the waist, and a silver cross necklace on the chest. Like an angel walking out of the painting, holy and elegant. This is Yi Yan according to the game. The nanny immediately paints down, makes people custom-made clothes, and wears comfortable clothes, because the production materials are special. Even when fighting, they are not afraid of tearing. After all, bursting clothes is a very embarrassing thing. It's really worthy of Yan, it's very popular everywhere. The second daughter was walking on the street, carrying a large bag and a small bag in her hand, and Elisha felt it. Haha, it's okay, maybe it's because I usually treat everyone. Yi Yan chuckled. When she went to the store to buy something, the owner served enthusiastically, and all kinds of discounts, and even gave away for nothing, which is enough to prove Yi Yan's popularity. I heard that the caramel mousse in a shop is superb and very popular. Do you want to eat it? After buying everything, I was a little tired of walking, and when I heard that there were delicious desserts, Yi Yan also agreed cheerfully. That's why you want to come to this town. They put away their purchases in the space, and then went to the shop, Elisha said, chatting as they went. In other words, is Elisha ready for this year's S-level exam? Hearing Yi Yan's question, Elisha held her hands and looked confident, and replied, well, I'm ready. I won't show mercy to my subordinates then, Yan. Yi Yan looked at Elisha's confident look and said with a smile, me too, whether it's you or Marajan or Kana, I won't be emotional. This year's S-class promotion quota has been decided, and the exam is next month, but the content has not yet been announced, so Marajan and Kana are working tasks and exercising themselves. It's here, this is it. After walking for more than 10 minutes, I finally arrived at the dessert shop that Elisha said, but Yi Yan looked at the signboard on the door of the store, 2 sticks crossed, a white ball fell in the middle, and said suspiciously, are you sure there's dessert here? Elisha didn't give Yi Yan time, and pushed the door without raising her head. Yo, what is the little girl doing here? As soon as Elisha pulled Yi Yan into the door, a bald man came up and asked, are you here to play billiards? There are prizes for winning. The bald head is the boss here, and as he speaks, he hands Elisha a club. Bump, billiard. Elisha's clubs, looking at the table in front of her, were a little unresponsive, but with her personality, she didn't care about the content at all, and it was this that made her misunderstand something. That's right, this is a billiards club, and the illiterate Elisha didn't know a few words at all, so she didn't look at the signboard. The rule is, with this white ball, put the number 1 to 9 balls into the bag in order, and score the number 9 victory first. The boss saw Elisha in a daze, thinking that she didn't know the rules, so she explained it to her, and Yi Yan stood next to her and snickered. The one who scores number 9 first wins, but for the little girl, I'm afraid it's not simple. Ha 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 ha. The onlookers were also teasing Elisha, but there was no malice, just a simple joke. So it is, I understand the rules, who will be my opponent? Elisha held the club and said to the onlookers with a majestic attitude, but the uncles and uncles who were watching did not respond to her, and they did not want to bully her, a little girl. I'll do it. Yi Yan also chose a club, walked to the table, and stood facing Elisha. Billiards, Yi Yan is too familiar. When I was fine before, I liked to watch such TV shows, and I also liked to play with friends, whether it was snooker or 8-ball, they were very proficient. Oh, I'm serious, change clothes. Elisha saw that Yi Yan wanted to be her opponent, and instantly became serious, and the light of magic lit up, drowning Elisha in it. I'm starting to look. Elisha finished changing her outfit and dressed up as a waitress bunny girl dressed in black silk and wearing rabbit ears, which was very appropriate. Boom! Elisha hit the cue, and after a loud bang, dead smoke and dust directly appeared on the table. It's terrible, this woman is terrible. You didn't remember the rules at all. The onlookers looked at the billiard balls on the table, which had been broken into slag, and complained. Yes, these balls are really not persevering, but I have destroyed 7 balls, there are 2 left, and I can solve them all with 1 hit. Just when Elisha was ready to take another shot, Yi Yan stopped her and said helplessly, Elisha, billiard is not played like this, I'll teach you. Immediately, let the boss change a pair of balls. Yi Yan wiped the club, put on a pose, and slammed a blow at the white ball. Snap! The pile of balls was knocked apart by the white balls and scattered on the table. Yi Yan looked at the number 1 ball confidently, and after playing it twice, slowly tightened the bag, and smiled and hit the second shot. Chapter 26. That's awesome! It's actually cleared. In just a few minutes, under the attention of everyone, Yi Yan kept changing positions, finding good angles, and shot after shot, hitting all 9 balls into the bag. That's awesome, little girl. Yes, I can't see it at all. Under the envious eyes of people, Yian took the 2000J reward handed by the shop owner, put the club down, clapped his hands, and said with a relaxed expression, "Thank you, boss, but the reward is not wanted, just compensate for the damaged billiards." Returning the money to the boss, Yian pulled Elisha, who was still in a daze. "Let's go, Elisha, go for dessert." Hearing the dessert, Elisha instantly came back to her senses and said to the shop owner, "Yes, I heard that the caramel mousse here is superb, hurry up and bring me one." Looking at Elisha's serious look, Yian helplessly, "The natural stay of this goods, is helpless, I haven't figured it out yet, this is not a dessert shop." "Caramel? Mousse? What's that?" Sure enough, the shop owner and the guests were confused by Elisha's words. "The dessert shop you said is next door, this is the billiards club, and the gap between the two shops is obviously so big." It was the shop owner who was the first to react, and complained loudly and helplessly at Elisha. "Ah, is that so?" Elisha turned her head to look at Yian, and found that she had laughed until she twitched, and finally understood, and apologized to the boss with a red face. "What a faux pas, sorry." The shop owner was white and fat, and had a big heart, and did not care at all, and said to Elisha with a smile, "Haha, forget it, but you and your partner do have a set, so take this opportunity to have fun." The misunderstanding was solved, everyone was happy. The shop owner also invited Yian and Elisha to play more, politely declined the enthusiasm of the boss and everyone, and when the two were leaving, a good guest noticed the guild coat of arms on Elisha's arm. "Wait a minute, I said this coat of arms, this is..." At this time, everyone finally saw this coat of arms, and immediately scattered as birds and beasts. "It's the Wizards Guild, fairy tale. Run away." The people who were originally happy scattered with fear, looking for all the places they could hide, and hid. "Hey, we are indeed fairy tale, but there is no need to be afraid of this." Seeing this, Elisha and Yian fell into puzzlement. How could these people be so afraid of them? No, to be exact, they were afraid of the fairy tale guild. "Don't come here." Sorry, I won't do it again. I still have 5 children to raise, let me go." Yian and Elisha wanted to ask them clearly, but the closer they were, the more panicked and scared the people who were hiding became, so they had to stand where they were. "You're the Moulin Rouge's companions." Just when the two of them had no idea where to start, an uncle hiding behind the bar showed his head and said with an iron pot out, "Moulin Rouge? Who is that?" Elisha thought for a while, and then looked at Yian, who shook her head with the same puzzled expression. "It's obviously your companion, and you want to play the fool." Although the uncle was afraid, he was more angry, and at this time, he also had the courage to question. "No, we really don't know, let's say, who is the Moulin Rouge?" At this time, Elisha was serious, and Yian was also frowning, and the aura of the two opened, but it shocked this group of panicked people. Under the explanation of the masters, Yian and Elisha also figured out the reason. It turned out that not long ago, a gang of thieves came to this town. They robbed trains, robbed banks, and did everything evil to harm the inhabitants here. However, I have not heard of such a case in the past 2 days. Elisha said suspiciously, "Magnolia is in the next city. If such a big case occurs at such a close distance, it is impossible for the guild not to receive news." "I haven't heard of it either, but if you dare to use the name of fairy tale and damage the reputation of the guild, you can't let her go." Elisha deeply agreed with Yian's words, nodded, grabbed the uncle with a cold expression, and asked coldly, "Quickly say, where is that Moulin Rouge?" The uncle was not lightly frightened, tightened the iron pot on his head, and said in a trembling voice, "Moulin Rouge, it should be in the dessert shop next door." After getting the news, Yian and Elisha immediately went to the dessert shop that was only a wall away. The dessert shop did a good business, there were many customers, almost full of seats. Elisa, dressed as a bunny girl, forcibly changed clothes with the waiter and disguised. "This uniform is good, do you want Yan to come to a set?" Yi Yan looked at the waiter next to him with a grievance, wearing a swan swimsuit. His face was once again helpless, and said tiredly, "Well, it's quite suitable for you, I don't want it." While the two were observing the shop and looking for the Moulin Rouge, a dispute broke out between customers and service at a location not far away. "Are you trying to kill me? Such a sweet thing, how to eat?" On the seat, a woman with short green hair scolded the waiter viciously. "But here we are, it's a dessert shop." The waiter whispered aggrievedly, "Such a guest, the little girl also met for the first time." Seeing this, Elisa walked over quickly, supported the waiter, and glared angrily at the short-haired woman on the seat. "You are the Moulin Rouge." The woman is not old, 16 or 17 years old, about the same age as Yin and Alicia, and she also stared at Alicia, unwilling to be outdone, and admitted her identity. "Why, who are you?" The two pointed needles at Mai Mang, with the style of fighting without saying a word, and the waiter, who was split and changed clothes, looked at the two from the side, shivering. "The bunny girl wants to fight her. It's terrible." The Moulin Rouge was enraged by Elisa, slapped the table, and shouted angrily, "Do you have anything? Just me if it's okay." Elisa just crossed her hands at her waist, still looking at the Moulin Rouge fiercely, and said coldly, "I heard that you are the wizard of fairy tale." The Moulin Rouge had not yet discovered the seriousness of the matter, and said defiantly, "So what? Who are you? Do you want to fight? In the dessert shop, you say you hate desserts and get in trouble, you want to eat overlord meals, right? Ha! Why, you are trying to find trouble with me. I said you should not want to fight with fairy tale. You are not afraid that I will call all my companions over and then destroy this town." This Moulin Rouge knows fairy tale's style well, destroying a large number of buildings every time she goes on a mission, and she uses this to threaten the people here. "If you want to fight, since that's the case, I'll fulfill you," Alicia said, took out a giant sword out of thin air in her hand, threw it on the ground, leaned over and said, "Since you dare to fight with fairy tale, I think you should have written a suicide note." Elisa's aura perked. The Moulin Rouge looked at the big sword, and said nervously, "Where did this sword come from?" Seeing Alicia draw her sword, the people in the restaurant immediately scattered. They didn't want to be affected by the Battle of the Magister, and there were only 3 people left in the restaurant. "It seems that I was debunked by the Buddha figure, hehe, I am an agile Moulin Rouge, so easy to be caught by you." The Moulin Rouge quickly pulled itself away, and indeed, as she said, she was agile. So fast. Before Elisa could react, the Moulin Rouge had already bypassed a few positions and ran towards the door, and she looked proud, not noticing the sitting Yin at the door. Snap! A glittering golden cross shines on the Moulin Rouge facade and retaps. "Where can you run?" The Moulin Rouge could not break, and seeing that the cross was about to slap on the face, he immediately raised his hands to protect the face door and hit it sideways. Boom! The Moulin Rouge was photographed back, fell heavily to the ground, holding its arms and wailing in pain. "Have you thought of your last words?" Elisa walked step by step with a giant sword, grabbed the Moulin Rouge collar, and punched her into the wall behind. "I won't let you go. Dare to impersonate fairy tale, you won't have a piece of meat left on you." Seeing that the Moulin Rouge got up to flee, Elisa pounced, pressed her head with one hand, and smashed the wall with one blow. Behind the wall, it was the billiards club just now, and at this moment, everyone was watching blankly. Elisa and the Moulin Rouge came from the broken wall. "It's the woman just now. Strange, monster, so scary." Yi Yan also followed, standing firmly beside Elisa, looking at the Moulin Rouge lying on the ground. "Hurry up, the show has just begun." Elisa said coldly. Moulin Rouge is also a magic guide, but such an ordinary attack cannot hurt her. It's me who is careless, you really have a set, and you even have a helper. The Moulin Rouge got up, patted the dust on his body, and rubbed his arm that was beaten by the cross, pretending to say lightly, and quietly looked at Ian, his eyes full of jealousy. Oh? No, it's nothing to me, I just want to give you a fair chance to fight, don't think about running away. Yian raised her eyebrows, she didn't want to fight, moreover, Elisha alone was enough, she didn't need her to make a move, took the caramel mousse that came by the way, walked to the side, found a position, sat down and ate slowly. It seems that your companion is very at ease with you. Seeing that Yian really didn't plan to help, Moulin Rouge immediately relaxed, rubbed his wrists, and looked at Elisha and said, "Be careful, Moulin Rouge is notoriously fast gunner." The uncle with the iron pot on his head showed his head again and reminded Elisha. "Oh, fast gunner, that's funny, you just draw your gun, change your clothes." Elisha crossed again, holding a demon knife, wrapped around her chest with a strip of cloth, a pair of wide red practice pants on her lower body, and the Kai of the soul. This is not a strong armor, but she gave up defense and only focused on the costume of attack. "Is it? If something happens, I'm not responsible, because I warned you." The Moulin Rouge said even more arrogantly when she saw that Elisha was not wearing armor and was wearing rags and was about to shoot one of its own gunmen. "You woman is really verbose, don't waste time, just come on." Elisha's eyes were indifferent, and she mocked expressionlessly. Yian was not worried at all, eating dessert seriously, she knew that Elisha was very serious now. "Go and die, stinky woman." The Moulin Rouge instantly pulled out a short gun from his waist and shot at Elisha. Bang bang! The bullet shot out with fire, and Elisha did not dodge, holding a demon knife, seemingly swinging it casually. Bell! The bullet was caught by the blade, changed the trajectory instantly, catapulted on the table, hit the white ball impartially, the white ball rolled, and put the number 1 ball into the bag. How is it possible? I caught the bullet with my sword." Every bullet was accurately caught by Elisha, changed the trajectory, and catapulted on the table, and everyone on the side was already stunned, and even forgot to hide. This can't be." The Moulin Rouge's relaxed look disappeared, and her proud shooting skills were mercilessly shattered by Elisha. Bang bang! The Moulin Rouge howled unwillingly and fired another round, this time faster. Ring the bell. The result remained the same, all the bullets were caught by Elisha, and they were ejected everywhere, and what remained unchanged was that the balls 1 to 9 were all shot down into the bag. Elisha also walked up to the Moulin Rouge and kicked her away, pointing the demon knife at the Moulin Rouge throat. "Say you're a fast gunman, laugh to death, the bullet is like stopping in my eyes." The Moulin Rouge lay on the ground, although she was not injured, but she could no longer stand up, her body trembled, she was no longer that insolent, and there was only panic in her eyes. "At this point, you can continue to shoot, but my sword will go first, pierce your body, dare to impersonate the tail of the fairy, and you are ready for enlightenment." Chapter 27. The battle ended in the Moulin Rouge's plea for mercy, and Elisha looked fierce, scaring the girl alive and crying. "Because to make people afraid of me, those robberies, I make up bluffs." After some explanation, I learned that the Moulin Rouge was a migrant smuggled from another continent. Because he had no identity and could not find a job, he had no choice but to rely on theft to support himself and his partner named Sunny. Because Sunny was sick, all the money I stole was used to buy medicine, and I am not a person who likes pleasure. Knowing that she was not an evil person and had a partner she guarded, which had always been something Elisha insisted on, her anger slowly dissipated and her heart softened. "Really, you also have a heart that you want to protect," Elisha said, changing back to her usual armor. Although she was not angry, she still preached sternly, "But this is not an excuse to steal, the crime of impersonating fairy tale is very serious, everyone in our guild is proud of their guild, and the coat of arms on their bodies is by no means an ornament, this is proof of our family, we swear life and death with our companions, and always maintain the consciousness of gambling our lives. Anyone who dares to trample on our sacred oath, no matter what the reason, all unforgiven." Ilussa's speech from the heart made Yi Yan pause, and the action of eating also stopped, and there was a burst of warmth at the coat of arms on her arm, feeling the familiar magic, and a smile slowly hung on the corner of her mouth. "It seems that my guess is not wrong, but I don't know what this magic is." Yi Yan thought in her heart that after all these years of research, she had figured out that the guild coat of arms was indeed not an ornament, but an unknown magic. It can be said that it is the fourth super magic of fairy tale, and only those who truly recognize the guild and recognize their partners in their hearts can get the recognition of this magic, feel it, and be blessed. This is the guild, don't forget it. When Yi Yan secretly felt the power brought by magic, Ilusha also changed her sternness, her eyes softened, touched the head of the Moulin Rouge, and said gently, "Let's go, Yan." Ignoring the mess behind her, Yi Yan got up and left with Ilussa, and when she walked to the door, Yi Yan suddenly thought of something, looked back at the Moulin Rouge, smiled in her eyes, and said softly, "If you need to work, you are welcome to come to Fairy Tale at any time." The Moulin Rouge only saw carefully at this time, and the girl who gave her a cross obviously did not use magic, but just standing there, it made people feel bright, warm, and reassuring. "That, my real name, Biskalam, may I ask if you are?" Yi Yan was thinking about the guild leader, recruited talents for the guild, and after sending out the invitation, he stopped lingering, left his vest, and waved his hand. "I'm Yan Saphir and she's Ilussa's Shokalito." Until the two disappeared from sight, the masses who had been eating melons suddenly woke up, and the club owner suddenly said, "I remember, it's them." Another man with the bow of the plane also thought of something at this moment, and said in a lost voice, "That's right, the crimson hair color like sunset, and the black hair like thick ink, it must be them, Fairy Tale double. Dr. Leprechaun and Queen Goblin. Woohoo, I finally met the real person." People discussed together excitedly. And Biska also understood them in just a few words, looking at the direction of the two of them going away, her eyes were full of longing. 3 days later, Biska took a mouse named Sunny to Fairy Tale as promised and joined the guild, and her sincerity was quickly recognized by her friends and became a member of the family. The time also quickly approached June, which is the most lively time for Fairy Tale and the month of the annual S-level exam. "Stinky imps, be quiet for a while, I have something to say." The guild leader's giantized body, after letting out a roar, slowly shrunk, changed back to the kind little old man, jumped, stood on the railing on the second floor, looked at the quiet crowd, coughed lightly and said, "I will now announce the list of this year's S-level assessors. They are Yan Sapphire, Ilusha Shokalito, Marajan Strauss, Kanaoru Parana." Every time the president called out a name, it caused a commotion, and those who did not take the exam from afar, unfortunately, at the same time, heartily cheered for the chosen partner. Then, the content of this year's exam is to eliminate the Dark Guild, the body of the Flame Demon, and those who perform well in battle will be promoted to S rank. Please be prepared to leave early tomorrow morning. After the president finished the exam, he jumped off the railing and sat silently at the bar, listening to everyone's heated discussion. Body of the Flame Demon, isn't that the Dark Guild that has only emerged in the past 2 years? Wouldn't it be too difficult to let the little ghosts do this kind of exam task? This kind of crusade is very dangerous, won't it, guild leader? Everyone, as soon as you say a word, the guild suddenly sounds like insects in ordinary summer, noisy and disorganized. No way, this is a task issued by the council, and it happens to be carried out by our guild. The guild leader seemed to be muttering to himself, his voice was not loud, and in the originally noisy guild, no one heard him, but Yi Yan, who had been sitting quietly next to him, listened to him. "It's a draw, President." Yi Yan ruthlessly pierced the guild leader, she knew that this kind of crusade task issued by the council was all carried out by the regular guild alliance below, deciding which one to carry out. And the way the guild leaders decided was to draw lots, knowing the artistic appearance of their own guild leader's character, of course, knowing that it was this little old man, he must have drawn the next lot. Don't say that, it's not what I want to smoke. The chairman leaned on the bar pillar, looked at Yi Yan with a grievance, and said with annoyance. It doesn't matter, anyway, you haven't drawn a lot, we are all used to it. In Yi Yan's words, he poked the sore spot of the guild president, so that the wine in Makarov's cup was not fragrant, but there was no way to refute it, and he could only cry secretly. Open, open, press a lot. Mikhail and Valiba never missed the opportunity to make money, and took advantage of the large number of people to decisively do their old business. Who will be promoted? This year's players are all beautiful women from the guild. Haha, although they are all young, they are all very powerful. Everyone laughed about the content of the exam, pressed their favorites, and looked forward to it. Whether they became rich overnight or lost their underwear, they all bet here. In this regard, the people in the Demon Tale are never stingy. And whenever this happens, they are smashing pots and selling iron, and they must also press a bet. I press myself, 20,000 J. When the atmosphere arrived, Yi Yan also wanted Xiao Xiao Yuking once, took out the money, and handed it to Macau. She didn't care about winning or losing, but this time she was promoted to the S level, she was bound to win. Being in S class allows you to do harder tasks, go farther and see more scenery. Yi Yan has her own plans in her heart, which idea has been germinating for a long time, but she can't become an S class and prove her strength, and the president won't let her realize it. In order to go further, in order to go out and see the world, over the years, Yi Yan has never slackened, although she rarely does tasks, but she is improving herself all the time. The effort is rewarded, the improvement in the past few years, the magic and spiritual power of Yi Yan have reached a certain point. She herself knows that her magic power has already surpassed the guild leader, and even Gildas. In addition to combat experience, she can also touch it head-on. Today's Yi Yan, except for the skills obtained after the 3 sleeps of the nanny, the others have been completely free to use, and she can feel that as long as she breaks that boundary point, she can succeed in 3 sleeps. Although I know that my magic power is very high, but I don't know how strong I am. The cultivation system of this world, there is no reference at all, I still have to go for a walk. In this world, as long as you become an S class, you are a strong person who can stand alone. An S level is a watershed in the practice of the Demon Deo. Even the Saint 10 Magi like the guild leader is still an S level magister. Saint 10 is not a realm, just a title, and the council selects 10 S-level magic guides on this continent who have strong magic power or have contributed to the development of the Demon Deo, and issue such a title. The sun looked at the setting mountain, and the banquet of fairy tale did not end until it was dark, and the atmosphere of the banquet also reached its peak. I'll go back first, but tomorrow the exam starts, I still have to raise my spirits. After Yi Yan ate dinner, she said goodbye to everyone who was happy, politely refused everyone's retention, and returned to the dormitory alone. Wash and lie down, close your eyes and sleep. Yi Yan is not a person who likes to be alone, on the contrary, she likes lively scenes and lively people, but she doesn't like to participate, because it is someone else's liveliness, she just wants to be a bystander who likes liveliness. After a night without words, aside from the cold touch that suddenly came from when he was halfway asleep, Yi Yan still slept very comfortably this night. Ah! Ha! Early in the morning, lazily stretched out, lifted the other half of the quilt without thinking, knocked on the stiff armor, and saw Ilusa open her eyes thoughtfully. Yi Yan got out of bed and washed up by herself. Ilusa still made trouble with everyone late last night, and she didn't worry about the problem of not getting up, and the eyes that had just been opened were closed again, rolled over, and got up. It's almost time to get up, Ilusa, we still have to go for a ride, although we know the content of the exam, but the place where the body of the flame demon is located, we still have to find it ourselves. After Yi Yan washed, changed her clothes, and combed herself with a big ponytail, it was easy to travel lightly. I finally pulled Alusha out of bed, and waited for her to wash slowly, and when she was finished, she helped her comb her hair, and sometimes, for a moment, Yi Yan felt that she was raising her daughter. It is also simple to tie a high ponytail. Fortunately, Alusha does not have to change clothes slowly. She will take a bath before going to bed, and after washing, she will immediately put on her plate armor, and will not even take off when she sleeps. Yi Yan never asked her why, nor did she want to ask. She knew that everyone had their own past, their own obsessions that they could not get rid of. Maybe it was not a good thing to ask the bottom line. Let's go out and buy breakfast, and eat as you go. Although the two moved quickly, packed their necessary luggage, bought 2 breakfasts on the street, and hurried to the station. It's finally here, it must be Alusha's bed. Marajan and Alusha tear up when they meet, arguing all the way. In other words, this is the first time the 4 of us have done a mission together. Kana is taking the S-level exam for the 2nd time, looking at Alusha and Marajan who are arguing endlessly, and Yi Yan who is half-closed and fake sleep and said, although it is a competitor, you still have to cheer up, everyone. Chapter 28. Dark Guild. It is a black magic organization that is not recognized by the wizarding community and the council. A guild that profits from work that violates magical conventions by engaging in assassinations, human trafficking, and participating in national wars. Such guilds exist in all corners of every continent and form the Balam Alliance headed by the Gate of Hades, Demon Heart, and 6 demon generals. The body of the Flame Demon is one of the dark guilds affiliated with the Demon Heart. In the past 2 years, the name of the Flame Demon body has suddenly resounded in the kingdom, because of its dark and bloody style of doing things, and the involvement in human trafficking has been exposed, which has attracted the attention of the kingdom and the council, and the task of eradication has been issued. Really, the people of the Dark Guild, like rats in the stinking gutter, can't find a trace at all. On the deserted street, Marajan hugged her hands and scolded impatiently. They walked around this town, not to mention the Dark Guild, even ordinary people did not see a few, finally ran into people. As soon as they heard the body of the Flame Demon, they were so scared that they ran away. No way, this is also the content of the exam. Oh, find their guild, annihilate them, come on, children. In order to keep the children safe, Makarov also came as a proctor with him. Yan, what's next? Alusha led her luggage cart, and she was also slightly tired at this time, as she had no clues. Find a place, eat and sleep. Yi Yan said lightly, as if she was just here to play, not to do a task. Don't think about it, the people here are so afraid of the body of the Flame Demon. Presumably in the past 2 years, this guild has not done less evil. The kingdom army and the council have surrounded and suppressed them many times, and they have not been able to eliminate them, which shows that this place has been completely controlled by them. Yi Yan ate the fruit taken out of the inventory, took a step, and said as she walked, we who are so conspicuous may have already been concerned. Since we can't find the enemy, let them come to us. Before that, eat well and sleep well, nourish our spirits. When the friends were still thinking about Yi Yan's words, the invigilator Makarov, pretending to be casual, glanced around the corner, and secretly glanced at the girl's back, thinking in his heart, always keep a clear mind, calm in case of trouble. This is a compulsory course for S-class magic guides, very good little ghost. Of course, Yi Yan didn't know, he just said his thoughts, and he got extra points from the president, and he also pretended not to see the figure behind the corner wall, walked in front with a relaxed expression, took everyone to find a hotel, and stayed here. A few guests, don't go out when it's dark, because more and more people have disappeared recently, it's too unsafe, especially young and beautiful girls like you. During the meal, the owner kindly reminded that because of the appearance of the body of the Flame Demon, the residents of this town were miserable, and even during the day, few people went out. The kingdom army doesn't care about you? Ilusa asked with a serious look, pretending to be travelers who were traveling and leaving for only one night. Alas, the army did intervene before, and also captured some black magic guides, but it has not been able to annihilate them. Even the army is helpless. Can only passively strengthen patrols, restrict personnel from going out, except to make this place more depressed. There is no effect at all. The shop owner sighed and explained that although there was an army stationed on patrol, the Dark Guild's wizards, like rats, could not be caught at all, and slowly, the town was taken over by them, and the army had no way at all. Well, we know, we'll pay attention, thanks boss. The owner left. Yi Yan chatted with his partners for a while, allocated a room, Yi Yan and Ilusa one room, Marajan and Kana one room. The president said that everyone left alone after leaving him alone. Central of town. This is a relatively luxurious building, a huge iron fence is locked, and there are two large angel statues on the left and right of the doorway, exuding a bit of solemn atmosphere. This is the local church, but at this time there is not a single monk. Inside the church, candle light flickered, the light was dim, the dull air was filled with a trace of bloody smell, the spacious prayer hall, tables and chairs were emptied, and the ground was covered with criss-crossing cracks, like the devil's canine teeth, and the dark red liquid flowed in it, hideous and terrifying. Under the majestic statue of the god, a tall man with a mask sat down, listening to the report of his subordinates. President Akuraman, the following said, "There are a few foreigners in the city today, inquiring about our guild. These people were all dressed in dark red robes with various demonic masks on their faces, dark and disgusting. Well, we have been listed as a target by the Senate. It should be the people of the regular guild, and our plan is at a critical moment, and it may not be destroyed." Akuroma's voice was low and hoarse, and through the masked eyeholes, the crazy color under his eyes was visible. "For Zerev, for the sake of the great magic world, reward them and contribute as nourishment." Akuroma's meaning was clear, and his subordinates immediately withdrew. Night. The hotel where Yi Yan and others lived. 4 partners were chatting and laughing in the room, discussing the exam. Downstairs in the lobby, the shopkeeper who was still carrying a tray to clean up the table in the last second seemed to have an unstable center of gravity. Snap! Suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. Several guests scattered at this moment, falling backwards and falling into a coma at the table. "S-class, I'm bound to get it." Kana's words did not fall, and she suddenly felt weak, and before she could give a reminder, her body fell limply towards the table. Everyone! Before she completely lost consciousness, she watched her companions also lie down separately. Hee, what a regular guild, it's so easy to get it. 7 or 8 people wearing dark red robes and masks pushed the door in with a strange smile, and when they saw the 4 women who fainted, their expressions of pride were overflowing. "Yo, it's all women, so good looking, people will definitely be happy, hee. I just don't know if we can also enjoy it, hee. Anyway, after arresting so many women, the president won't care about these few, or else, let's have fun first." The eyes of several people were evil, obscene, and disgusting, and the harsh laughter was disgusting. The guys with yellow brains did not notice that Ian, whose head rested on Ilusa's body, quietly pressed Ilusa's twitching hand. Idiot! When several people were about to put their hands on and down, a person who looked like he was leading the team stood up and stopped them in time. "The other party is a person from the regular guild. I don't know what the strength is. Our plan is exactly at a critical moment. Don't make trouble, bring it back first, and let the guild leader dispose of it." Several people listened to the training, although they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to refute, stopped the action they were about to perform, and said in unison, "Hey!" Then in groups of 2, they lifted the 4 women and exited the room, where a black carriage was waiting at the entrance of the hotel, and there were several children in the carriage. "The harvest is good, the night is long and dreamy, don't let the army grab it, hurry up. As soon as the leader gave the order, the subordinates quickly put the people into the carriage, drove the carriage, and headed towards the cathedral in the center of the city. How long has it been? The guild finally has a person with a long brain, woo-woo. On the roof of the hotel, Makarov's small body, hidden in the night, watched the carriage with the imps start, jumped to the roof next door, and followed the carriage. Fairy tales magisters have always been simple and rude when doing tasks. They believe that there is nothing that cannot be solved with a fist, and if there is, then a few more punches. Therefore, the completion of the task is often accompanied by a large amount of destruction and compensation, like Ian, who does not engage in sabotage and does the task with his brain. That's too little. The carriage galloped all the way until it reached the door of the church, which stopped. Squeak. After a while, the big iron door made a tooth-biting sound, was opened from the inside, and after the person came to confirm the identity of the person in the car, it was allowed to go, and when the car entered, the iron door closed heavily again. In the carriage, Yi Yan opened her obsidian-like eyes, and the coldness in her eyes flowed, like a cold light, flashing away, and the faint smell of blood in the air did not escape her nose. There was a slight chanting in the church, intermittently inaudible, as if it were some kind of mantra chanting. President Akuroma, the goods have been brought back, 4 of them, all women, you see. The carriage stopped suddenly, and the leader's voice also reached Yi Yan's ears. Listening to the footsteps to the door of the carriage, the door opened, Yi Yan's head was tilted, and he closed his eyes casually. Well, are these 4 people from the regular guild? I really looked down on us, and I actually sent a few imps over, and they were all women. Akuroma wore a mask, and could not see what kind of expression he had, but the contempt in his eyes was fully displayed, and he did not know whether he was contemptuous of the people in the carriage or those who were in high positions. Well, not bad, these magic guides will be sent to my room first, and the others will be locked up in the basement, and tomorrow we will contact the owner of the goods and take action with the next batch. Akuroma ruffled Ilusa's hair, saw the face of the 4 women, throbbed in his heart, pressed the evil fire, turned his back to his subordinates and ordered. The subordinates understand that they will grow up, but adults, can they let the brethren also? After all, it is rare to have such a beautiful goods, or a regular guild wizard. The masked man who led the team said flatteringly, the cruelty of this guild leader, he had witnessed it with his own eyes. If he did not please him, I am afraid that he would never have the opportunity to enjoy such a beautiful female magic guide in this life. Hey? Ha ha ha, I know what you think. Rest assured, when I find out their strength, there is really no danger. Naturally I can't forget everyone. Akuroma's hoarse voice was extremely difficult to hear, and after speaking, he walked directly into the church, and his words made all 4 women in the car extremely angry, their teeth creaked, and their fists clenched. The coldness in Yi Yan's eyes had turned to murderous, but she still maintained her sanity, shook her head slightly, and signaled the 3rd daughter not to worry. Although angry, under the suppression of Yi Yan, the 3 women still forcibly held back, did not run away, continued to pretend to faint, and let someone transport them to Akuroman's room. Because of Yi Yan's purification magic, they didn't faint at all, they were pretending to faint from beginning to end. This was Yi Yan's plan, and sure enough, without much effort, they found the enemy's lair. On the other side, in the church, Akuroma looked at the subordinates of the guild, some kind of ritual being carried out, and his heart was already impatient. Why is the speed so slow today? In his excitement, he couldn't think of what would be waiting for him. Perhaps it was the last lesson in his ugly and short life. Chapter 29. In the room, 4 women sat around the table. Except for Yi Yan, who seemed to eat the fruit on the table calmly, the other 3 did not say a word, all with gloomy faces and murderous spirits. Time ticked. Ilusha and the others' anger had reached its peak, and when several people no longer wanted to endure, footsteps sounded outside the door. Squeak! Akuroma excitedly pushed open the door and stepped in, and was about to turn on the light when a black mace came in front of him. Bang! The defenseless Akuroma was smashed on the face by a huge force, his face was instantly distorted, and while flying out sideways, the mask fell in the air, and blood dropped. The door closed again, Kana turned on the light, and only then did several people see Akuroma's face. That face is evenly divided into two halves, the right side is about 30 years old, normal male appearance, and the left face, as if burned by fire, has been sucked out of flesh and blood, withered and shriveled, twisted and terrifying. You. Akuroma was hit by Elusha's blow. Thanks to the strong body of the magic guide, he did not break his brain on the spot. It's disgusting. No wonder you wear a mask and do these dirty things. It turned out to be a disgraceful fellow. Eluzamira Genkana, one by one, poked at the pit of Akuroma's heart. They never take people by their appearances, but what this ugly guy in front of them did was really disgusting. Face, my face. Feeling that his face was exposed in front of several people, Akuroma did not resist for the first time, but panicked and looked for a mask on the ground. Since you dare to think of doing something like that to us, you have made your own enlightenment. Elusha, who was dressed in the armor of purgatory, did not give a chance and swung the wolf-toothed giant sword in her hand again. Aha! Before Akuroma could put on his ugly mask, he was sent flying out again. At the same time, Mirajan transforms into the soul of Satan, and Kana also takes out the cards. Dark Current. Thunder. Akuraman, who had not yet landed, was hit back by Satan's soul with another move, and fell in Kana's card magic array, and was struck by lightning. When the three women did not spare any effort to vent their anger, Yiyan exited the room alone, looking for wheel traces, and headed deeper into the church. After turning 2 corners, I finally saw a carriage parked on the side, and a guarded underground entrance. What man? The girl who suddenly appeared made the 2 guards nervous for a while, and before they could attack, the shadow of the cross glowing with holy light swept over. Divine light punishment. The cross light on Yiyan's chest lit up, injecting magic into the cross, and quickly sending 3 swings forward. Bang! 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 The 4 guards, before they could scream, the 3rd shot fell, leaving only 4 corpses spitting blood on the ground, stacked softly on top of each other. It's so weak, I still want to grab my tongue. Yiyan didn't care about a few dead people. In her eyes, these people deserved to die. In the next life, strive to be a good person. Yiyan stepped directly over the corpse, did not take a second look, and walked into the dark entrance alone. Walking down about 100 meters or so, straight down the steps, is a narrow aisle, and on both sides of the aisle are excavated cells. The miserable scene in the prison made Yiyan's heart become heavier every time she took a step forward. Her face became more and more gloomy, and a rich murderous aura permeated her body. I saw that in each cell, there were more than a dozen people in a crowded manner. No, it could no longer be called a person. Save! Help me! Please, save us! The arrival of Yiyan made these people's eyes brighten, and people with strength crawled to the door, stretched out their skinny and boneless hands, and grabbed the hem of Yiyan's skirt, as if they had caught the light, begging. In the cell on the left, men are locked up, and on the right are women and children. All of them are yellow-skinned and ragged, and the women are even more desolate, and they have reached a situation where they cannot be clothed. Lord God, please save us! A woman with loose hair suddenly knelt at Yiyan's feet, grabbed the hem of Yiyan's skirt through the wooden door, pressed her forehead deeply against the ground, and sobbed and pleaded. I'm not a god, you don't have to bow down to me. Yiyan couldn't bear it in her heart, stopped, squatted down, and lifted the woman up. The 2 squatted and knelt, looking at the door from the door. The brightly dressed Yiyan and the woman who only had rags to cover her shame formed a sharp contrast, like the redemption of light to grey. No, it can't be wrong, I've felt the breath of the gods, just like you. Please save us." The woman burst into tears, her face covered in dust, and sobbed and pleaded. "I'm not the god you say, but I'm here to save you." Yi Yan looked at the woman, did not care about her dirty appearance at all, reached out to wipe away her tears for her, comforted her softly, and when the woman's mood stabilized, she asked, "Do you know where the children who were arrested about an hour ago are detained?" Yi Yan's words gave the woman hope, held back her tears, lowered her forehead slightly, thought for a while, pointed deeper into the aisle, and said, "There are indeed a few children sent in just now, inside. You keep walking, you should be found." Answered. Yi Yan nodded slightly to the woman, looked at the other people in the cell, all of them were women with numb expressions, huddled together, forced out a smile, and promised, "Wait a minute, I will let you be saved, and I won't let you suffer." After Yi Yan finished speaking, she stood up and continued to go deeper into the aisle. The deeper you go, the more miserable the scene in the cell becomes, and the walls of the cell, the floor of the aisles, more or less have dark red blood stains, fishy smell, rotten smell, musty smell, filling the nasal cavity, disgusting. The people in the cell are no longer bleak and can be described, more appropriately, the walking dead. They had severed limbs and arms, sitting or lying, and maggots were even squirming in the wounds on their bodies, and low aha sounds came out of their throats from time to time, proving that they were still not dead. Yi Yan covered her mouth and widened her eyes, she had never seen such a scene, and suddenly she only felt a roll in her stomach, her feet were soft, and she was vomiting against the wall. "Where is this prison? This is clearly hell." Yi Yan resisted the smell of choking her nose, forced her discomfort, and walked to the end of the aisle, still not finding the children who were pulled with them. "Haha, this batch of goods is good, the price is not low. Well, there are 4 regular guild female wizards. In other words, the president should be almost finished. It's our turn." Good, good, I haven't tried what it's like to be a female wizard, hee. Just as Yi Yan was looking around, several familiar voices sounded behind the wall in front of him. Crunch! The wall at the end of the aisle was pushed away from the inside in front of Yi Yan, and this wall turned out to be a secret door. "Let's go quickly, let's say one by one, I'll first." While several people were talking, the secret door was completely opened, and Yi Yan and several people in the door looked at each other, all stunned. "Who? What man?" Before a few people reacted, in the next second, Yi Yan's figure moved, bringing a gust of wind, one by one, pressing the face door of the nearest 2 people, and smashed to the ground. Bang! Bang! The back of the 2 slammed the back of their heads to the floor, their skulls shattered, and after a convulsion, as blood flowed out from under their heads, the 2 of them completely lost their vitality, which shows the power used by Yi Yan. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The remaining 2, seeing their partners who were still talking and laughing just now, suddenly died in front of them, looking at the black-haired girl in front of them stunned, and finally reacted, shouting alarms, turning around to escape. Want to run? Yi Yan's severe chill was even worse, and he rushed forward, pinching the necks of the 2 with one hand, luck magic, and using both hands to control the 2 to collide head-on. Bang! The masks on the faces of the 2 shattered in response, and their eyes flashed Venus, and they were dizzy and paralyzed. Look, they are no longer qualified to live, this is all deprived by you. Yi Yan grabbed the 2 by the collar, dragged them to the cell outside the secret door, removed their broken masks, and pressed their heads to let them look at the people in the cell, who had no brilliance in their eyes, festered and mutilated. How can I let you escape? Use your lives to atone for their sins. Saying that, Yi Yan's hand lit up with white light, and a hand knife split the locked chain on the cell door, and then threw the 2 in. Ugh! The cell door was locked again, and the people in the prison, seeing the 2 people who were thrown in, their originally grey eyes, at this moment, suddenly lit up, and a low roar came out of their throats, like the zombies that Yi Yan encountered during his first mission. Ahaha. In the grey eyes, there was resentment, it was the light of revenge, and one by one, they dragged their broken bodies and crawled towards the two in robes. Please. Please, let me out. Don't come. Help. Looking at the people who had been mutilated by their own hands, they were grinning, crawling towards them little by little, losing their weapons, and the two who resisted without magic power, completely panicked, and kept begging for mercy from Yi Yan, and fear arose in their hearts. Repent of your sins. Yi Yan looked at the two who trembled with fear indifferently, without a trace of pity in her eyes. Knock knock. There was a chaotic sound of footsteps on the other side of the secret door, thinking that the two people had issued an alarm before, which alarmed the guild members inside, and came to support at this time. At this time, those who lost their salvation because they were mutilated, climbed on the backs of the two, rushed at their necks, and opened their blood mouths. Seeing this, Yi Yan still turned around. No one can save you. Not when God comes, I said. She was more of a girl, she could imagine the picture afterward, but she couldn't look directly at the scene of purgatory where human flesh was raw and thirsty for blood. Came to the secret door, looked at the more than 20 people inside, lined up, holding magic weapons, the cross mark on Yi Yan's chest shone, and the golden victory and defeat cross also appeared in his hand. Is that all you? Is there anything else? Yi Yan's eyes were silent, holding the handle of the cross staff, and slammed it to the ground. Luck magic, the cross shined even more, quite a husband and wife could not open the momentum. At the same time, on the ground, the three of Alyssa, who were tired, did not pay attention to let Akuroma slip out during the break. But in a moment, Akuroma gathered all the guild members, 100 or so magic guides, armed with various magic guide weapons, and Alyssa, Marajan, and Kana were facing off in the courtyard. Come on, little ghosts. On the top of the church, Makarov hid in the shadow of the moonlight, while monitoring the movement below, and looked into the distance. The familiar magical aura was stirring. If it's you, there will be no problem, Yan. In the field, the momentum of both sides has reached its peak, there is a signal, and the battle is about to start. Chapter 30. In the dungeon. Yi Yan faced more than 20 neat and solemn enemies alone, and his expression did not change. A bunch of miscellaneous things, isn't there a single one who can fight? Looking at this group of miscellaneous soldiers, Yi Yan said disdainfully, she did not feel threatened in this group, they were all low-level magic guides, and even, they needed to use magic guide weapons to trigger magic attacks. Bang, bang. Both sides had no intention of talking, and the miscellaneous soldiers used the magic guide weapons in their hands to directly attack, and for a while, dozens of magic bullets bombarded Yi Yan. God's Guardian. When the attack came, Yi Yan unhurriedly cast magic, and the golden light mask instantly wrapped Yi Yan in it. Boom! Magic bullets came one after another, bombarding the magic barrier, and then exploded, and a large number of brick walls fell off, setting off a cloud of dust and drowning Yi Yan. The swordsman gave it to me, kill her. The dust had not yet settled, and I don't know who gave the order, and about a dozen other magic guides armed with swords rushed up, vainly hoping to hack Yi Yan to death. Holy Light Ember Shield. The swordsman just rushed forward, and the golden light holy shield depicted on the cross on one side suddenly came head-on. The aisle was not wide, and the magic guides had nowhere to hide, and they were pushed upside down and flew out. Boom! After pushing 5 or 6 meters away, with a crisp sound, the holy shield exploded, and the swordsmen who were close became human shields, instantly turning into a blood mist that permeated the aisle, and the exploded flesh and blood sprayed on the bodies of the people behind. A 3 or 4 swordsmen who were not killed by the holy shield because they were behind others, holding their injured bodies, rolling and howling on the ground, and the enemies who were not attacked, looked at them stunned, their bodies trembling with fear. I don't know whether they were lucky or unlucky. But it didn't matter, the next second, Yi Yan's attack came instantly. Thunder of repentance. A little golden light lit up, and then above the heads of the black magicians, it suddenly bloomed, and in the blink of an eye, a huge golden magic array formed, slowly moving in midair. This is... Escape, can't escape. The black magic guides were firmly locked by the breath of the magic array, and under the powerful coercion, these low-level magic guides under their strength had no power to resist, their legs were soft, and they all knelt to the ground, and their bodies could not stop trembling. Die! Yi Yan's last spell fell, and in the magic array, several bucket-thick golden lightning bolts instantly fell. Crackle! The thunder fell, the ground cracked, and after a scream in the magic array, no one made a sound, only the thunder was still raging, bombarding the area over and over again. Strong magic fluctuations reached the ground, and Elisha and the others had been waiting for this signal for a long time. Let's get on. Elisha's words did not fall, and her body had already rushed out, only listening to the soft sound of the glass, and the silver light appeared. Dress up. Armor of the Heavenly Wheel. Elisha held two swords in her hand, and she walked forward, shaped like blade-winged armor, and flew a circle of long swords shining with cold. Celestial Wheel. Sword of Chaos. As Elisha chanted magic, the flying swords behind her turned into Deo streamers, shuttling through the crowd and harvesting enemies. Dark Current. Mirajan, who transformed into the soul of Satan, was afraid of falling behind Elisha, and also attacked at the same time, and several black lights shot out from the magic array in front of her, exploding in the enemy group, killing and wounding in an instant. Kana's reaction slowed down by half a beat, and she came to her senses, immediately summoning her cards and attacking the enemies that were coming towards her. For a time, all kinds of magic explosions sounded on the field, ballistics flew horizontally, shouts of killing, screams, endlessly, and lively. In the basement, Yi Yan took off a bunch of keys on the leader's corpse, lifted his foot and stepped over the broken corpse, and walked deeper. Extending from where the battle was just taken, the end of the road is a bend, like the shape of a key. In the middle keyhole is a raised double-decker disc, about 3 meters high, on which stands a wooden cross, with steps built on the right, which appears to be an altar. Gag! As soon as he approached, the strong smell of blood rushed straight to the brain, and Yi Yan suddenly became dizzy, holding the edge of the altar, retching non-stop. As the saying goes, curiosity kills cats. Yi Yan is the curious cat at the moment. While retching, while walking up the steps, she has to figure out what this altar is for. Soon, Yi Yan climbed onto the altar, which was not large, about 10 meters in diameter. She regretted it, regretted why she had to come up and take a look, directly open the cell door, and leave with the prisoners. What catches your eye is the flesh and bones of people everywhere, and upon closer inspection, the hair and meat mud stick to the altar, and the blood flows in the inscription, and the smell is unpleasant. At the foot of the cross, there is also a naked female corpse. No, it is only half amputated upper body, the lower body that disappeared, and fresh blood flowed, and in the diffused pupils, there was despair and fear. Yi Yan stood in place, his eyes widened, his sweaty hair stood up, and every cell in his body was trembling. Was it anger? Is it despair? No, it's fear. Yi Yan no longer had the idea of studying these magical inscriptions, her brain was blank, and the feeling of powerlessness made her unable to walk, and it was her last decency to hold on without slumping on the ground. Mechanical footsteps, walking down the altar, even if it is 2 lifetimes, she has never seen such a purgatory scene. From this moment on, she can be regarded as knowing that this world is not so bright. This is a world of gods and demons, and perhaps, in those unknown dark corners, the same tragedy is happening here. Yi Yan, she lives here. It is not an illusory data code, not a simple line outline, but a line, a living life. Opening the cell behind the altar and returning with a dozen abducted children, Yi Yan handed the key to the girl who regarded her as a god. There are my partners dealing with the enemy outside, you open the cell door and take these people out. After explaining, Yi Yan turned around again and walked to the cell where she threw 2 dark wizards. The 2 black wizards had long been torn to shreds. Looking at the living dead in the cell, Yi Yan's eyes were closed, the wind was blowing under his feet, and the hem of his skirt was dancing. O afflicted, I will regard your sorrow as an enemy. Put an end to all sorrow, cast away this wounded body, and let God soothe the soul, and sing, hymn. Opening his eyes again, his eyes shone with a cross mark, spread his hands, and under his feet, a golden magic array swung out, and above his head, golden holy light fell with a burst of silence. Anthem of Courage. One of the NANNY skills, the Knight of Light sings hymns, inspires, blesses teammates within range, increases the buff effect of courage blessing, and has the ability to attack. Yi Yan uses this magic to purify the souls of these living dead and liberate them in the hymn. But in a moment, under the baptism of the holy light, all sins will be purified, and the suffering soul will be redeemed. After doing this, Yi Yan put away the magic and sorted out the emotions in her heart, until the cross mark in her eyes dissipated, then turned around and headed towards the exit. On the ground, in front of the main building of the church, Elisha swung out a sword to force back several enemies in front of her, and before she could catch her breath, she immediately dodged sideways, and was able to dodge several magic bullet attacks. Although Marajan's magic is powerful, it is too mana-consuming, and at this time, she is also panting, gritting her teeth to maintain the form of Satan's soul. Kana's condition was no longer optimistic, her body was scarred, her magic power was the lowest among the 3, and she forced a weak attack, and was forced into a corner by several dark wizards armed with swords. Damn, there are too many of them. Can't finish fighting at all. Elisha and Marajan came to Kana's side together, fought off a wave of enemies, and protected Kana in the middle. Their strength is not weak, but they can't hold back the many people on the other side. What to do? My magic can't support it. Marajan holds the injured Kana, panting, Satan's spirit disappears, and her magic power is exhausted. Among the 3, only Elisha still has the power to fight, but it is also the end of the strong crossbow. The 3 are not weak, but there are too many enemies, round after round of battle, they are strong, and they can't withstand such consumption. At this time, they are only 15 or 16-year-old girls, not the future queen and the devil. Elisha, don't let the signal flares go. Kana was supported by Myra Jane, and weakly reminded that as long as the signal flares were released, the president would rescue them, but that also meant that the exam was over. Wait, we have another person, a very reliable partner. Elisha did not take out the signal flare, but loosened her eyebrows, looked at the enemies who were about to attack in front of her, and said with a smile, I feel it, she's coming. As soon as Elisha's words fell, golden magic light lit up on the 3 of them at the same time. Aang, it's still as reassuring as ever. Marajan looked at the golden star-like brilliance, gradually gathered on her body, and enjoyed the comfort brought by this magic. Really, almost forgot her, this guy. Kana also smiled, her originally tight heart also relaxed, and the injuries on her body also recovered quickly under the influence of magic. Above the heads of the 3 people, a pair of suspended golden wings were born at the same time, and at the same time as the golden star sand fell, the golden light shrouded the 3 of them. The black wizards of the body of the flame demon, where have they seen such magic? Hula rushed towards the 3 and attacked. After a wave of attacks, the black wizards were dumbfounded, and the 3 of them stood there, letting them slash and chop with knives and axes, and the magic bombardment, even the light mask on their bodies could not be broken. Damn, what kind of magic is this? Akuroma was anxious. He was not a powerful magician, he was originally a small man in the Dark Guild, where had he seen such powerful magic? Damn it! Akuroma raised his staff, gathered his magic power, and angrily fired a powerful blow. if hit, he would be seriously injured if he did not die. Die, give me death. Looking at his magic beam, quickly attacking towards the three women, Akuraman's eyes were full of madness. Boom! After an explosion, the guardian light shield shattered, and the three were unharmed, without even dodging movements, and stood in front of Akuraman. It's not that they're arrogant, it's trust in their partners. Alas, it seems that he is going to lose to her. Ilusha looked at the art that came from behind the enemy and said sarcastically. How? Possible? Akuraman's face was stunned, looking at the three people who didn't put him in the eye at all. He couldn't believe that his all-out blow only broke a shield. Unwillingly, he gathered his magic power again and prepared to attack again. But suddenly, with a burst of magic light, the golden light in the field burst out, and everyone was submerged. What is it? Is it magic? Yes. Can you escape? The light grew stronger, and after a commotion, the Dark Magus finally discovered the source of the magic. There. Behind us. Quick, stop her. Akurama finally found the girl behind him and wanted to organize an attack and interrupt the casting of magic, but it was still too late. Abduction, humiliation, persecution, torture. Yi Yan stood the cross of the battle of victory and defeat in front of him, put his hands together in prayer, bathed in divine light, and counted the sins of the body of the flame demon. Atonement for the sins you have committed, holy light revelation, Akbar Ret. When he opened his eyes, Yi Yan's eyes were engraved with a golden cross, and the cross mark on the front of his neck bloomed with holy light, and after coinciding with the cross of the battle of the weapon, it instantly radiated. God, please do not forgive them. Yi Yan whispered, with the magic chanting. The screen was full of dazzling light, the holy light was present, the darkness receded, and at this moment, all those who were identified as enemies would be judged. Chapter 31. This magic. Makarov, who was standing on the top of the church, immediately noticed this magic, and after a brief surprise, he understood that it was not that magic. Holy Light Apocalypse. An awakening skill of the NANNY in the game, but here, it is Yi Yan's divine enlightenment magic, and the use is naturally different from that in the game. It's a long story, but it's actually just a moment. The holy light passed by, and there was no enemy standing except for his companions. Well, that's awesome. My injury. In recovery. Yan's magic is really not ordinary strong. The injuries of the partners were quickly healed in the holy light, and the physical strength and spirit were also recovering rapidly, and the fly in the ointment was that the magic did not recover, but it was enough to amaze. Saint attribute super magic, if it is cast with all its strength, the power is definitely more than this. Stinky little devil, haven't you used your full strength? The guild leader, who is always ready to strike, until the end of the battle, the little ghosts have no fear of life, and they are relaxed at this moment. It's growing up so fast, obviously not long ago they were just a bunch of smelly imps. Makarov stood in the shadows, looking at the children on the battlefield, as kind as ever. Hurry up, hurry up. The kingdom army surrounds the church, the council demon guide team goes in to arrest people, don't let go of a dark guild person. As soon as the battle was over, the council and the royal army arrived at the same time, each commanding its own army, and surrounded the church. Lord God! Just when Yi Yan wondered how the council and the kingdom army arrived at the same time, a girl's call sounded, and following the prestige, it turned out to be a girl released in the dungeon. It's you, why did you come back? The girl came with the jury magic guide team, and when she got a response, she trotted to Yi Yan with a flushed face, panting and explaining. I took all the people out, and the kingdom army received and placed them. It turned out that after the girl led people to escape, she ran to the kingdom army garrison to invite reinforcements, and the council was because a powerful magical battle broke out here, and sent troops to investigate. After Makarov communicated with the leader, the army of the Senate began to arrest people, dead or alive, one by one, to check the right body and clean up the scene. Since there is an army to take over, then we can go back. Yes, President, the body of the flame demon has been wiped out, and our exam is over. Several people gathered together and came to the president's side. The exam was over, and although it had not yet been announced who had successfully advanced, everyone knew the answer in their hearts. Some people are happy and some are worried, just like Kana. Her eyebrows are lowered, and she can't stop the sadness and regret in her eyes. She has her own attachment to becoming an S-class. Just as several people were talking and laughing, Yi Yan looked at the corpse pile, not dead yet. Squeak! He strode over to Akuroma and tentatively kicked twice. The seriously injured Akuroman, his throat moved, a large mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. He was already more breath in and out of the air, and he had no strength to move. He could only stare at Yi Yan, and there was only fury in his eyes. Don't stare, eyes can't kill people, ask you something. Yi Yan glanced at it, said lightly, and waited for a while without answering, only to find that Akuroma had his mouth open, unable to make a sound, and hurriedly dropped a treatment. You damn it! Akuroma spat out another mouthful of blood, and under Yi Yan's treatment, he finally recovered a little, but only a little. Why don't you open your mouth? Yi Yan kicked again, but it seemed to be a little heavy. Akuroma was kicked and flew a meter away, and he was already hanging with a breath, and now he was almost out of the world. Tell me, you killed so many people, what are you sacrificing? Yi Yan did not forget what he saw in the dungeon, those who had been extracted from the spirit, and the altar that sucked flesh and blood. Hee, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Akuroma seemed to remember something, suddenly laughed, took off his mask and said, You reminded me, just tell you, it's the Yan demon, it's the demon named in the guild, but I sacrificed this face in exchange for strength and the position of guild leader. Akuroma said, half of his intact face turning hideous, before he could continue. Boom! Another kick in the good face, the front teeth fell out, and blood dropped. Talk as you speak, take off any mask, you are ugly to me. For people like Akuroma, Yi Yan hated it from the bottom of his heart, and did not deserve pity and sympathy. Answer my question, don't talk so much nonsense, otherwise I can let you live 100 times and let you die 100 times. Yi Yan looked down at Akuroma without the slightest pity in her eyes. Are you the devil? Akuroma complained, he wanted to be proud. Didn't he say that the villain died of talking too much? How can I say more than 2 words? It's the demon of the Zirav book, the flame demon god. Confused by the sudden kick, the pair of eyes full of coldness, obviously so good-looking eyes, but at this moment it makes people cold. He knows that this beautiful girl is not joking. Live 100 times, you have to be beaten 100 times, gritted her teeth, humiliated and said, it feeds on human flesh and soul, it is an extremely powerful existence, and it is also a god that allows us to go to the great age of magic. Akuroma said and actually laughed again, looked at Yi Yan out of the corner of her eye, found that she did not raise her feet, put down her heart, looked at the night sky again, and continued to laugh. Originally, it was still a little nourishment to welcome it. You killed so many people in my guild, this is enough, it will wake up. The great age of magic, come ha ha ha. Akuroma laughed wantonly, and suddenly, a black shadow in front of his eyes fell from the sky, the laughter stopped abruptly, and the smile gradually froze. Snap! The cross fell, looked at the deep pit in the ground. Yi Yan withdrew his weapon, and said to himself, talk when you talk, laugh whatever, it's really ugly. Clapped his hands, turned around and walked towards his partners, and as soon as he raised his foot, a black light suddenly lit up on the ground, which frightened Yi Yan and quickly retracted his steps. Without any warning or giving people time to react, the Dao magic inscriptions converged with the black light, forming a huge black magic array that enveloped the sky. Yan! What's wrong with this? What's going on? The companions brought the girl to Yi Yan's side and looked nervously at the magic array running in the sky, which emitted a ghostly light. "It's not a good thing anyway, hurry up." After that, Yi Yan took the lead and ran, and the same Demon Dao army of the Senate was also retreating. "Everyone, retreat! The magic array is too big, and the whole church is in it. Keep your formation and evacuate as soon as possible. This magic array is too wrong, revealing an evil aura everywhere. Ah, what is this? Save! Help me!" Just ran out not far away, on the ground, suddenly gave birth to black and red tentacles with the thickness of arms, shaking towards people's feet, extremely disgusting. God's teachings. Yi Yan cast magic and put buff on his friends, which is the magic of increasing speed, and several people only felt that the soles of their feet were windy, their bodies were light, and with their flexible body skills, they dodged several tentacles between tossing and turning, and ran towards the church gate. "Ah!" A scream interrupted the galloping footsteps of several people, and when they turned around, they found that it was the rescued girl, who at this time had been entangled in a tentacle and could not move. Ugh! Yi Yan was just about to turn back, but saw a sword light flashing. Elisha moved quickly, a sword cut off the tentacles on the girl's body, and pulled her over. "Run!" But when interrupted, several people had already stretched out more disgusting tentacles under their feet, shaking in front of them. "It's too late, the magic array range is too large, and you can't run out." As soon as Marajan finished speaking, a tentacle wrapped around her left foot, and as soon as she paused, more tentacles wrapped towards her, instantly binding Marajan. "Marajan! Kana!" Without waiting for Elisha to swing her sword, the tentacles wrapped around her hand holding the sword, then her feet, then her body. "Damn, can't move." Only Yi Yan was still struggling to support. Seeing that the partners were entangled and unable to move, Yi Yan had to stop. Repentance thump. The cross mark on the chest lit up, the cross of the battle of victory and defeat appeared in the hand, the art was infused with magic, the cross was shining with golden light and ghosting, sweeping left and right, clearing a space. Heavenly wheel, dance of chaos. Elisha recovered some magic, changed the armor of the heavenly wheel in the tentacles, the blade wings of her body, the flying sword fell, cut off the tentacles on the companions, did not hurt a single hair, enough to see how fine her control over magic is. Yan. While rescuing the partner, the space was also cleared, so that everyone could settle down and join Yan. "Is everyone okay?" The partners leaned over, Yi Yan glanced at it, the girl was also taken together, no one was hurt, let go. God's guardian. With a chant, Yi Yan cast magic again, and the golden light fell, forming a golden light mask to protect everyone. "What is this? It's disgusting." Marajan watched as a tentacle flapped towards her, and the dense suckers gave her goosebumps. These tentacles just adsorbed on the light mask, like a hot hand, and immediately retracted, and then another one wrapped around, so repeatedly, the light mask gradually dimmed. Yi Yan had to maintain the magic transmission and maintain the protective cover. "Everyone, look!" When everyone was wondering, the girl's exclamation came from her ears, and she followed her fingers. Zizi! The corpse of a member of the Flame Demon Body Guild was wrapped and entangled by tentacles. And the tentacles squirmed, and after a while, the tentacles left and wrapped around another corpse. And the original location of the corpse, only a few rags and a pool of blood, the same thing, in the scope of the magic array, constantly happening. Gag. Witnessing this cannibalistic scene, Yi Yan was fine, and the other few people only felt a surge in their stomachs, retching up, and their faces were full of horror. "Elisha, Myra Jane, cheer up, now is not the time to be afraid." When a few people stopped vomiting, Yi Yan said loudly, she knew the horror of these tentacles, she saw those people in the council, entangled in tentacles, struggling for a short time, they were alive absorbing the magic and became dry corpses, and their eyes were miserable. "Elisha, everyone, listen up, these things are afraid that they are related to demons, my magic has a restraining effect, now there is no time to explain more, I will cast magic later, temporarily suppress these tentacles, you take advantage of this time to escape, go to the guild leader to find a way. Hearing Yi Yan's arrangement, several people also cheered up and looked at Yi Yan, and the girl's face was full of determination. We're leaving, what about you? Fairy Tale is not the one who left his companions to escape. Elissa had already withdrawn her magic, held her sword in one hand, and said with the same firm expression. Stupid, now is not the time to be pretentious, my magic is enough to keep myself safe. Yi Yan didn't give Elissa a chance to refute, and threw the cross to the ground, and the magic power rippled like water, and the golden magic brilliance spread. Ode to Courage. Yi Yan let go of the cross, lifted her feet off the ground, and the whole person floated, and the cross bloomed with light. This magic can prolong you, I can't last too long with the magic time I added, you guys go quickly. After speaking, Yi Yan did not look at a few people, her eyes were slightly closed, and her face was reverently singing magic. As the chant grows, the light on the cross grows brighter, and the magic that ripples away completely covers the church, and then the golden light is lit up with Yi Yan as the center. A golden magic array of the same size as the black magic array in the air formed, and the golden light completely covered the black magic array. It's now, let's go. Where the golden light is covered, all the darkness will retreat, and those disgusting tentacles will not have time to retract into the ground, and once the golden light passes, it withers completely, and then turns into flying ash. Yan, wait for us. Elissa, Marajan, Kana, and the nameless girl, the magic attached to the faces of several people lit up again, and at a very fast speed, they rushed towards the range of the black magic array. It's Dr. Goblin. This is the magic of the Goblin Doctor. Everyone, hurry up and retreat. Those who were entangled in tentacles and had not yet died in the Senate army also evacuated the scene at the first time, picked up a life, and while fleeing, they all thanked the Golden Light Center gratefully. It was the light of the magic of divine revelation, the light that belonged exclusively to the Goblin Doctor. Chapter 32. The Courage Ode magic array slowly unfolded from under Yi Yan's feet until it covered the entire church. The golden light covered the glow of the black magic array in the air, and the magic continued to attack the ground tentacles, suppressing them so that they could not emerge. The additional effect on Elissa and the others that were about to disappear shone again, and the speed of the teachings of God increased, and with the girl, at an extremely fast speed, rushed out of the church. President. They immediately approached Makarov and found him standing with the people of the Senate, with a serious expression. President, we're out, it's just Yan still. Makarov glanced around at several people, and his worried heart fell a little. Just come out, that light is Yan's magic, I know her strength, don't worry too much. That being said, how can there be adults who are not worried about their children? Just like at this moment, the president's eyes have never left the church gate, and he is always ready to rush in to save people. Tread. The sound of neat footsteps came from the council, the support troops of the council and the royal army, constantly picking up the wounded, doubling the defense force, and the entire perimeter of the church was full of troops. The president and Elissa kept staring at the church gate until the magic light of Yi Yan gradually dimmed until it disappeared, and they did not see the beautiful and elegant figure appear. You guys go to a safe place first, I'll go in and bring Yan back. The president instructed the little ghosts, and without waiting for a few people to reply, the small body jumped, leaving only an afterimage, and the person had already entered the church. Wu, no one. The ode to courage magic ended, Yi Yan gently wiped off the beads of sweat from the corners of her forehead, exhaled a long breath, fought for a long time and continuously used the holy light apocalypse, ode to courage such a large magic, even though her magic power was huge, but her body could not eat it. God's teachings. With a sigh, Yi Yan applied running shoe skills to herself again. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, he ran out of 10 meters, without the magic suppression of the courage to chant. One after another disgusting tentacles immediately squirmed out, entangled those corpses again, and some people who were injured before and did not have time to withdraw, continued to devour and absorb. Yi Yan dodged left and right, the speed also slowed down. Hearing the call for help, there was no time to care, can only watch them being entangled by tentacles again, losing their vitality. Their own safety is the most important at this moment. That was President. The cross waved, cutting off several tentacles, and Yi Yan was surprised to find the figure of the guild leader. Stinky little ghost, what a mess. The guild leader also heard Yi Yan's call, and the magic power gathered in his fingertips, drawing left and right. Boom! The tentacles in front of him broke in response, cleared the road, and jumped to Yi Yan's side. Are you all right? Yi Yan nodded, seeing the president's worried look, his heart warmed, and a smile appeared from his eyes. I'm okay, I'm worried about you, Grandpa. Now is not suitable for small talk. Confirm that Yi Yan is not injured, cut off the attacking tentacles again, and the guild leader takes the lead to go to and from the road. Boom! Before the two of them could walk away, the ground shook violently without warning, and then the ground cracked and collapsed, and the huge church building collapsed with it. Be careful! In order to avoid the collapsed ground and flying rubble, Yi Yan and the guild leader were separated, and it was even more difficult to get out. When the sky shook, the huge black magic array in the air disappeared, and a slightly smaller black magic array appeared in the original location of the church. A huge millstone-shaped altar, with a fishy and unpleasant smell of corruption, emerged from the magic array. That was... Yes, that was the altar that Yi Yan saw in the dungeon. As the altar was fully exposed, the countless tentacles disappeared and the earthquake stopped. President Yan. Lord God. Ilusa and her companions came from outside, and everyone gathered around. What's that? What a disgusting look. Well, this breath is too evil. Several people watched the altar and discussed, and not far away, the troops of the kingdom army and the Senate also slowly came, wanting to surround the altar. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. Yi Yan looked solemn, looking at the altar that made her gag, and recalled Akuraman's words in her mind. It's the devil, the demon of the Book of Zirv, who feeds on flesh and blood and nourishes his soul. Suddenly, Yi Yan's eyes widened, she understood, suddenly turned to her companions, and the army that rushed, and shouted in horror in the loudest voice, "Run! Come on! Don't get close!" Yi Yan didn't finish speaking. As soon as she passed the girl standing beside her, she ran away. The partners were okay, the trust in her heart made them not doubt, and after a short stund, she ran without saying a word. The appearance of several people rushing away made the unknown army stunned, and before they could react, the altar actually operated independently. Click! After the upper part of the altar rotated in a circle, the wooden cross on the top collapsed, and before Yi Yan could run far. Boom! With a loud bang, the altar exploded, and those dark red magic inscriptions on the altar outlined a huge humanoid silhouette, and at the same time, 8 tentacles more than 10 meters long and 2 or 3 meters thick arched the ground. Ah! What is this? Strange! Monster! Run away, monster! The army, which was still in order at the last moment, became scattered like a flower whipped by a whip at the moment when the huge tentacles appeared. The 8 tentacles were like giant pythons, swinging wildly in the crowd, sometimes raised high, and slammed down, knocking over a group of people at the same time, and rolling up those who were unfortunately absorbed by the suction cup, and sending them towards the silhouette mouth in the air. Roar! After devouring dozens of people, the huge silhouette emitted a roar that made people's eardrums tingle, and looking back, those inscription phantoms had materialized. Its head is as big as a bucket, with spiral double horns, green-faced fangs, 2 dark red eyes, like flowing blood, The upper part is like a human body, but the lower body is like a stitch, connecting the 8 tentacles that are raging in the field, escaping a human octopus monster, and the human beings who are fleeing in a hurry underneath are as small as ants. The true body of the demon descended, the evil aura was pervasive, and fear was bred in people's hearts, and just looking at it directly made people feel cold. As if they had lost their courage, and trembled. Escape. Run away. Demon, it's a demon. This is no longer something we can handle. Inform the Senate. We need powerful magisters. The army lost its command and could not organize any effective resistance, and the army was dispersed. The scene was chaotic, and they all lost their armor and ran for their lives. It's so evil. Frighteningly powerful. So, what the hell is this? Face. The partners followed Yi Yan and barely escaped the church. Looking at the side from afar, the huge figure could give people an invisible sense of oppression from far away. The flame demon god is the legendary black demon god Zirev, the demon created by writing. Yan demon? But I didn't see a little flame, it didn't have anything to do with the fire. This, I don't know, it should be the author's name scrap, I really don't know how to call it, just call it like this. Because they escaped early, several people were safe for the time being. Yi Yan wiped his sweat and said to his companions, I was careless, when I was in the basement, I didn't find that the altar was alive, nor did I notice the ceiling magic. Yi Yan combined what he saw and what Akuroma said before he died, and he had already sorted out his thoughts. This demon should have been sealed here a long time ago, and was found by the Dark Guild Demon Heart, so he sent the body of the flame demon of his guild to attack the church and awaken the demon, so as to achieve some goals. Listening to Yi Yan's story, the partners were all incredulous, and their anger overflowed. It's abominable, killing so many people for their own selfishness. Yes, in order to achieve the goal, he did not care about people's life and death. The guild leader listened to the words of the little ghosts on the side, looked at the demons that were still raging in the church with a solemn face, and as if he had made up his mind, he spoke, no matter what the Dark Guild is, since we have encountered it, we can't ignore it and save the weak, which is also one of the meanings of the existence of the Light Guild. Without waiting for the imps to say anything, the guild leader decisively arranged. Ilusa, Marajan, Kana, go find the commander of the army, gather the army, and help them command the evacuation of the townspeople. He looked at Yi Yan, who had already gnawed the fruit at some point, and said seriously, Yan will go with me to deal with the devil, be sure to trap it in the church, give people evacuation and support from the council, and buy time. The task was issued, and the partners all understood what they were going to do, and Ilusha, Marajan, and Kana said in unison, understood. Then they dispersed. Yi Yan didn't say anything, turned back to look at the girl behind her. It was also at this time that Yi Yan noticed that the girl had a pair of triangular ears on the top of her head, resisted the urge to pinch it, and said, I don't know your name yet, but now is not the time for small talk, you go quickly, go to a safe place. The girl, who had been silent from beginning to end, was moved in her heart at this moment to Shanghai Yin's soft eyes. Well. Yes, Lord God. Looking at the girl's suddenly excited expression, Yi Yan didn't understand where she came from with her emotions, didn't do what he thought, turned around and followed the guild leader towards the demon. I'm not a god, my name is Yan Sapphire. The girl was stunned. Until the tall and short figures gradually faded away, and then suddenly remembered something, quickly took 2 steps forward, and shouted loudly, Lord God, my name is Yu. Yu was not sure if Yi Yan heard it, and looked at the figure of the two, until the figure that always radiated radiance in her eyes, waved his hand with his back to her, and then smiled heartily. It's you. You will not be wrong, your breath, I will never forget, you are the angel who saved me from danger and gave me a new life, I have finally found you, Lord God. The girl was still wearing that ragged shirt, and her body was dirty and messy, so that people could not see the original appearance, but these did not affect her current bright mood in the slightest. We must return safely. Yu turned around, a faint golden magic bathed her body, washed away the camouflage color on her face, and after the golden light, a fair-skinned, silver-haired beast-eared girl stood impressively. Yu regained her appearance and walked step by step towards the outside of the town. There was a hill overlooking most of the town, where she was going to wait for the return of her gods. Chapter 33. The beast-eared Nianzhu obediently left, and Yi Yan and the guild leader also returned to the demon-infested land. Everywhere they passed, houses collapsed, fires rang out, panicked townspeople, fleeing troops, and demonic tentacles smashed hard from time to time, screaming, cries for help, and mourning. This tragic scene made Yi Yan recall something. These shots, there is always a sense of déjà vu, as if where I have seen it. But she forgot that when she first came to this world, in that mysterious space, the chaotic memory fragments she saw, the tragic events that contained disasters, weren't they incomparably similar to the scene in front of her? Gaia! A sudden shout made Yi Yan's heart shock, and he looked up. Oh, it's okay, listen to it, it's the president. Ah! The little old man caught a drawn tentacle with his bare hands, and with a roar, in an instant, huge magic power burst out, white light soared into the sky, and the little guild leader, visible to the naked eye, became bigger, and became bigger. Fairy Tale Guild Leader, Makarov is here. In just a few seconds, the guild leader turned into a giant the size of the demon, folded the tentacles of the devil, pumped on the demon's upper body, and drank violently, which was deafening. It's President Makarov. Look, it's the sign of the Holy Ten Magister. Fairy Tale is the most troublesome guild in the Senate, and the President Makarov is a frequent visitor by name, and the people in the Senate, more or less know or hear. Giant! Giant! It's the President of Fairy Tale. It's the Saint Ten Magister. There is salvation. The giant appeared, causing the people who fled on the ground to immediately ignite their hopes, and they all stopped to watch the demeanor of the Holy Ten Great Demon Guides, and they had forgotten to run for their lives. Courage blessed. Guardian blessing. God's guardian. God's teachings. Holy wings. The guild leader has already made a move. Yi Yan naturally will not fall, a thick magic power flows, the cross mark on his chest blooms, and the golden magic array rotates under his feet. Get on! President! Yi Yan, who has not yet been rested, runs magic like crazy, full firepower, gives the giantized guild leader, puts layers of buffs. As soon as he finishes, he feels that his body is hollowed out, completely out of strength, his legs are soft, he sits on the ground, his forehead is full of fine sweat. This is... The huge Makarov was wrapped in golden light, and the whole thing was bathed in the magic of Yi Yan. The magic that was suddenly attached made him look stunned. This was the first time he experienced the magic of Yi Yan, and when he was briefly distracted, two tentacles swept across with a strong wind. Suffered. The speed was too fast, and the guild leader was too late to defend, so in a hurry, he had to protect his chest with his hands and prepare to carry it hard. Bell. In the blink of an eye, the golden light mask lit up, and the imaginary pain did not come. Looking up suspiciously, the tentacles were being blocked from the light mask. Looking at the top of the head, a pair of golden angel wings are constantly sprinkling golden sand like magical points of light. Looking at the light mask full of security, the huge fist glowing with golden light, and the lightness coming from under your feet, you will smile heartily. Well done, little devil, then let me experience your magic once. He knew that Yi Yan had not reached the limit, but he did not expect that Yi Yan could still use such powerful magic. Next, leave it to me. The warm and comfortable magic made the guild leader smile, and the huge amount of magic power instilled him greatly improved. Click! The guild leader slashed down with a golden hand knife and directly cut off a tentacle in front of him, and under the pain of the demon, two more tentacles attacked. Makarov dodged to avoid the demon's attack, and his body, which had been dull due to the giantization, was now jumping and leaping, extremely flexible. Well, after the first giganto, there is such a speed, it is no different from normal. The more familiar he was with the magic of Yan, the more surprised the guild leader was. As strong as himself, the magic of divine enlightenment could also give him a great improvement, as if there was no upper limit. Not only the speed of movement, but also the speed of my attacks and magic casting. Makarov carried the demon's attack on the light mask, stepped into the giant's steps, and came to the demon face in 2 steps. Drink! With enough strength, he put on his golden fist and smashed it on the devil's face. Boom! A punch fell, the demon's face was sunken, a large fang flew out, turned twice in the air, fell in front of Yi Yan, and the demon also fell in response, and the huge body smashed the ground. Whew, it's okay. The sharp fangs that fell from the sky plunged deep into the ground, which startled Yi Yan. If she lay down like this and gave her a pair of piercings, it would be too unlucky. Yan. It's okay. Ilusha and Myra Jane helped Yi Yan up left and right, and asked with concern. Why are you here? What about Kana? Yi Yan asked. Eluzamira Zhen saw that she was not injured, only then was she relieved, looked up at the giant fighting, and said intently, Kana is helping the residents evacuate, we are lucky, and we met the commander of the kingdom army and the council at once. Well, there are Saint 10 great demon guides appearing, they immediately organize the army, and we will come over. Ilusha and Marajan helped Yi Yan aside, and the 3 women watched the battle between the 2 giants fixedly, fist to flesh, simple and rude. Obviously, the guild leader has the advantage, and although the demon has thick skin, it can't withstand the giant's blessing of EPUB, and the light mask blocks all its attacks, and it can only be beaten. The giant punched with a punch, and each fist smashed down, causing the 3 women to beat a heartbeat. So strong! It is worthy of being a Saint 10 great demon guide. Ilusha and Marajan looked bright, and their adoration was unconcealed, and it was not shameful to worship the strong. When can I be so strong? If I had such a powerful guild leader, I would be the first to shoot you, Ilusha. What do you say, smelly woman with a navel? Fly you, stinky woman of the hard state. The 2 of them put their heads on their heads, eye to eye, and began without saying a word. Yi Yan, who was caught in the middle, was speechless, took a step back, and gave up the space to the 2 of them. Be content, but the guild leader has been practicing for decades to reach this height. Yi Yan ate the fruit and continued nonchalantly, only 15 or 16 years old, ready to be promoted to S rank. Based on this alone, he is already a leader. The battle between the giants continued, and after 10 minutes. Without the magic of Yi Yan to maintain, the magic attached to the guild leader's body was about to expire. The magic of the little ghost is really amazing, it can actually improve the full attribute of the caster without any side effects. Overhead, the holy wings made a crisp sound, shattered, and sprinkled the last star radiance, and then the golden light shield that resisted the demon's repeated attacks also shattered in response. It's time, it's really fast, I haven't experienced enough, old man. The angel wings and light mask disappeared, and Makarov felt that the additional attributes on his body also reached the duration. Then let you taste the power of fairy tale. The guild leader used his own magic power, white light condensed on the huge fist. The guild leader's magic power is a holy attribute, using light magic. Die, demon! The guild leader's hair was open, and his huge fist, wrapped in holy light, gritted his teeth and struck his strongest blow. Boom! The fist that was attached to Yi Yan's strength slammed into the devil's face, and this blow actually caused the air to ripple. The demon didn't just have its fangs broken, its neck was empty, and its entire head was shattered and disappeared. The tentacles danced wildly, struggling for a while, and the huge body of the demon crashed to the ground, as if it had lost its life and could not move again. Solution. Is it solved? Is this the Saint 10 Magister? Well. So strong. This scene made people excited to see it, and the people who thought they had been rescued directly cheered. Yi Yan was also relieved, thinking that it was safe, and the guild leader also turned around, smiled at the imps, and was about to remove the magic. Ugh! Suddenly, an accident arose, and a thick tentacle broke through the feet of the guild leader. What? The tentacles are like pythons, directly wrapped around the body of the guild leader, and the guild leader who has no time to dodge can only continue to use magic, maintain the giant state, and resist the strangling of the tentacles. Mad? Don't talk about martial virtue, sneak up on this old comrade of mine. The tentacles quickly wrapped around the guild leader's body, leaving only one head outside. He couldn't move now, he could only use his magic power to resist, and his heart was bitter. Ilusa, Marajan, hurry up and help the guild leader get out of trouble. Seeing this, Yi Yan reacted as soon as possible, and quickly commanded Ilusa Marajan to help. Not asking them to defeat the devil, even if it causes a little damage to the demon, it will be a help to the guild leader. The people who were still happy suddenly became panicked again and scrambled to flee the place. After the residents were evacuated, the army retreated, and Kana also came to her companions to join the battle to cover the guild leader. Soon the town was empty, leaving only Fairy Tale. Heavenly Wheel, Dance of Chaos. Soul Exterminator. Card Magic, Thunder. The partners united, the magic was played out without reservation, and the art that had just recovered some physical strength also joined the battle when he had the strength to join the battle. Thunder of Repentance. The golden magic array appeared above the demon tentacles, and the golden light thunder fell with a bang. Damn, our attack is useless. What to do? Yan quickly think of a way. After a magical bombardment, the tentacles were only charred and a trace of smoke and dust rose up, showing no sign of letting go of Makarov. What to do? I also want to know what to do. Yi Yan was also a little anxious. She had just tried purification magic, but there was no effect on this physical confinement. There is no other way but to continue to attack. Even if the tentacles can relax a little, it can be of great help to the guild leader. Their strength is not weak, but the use of magic attacks without reservation again and again also consumes their physical magic power extremely quickly. No way, Yan. I don't have magic anymore. Me too. After another round of attacks, I don't remember the first time, they had almost lost their strength, stopped temporarily, and gasped for air. As soon as their attacks stopped, the wounds on the tentacles that were attacked were visibly recovering. It can heal itself. Yi Yan saw that the attacks of several people had done useless work, and looked at the chairman with a worried expression. His face became more and more pale, and he was gritting his teeth, sparing no effort to struggle to get out. What to do, what to do?